be rich. We're gonna be rich. We're gonna be rich. We're gonna be rich. We're gonna be rich.
All right. Since I'm horrible with technology, we're just gonna get underway. I don't know how to turn my alerts off, so that's gonna.
Hang on, are you using Stream Alerts?
No, nothing's. That's what I'm saying is nothing's turned on right now. So I don't know what's causing it. I turned it all off.
Okay.
It's all off on Stream Alerts. There's nothing in my OBS that would signify the fact that that should be happening. So I apologize to the YouTube viewers. It's probably going to be ruined if people are subscribing and donating like a bunch of trolls, but that's okay with me because that means I get money. So
yeah, guys, don't send him money. That would be awful.
Yeah, don't do that.
Thing.
Yeah,
It'd be terrible. So, as you guys can see, I'm between two Brits today, even though I'm on top of the two of them. I'm joined by Sottle and by Raven. We're going to be doing a full review of Ungoro today, and I would prepare for some brevity in it. If there are cards that we don't think are very competitive, we likely will be going away from those cards and just kind of skipping over them. But for the intent of this review, what I want to do is get first thoughts, get some sort of synergies that are along with it. Thank you very much, Buttdong, 18 months. Whoop, whoop. All right, well, that's God blesses. And then we will also be going into whether or not you think it's competitive. So give some sort of rating as to what sort of competitive feel you think is going to be along with it. But our main focus is going to be first thoughts and any synergies with it. So we're not going to waste any time. We're going to get right underway, and it looks like we're going to start off cards here. So the first thing that we see that basically lays the foundation for the entire set is Firefly. 1 mana, 1/2, Battlecry, add a 1/2 elemental to your hand. A lot of elemental synergies take place in this set, and a lot of them matter a lot when it comes to some cards. There you get a glimpse at the Flame Elemental token. Hazard, thank you very much for the subscription. Well met, and God bless. Welcome to the esports gaming team. So, with that in mind, Fire Elemental and just elementals in general being a thing. Sottle, where are we going with this set? 1/2 elemental for 1 mana. This thing feels to me like it's pretty darn good.
Yeah, I agree. This card seems very, very solid to me. The two things that leap out immediately, one broad and one narrow, is it just puts a cheap, almost the cheapest possible elemental in your hand, where the gimmick with elementals is mostly if you played an elemental the turn before. So any turn you want to activate a big power turn, say you want to do that on turn 7, turn 6, you just go, hey, here's my 1 mana 1/2 that I've been holding plus a 5 mana card. There we go. The second thing is that it's just 2 fucking 1-drops for Hunter, which we'll get to later as to how scary that is. But yeah, I think this is a pretty crucial card to most of the elemental decks overall. So pretty competitive as far as I'm concerned.
Raven.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with Sottle. The only way I can see this not being played in an elemental deck, if there's some kind of like, to the extent of like Jade Shaman is like quite late on, it has just early removal then built into it. There's a small chance, I guess, that if there's a late game elemental deck that doesn't have space for a 1 mana 1/2, well, 1 mana 2/1/2s, if that makes sense.
Right.
Then that's an odd chance, but I'm kind of with Saul. Like, it's just straight up, you want elementals to play, and yeah, Hunter, get them.
We'll be getting on a Hunter later on for sure. As
Yep.
you guys can see on the right side, we have the class order that we'll be going in: Druid, Hunter, etc. And as we go through those, they'll be checked off. So you don't have to ask me a million times, have you done X or Y? We're starting with neutrals, and then you'll see as we go, and we check them off where we are along. But I have to agree with you guys. This sets the foundation for pretty much the entire set and how it's going to look. And with elementals having to stack your deck so heavily, I'm not sure how much card draw you're going to be able to fit into these decks. So I think this is actually a key card to look out for, and it's sort of like the Jade Idol feel to your Jade decks, where rather than giving you for whatever reason a sense of continuous inevitability where control decks literally can't beat you because you can simply shuffle Jade Idol into your deck, instead you're just not shuffling 3 bad copies of a card into your deck, you're actually expending them and getting some sort of immediate value from them. So second card, another 1-drop, Glacial Shard, 1 mana, 2/1 elemental, Battlecry, freeze an enemy. I like this one because I feel like 1-drops that provide you some sort of real board effect have been lacking inside the game.
Yeah, I think this card is pretty sick. I've had arguments with people over this already who've just said, no, it's bad, it's unplayable, it's a 1 mana 2/1, it's not good enough. But I mean, Frost Elemental has terrible stats and has seen play on more than one occasion just because of like how insane this tempo swing is when you get to lock something out and then just like deal with it on a later turn when it's more convenient for you. So I think this card is very, very playable.
Yep, I think the kind of aggro gain you can get, whereas if they go 1-drop, if they go one, it's one of those aggro cards that if you're going to play it turn 1, you want to go second, of course. They play a 1-drop, and then you play this, you get you 2/1 on the board, buff a potential elemental turn going forward, and they can't attack with it. So that's kind of awesome, and it's important to say that it says freeze an enemy. You can just freeze their face. So
yeah.
that turn 2 Fire War Axe and the Zos first mate get fucked. You know, like you just freeze their face. You can't swing with a weapon if that's what it is. Oh, sorry, is language okay?
No, of course it's okay. I just think it's funny.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
I was just checking. So I think this is very good. There's also like just to talk about things because why not? Like Shatter is still a card, and if people are playing. No, I'm being serious, right?
I mean, you stole my meme, so yeah.
I know you're being serious, and that's what's so adorable. Right?
If you're playing this card anyway.
I'm in agreement with Raven on this one. I got to give this card 78 shatters out of 100. I think if you get that from a babbling book, suddenly you may have some sort of effect from it. Also, rip Ice Lance. That card's not going to be there anymore. Hashtag Hall of Fame. Some of us will miss you, not me personally. I like more combo decks, and hopefully Ice Lance rotating out means that we can get some more of them. Emerald Reaver, 1 mana 2/1, Battlecry.
One more thing.
Oh, go back. Okay, yeah, sure.
Haven't mentioned is we can freeze a bunch of things that are already on the board. The big one-eyed elephant in the room right now, though, is that this thing just gets farmed by patches, which you can't interact with preemptively. So that's the big downside in trying to gain tempo with it in the early game.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be true for every single one of those 1 health mans. Patches.
Yeah, let's
patches.
just get it out of the way now.
Yeah. So if you missed this part of the review, I'm sorry. You're going to not hear us talk about patches pretty much the rest of the time, unless there's something we think that's going to go cool with patches, or maybe it's just good against patches. Which I don't think is Emerald Reaver. 1 mana 2/1, Battlecry, deal 1 damage to each hero, but it is a beast, and beast always feels like it's something that you have to look at when you're considering a card now, because they're starting to push the tribal theme a lot more in Un'Goro.
Yeah. I think as well, like, it's a 1-drop as well. We're going to mention Hunter probably every single time we discuss a beast. Just to quickly go over, we'll check it out later. Hunter Quest is play 1-drops, and you get a reward, basically. And although the battle card doesn't look great, something to bear in mind is, like, any card that's a beast can potentially be stronger than it looks even mid to late game. because of the potential new Hunter hero power. So this is just, for me, it'll either be played in Hunter or it's just probably not going to be played.
Garbage. Forget the Hunter part, it won't be played. There's far too many 1-drop beasts that you can play now. You don't need to put this piece of shit in your deck. It's just not good.
Can you play 29 1-drops, though?
Well, you could, but that's just not a real deck. There's actually a really interesting site that you can check out that gives you the maths on this kind of stuff that I will link in chat about like how likely the Hunter quest is. When we get there, I'll talk you through all that stuff. But yeah, this card just isn't good enough. When there's Fiery Bat and Alley Cat and the new Hunter 1-drops that just got printed, like, there's no fucking way. This card's bad.
Unless you actually needed like 26 1-drops.
Right, yeah. If that ends up being the case, which I don't think it will be, then yeah, sure, maybe.
Yeah, I'm frankly, I'm in sort of agreement with you guys. I think that it being a beast definitely means that you can kill command with it. So if you're looking for budget options and you don't have everything, maybe this is one that you look at for that. Ravasaur Runt, 2-mana, 2/2 beast, Battlecry. If you control at least 2 other minions, adapt. So here I'm going to bring up the adapt options. This is the first moment where we have to talk about this. And so there's 10 different options that you have for adapt. And so when adapt happens, you're going to get 3 different options for it. There are going to be 3 of this 10. So between that, you have Divine Shield, +3 attack, can't be targeted by spells or hero powers, Deathrattle, summon 2 1/1 plants, Taunt Poisonous, which is any damage dealt by the minion is enough to kill a minion, +3 health, Stealth, +1/+1, or Wind Fury. So a lot of variations are going to come in with adapt, as there's potentially 10 different things you can do. So if you're adapting multiple times, that means that there's a lot of crazy stuff that's happening, which we'll get to later on. But this card at a 2-mana 2/2, providing you an effect, I feel like this is just worse than Direwolf Alpha. I mean, if you control 2 other minions, Direwolf Alpha is providing you a very consistent effect that will happen no matter what.
It's a very good point.
For me, it's certain adapt options, because it all depends on how consistently you're going to be able to play this on turn 2 and get the buff, right? So, Alley Cat is just like the straightforward one. But this suddenly becoming like a 2/5 or a 2/2 Divine Shield, which I've heard is a reasonable card. So stuff like that, maybe. I just don't know if there's space for it in a Hunter deck that I think is going to be quite tight for space anyway. That's my worry.
I don't see this as a 2-drop. I see this as a 3-drop, alongside a 1-mana card in Zoo or something, or like you said, like Alley Cat plus this in the same turn. Yeah. Or say, like, you've played Possessed Villager, and then your turn 3 is another 1-drop and this. But I like Admirable's argument a lot about, you're shooting almost always on this card for the 2/5 or the Shielded Minibot, right? Those are the 2 options that you're trying to hit. If you don't get one of those 2 options from the adapt, that's kind of just a massive whiff. And, Direwolf Alpha makes a lot of sense, although the scenario I'm presenting, your minions don't have charge when you're playing this guy. So I guess there's a proviso there as well.
That's just
I guess, just for one more note, the Deathrattle into 2 1/1s, although the 2 1/1s aren't beasts, could be okay as well if you're playing buff minions anyway, right? Kind of like a bigger creeper, right?
Yeah, I heard summoning 2 1/1s on Deathrattle was okay as well, regardless of what type they are. I mean, that's a good point that Sottle made too, is that he's seeing it more as like a 3-drop. So a lot of that's going to come down to the way that your deck actually plays, and not so much just on a pure power level standpoint. Like, do you want to play this on turn 2, or are you trying to fill up the curve because you have so many low cost cards that you just need something to fill it up? And this could certainly provide stats above that curve if you're just trying to fill up. That's an interesting point to make. All right.
Hang on, just maths for a second. So we're saying there's 3 that would make this a pretty universally powerful play, right? 2/5 Shielded Minibot and Haunted Creeper.
Is a 2-mana 3/3 good?
I think
+1/+1. It's tough. It's right on the line, right?
I think
right. So if we just take those 3, then we're looking at what, 60-something%, 62, 63% to hit one of those.
Yeah. That's not bad. It's not bad, especially when, like I said, like the 1/1, the +1/+1 isn't a horrendous option, right? It's actually still okay. It's not terrible. So
60% of a Shielded Minibot when you actually draw the card doesn't feel very good to me.
Fair enough.
Yeah. The other percentage though.
Yeah, the other percentage is Direwolf
could be +1/+1.
Yeah. So we get a Bloodfed Raptor +1 health. Not a horrible card, but not exactly what I'm looking for. Stubborn Gastropod, 2-mana, 1/2 beast. Taunt Poisonous. This seems familiar to me if you've ever played Elder Scrolls Legends.
Elder Scrolls Legends, yeah.
It's literally the same card.
Now,
That card is annoying as shit in Elder Scrolls
Now,
as well.
in Elder Scrolls, you have an opportunity to actually play cards for free when your opponent's dealing you damage. There's a mechanic in that where if your opponent destroys one of your runes, which is every 5 damage you're dealt, you get to draw a card. And if you draw a card with a keyword Prophecy on it, you can play the card for free immediately, or you can put it in your hand and pay the normal cost later on. Stubborn Gastropod obviously does not feature the play it for free during your opponent's turn ability, but there is only one lane in Hearthstone. It's the field that you have on board. How good is this guy early on if there's going to be lots of 1-drops played, if we're looking at weapons still being a big viable part of the metagame? Is this card something that's going to punish heavier decks like Druid, or is this a card that's going to be like a staple and you're going to find it in every deck just because it's flexible?
I do not have robust thoughts on this right now, but when we get to a certain Paladin card, I will revisit the idea of a small poisonous taunt, because it will be important, but I don't want to talk too much. It's way more about the Paladin card than it is about this one, so
Gotcha.
I will pass on this for now.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like this card is one that's in the set as an answer, right? You know, if something gets crazy out of control, even if like heavy control decks, right, and you go, oh well, actually, there's your massive minion, but boop, you know, deal with this now. You know, it's more of an answer than anything. So it's more of a tech choice, I feel, not really a standard choice. But it does have 90 out of 100 cuteness rating for me, because that is the one. I don't like snails and slugs and stuff, but that guy's cute. I'll give him that one.
Does anyone just like, do you know what my favourite creatures are? Snails and slugs.
Some people have them as pets and breed them. It's weird.
Oh,
Hey, different folks, different
alright.
strokes.
Steady.
Different
Jeez.
folks, different strokes. Something that I will note about this is that when I first saw this, what I started to realize was that a lot of 2-drops are shying away from the aggressive mentality and going a lot more towards utility, which is something I personally like. If all your 2-drops are utility and they fight against each other very well, definitely there's some snowballing involved, but to me that spells out that they want to slow things down. And I think as you move through the set and you see taunt after taunt after taunt after taunt after taunt, you're going to realize that they're trying to slow things down. They do not like the game ending on turn 4 with a Bloodsail Cultist or a Kor'kron Elite. That's a bad thing for the game, I think. Your games need to last, probably 5-6 minutes, and with Pirates, sometimes they last about 1:40. And $1:40 is not a good enough time for me to get a game in, unless I just really, really have to go and my plane's leaving right away. So in that case, I love Pirate Warrior, but in the rest of the cases, I'm glad 2-drops are seeming more utility. Like this guy right here, Volatile Elemental. 2-mana, 1/1.
Another
elemental.
card from Elder Scrolls.
Deathrattle. Well, this says deal 3 damage to a random enemy minion. This does not have the option to hit an opponent. And
Sure.
random enemy minion, I feel like, is where these sort of random damage effects should be headed towards, unless it's something that's spectacular and unique, which obviously a 2-drop 1/1 common isn't necessarily spectacular or unique, but this feels like a pretty darn good effect.
Okay,
You guys disagree. Okay, cool. I want to hear.
So my thoughts, at least, while Sottle's humming, is that the card is an elemental, so it's definitely worth something, right? Because you want to be able to chain them. There's other cards that reduce the cost of elementals, so it could be even cheaper to chain. Also, there's a certain legendary that we'll get to soonish that procs Deathrattles when they are played onto the board with that legendary. So I think there's space for this somewhere, but without I don't know if it'll fit if it's good enough to actually put in an elemental deck. Sorry, it's the effect's strong. I just think a 1/1 is for 2 mana is just.
Man, you get a Deathrattle.
Never that
You get a quick shot when it Deathrattles, man. That's pretty freaking good.
You get a Fist of Jiraxxus that can't hit face.
I don't want it to hit face. The fact that Fist Draxus hits face is the reason I don't play with it.
I agree that not being able to hit face is the best part of this card. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. I think it's a perfectly serviceable value card. Like if the way cards were evaluated in Hearthstone was you just drew the power curve on a graph and then plotted every card above or below that, and then all the cards above were good and all the cards below were bad, then this card would be fine. But there's an issue that when you play a Hearthstone deck, you only have 30 slots, which means that some of those cards that are still above the power curve, by their very nature of not being as high as some of the others, just aren't good enough. And that's where this card is. When you build your elemental deck, say you're building it in Shaman, you're still playing all the fucking broken Shaman cards because they're broken. All the ones that are still in the set, you're still putting those in your deck, and then there's still enough elementals that I see going in the deck before this one that this one doesn't see play.
Cool. I mean, I like the arguments for it. I personally disagree with you guys. I think this card's totally good. I think this card's going to see some play. I think it's going to depend on how you want to build your elemental deck. If you're trying to slow down and scale really high, like for instance, Shaman will be when we get to that point, I think this may make the cut. I think if you're trying to get on the ground running and just blast your opponent out of the game, no, this card doesn't make the cut. So, but I don't know. I could be wrong about that too. I mean, killing minions is a very important facet, but maybe you guys are right. It's not really that. It's not really that super strong. I think about it, but think about the situation when your opponent, plays a mana worm on turn 1, and you play this on turn 2. You're like, got him.
Yeah, I think with Shaman specifically though, because there's they have such good AoE, just Lightning Storm in general. They've got heals and stuff like that, and other cards again we'll get to later.
Lightning Storm
they've
sucks,
probably
by
got
the way.
enough to slow the game.
That is not a good exchange for you, by the way. Mana Worm on 1, you play this on 2. They trade their Mana Worm in and just play a 2-drop. Like, why is that good for you?
Well, it's the point I'm getting at is that
You
this
spend
card.
2 mana.
Well, hang on. This card can contest 2 things at one time, and the fact that you're always getting value from your 2-drop in the face of a minion is where I'm going with this. Because
It'll contest Emerald Reaver.
Because say you play this on turn 2, and your opponent doesn't have a minion out. Well, obviously it's not a very strong 2-drop in that case. But does now your opponent want to kill this, or do they want to play a minion and just literally make a sacrifice? I mean, most of the time we've seen players just simply make sacrifices and try to step up the curve. This does not offer that same potential, though. I mean, to me, like from the minion combat perspective, this is that point where you're like, man, I got to kill that thing before I play anything, or it's just going to blow up my minion. I don't know, but you guys bring up interesting points. I mean, this is why I like you guys, is because you'll fight with me on these. I like it, but we're not going to spend any more time on this shitty common. We're going to go on to the next one. Can
we skip over this one pretty quick?
Yeah, Rockpool Hunter. We're going to skip over this one pretty quick. 2 mana, 2/3, Battlecry. Give a friendly Murloc +1/+1. It's not a horrible card, but like why are we playing?
It's a Murloc.
Why are we playing a Murloc on turn 1 that isn't Finley? I don't know. Yeah, I'm in total agreement. We'll skip this one. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about when we're doing this review. We want to find cards that are really interesting and really get to the core of those cards. We won't be spending a lot of time on cards that have incredibly narrow use and that we don't anticipate doing anything. 3 mana, 3/1, Deathrattle, summon 2 1/1 Raptors. I'll show you guys the Raptor token real quick, but this is still sitting up there with me. Oh, that's not the right one. That was a different Raptor token. I know I have these in here. There we go. Boom. That Raptor token right there. Just cracking out the egg. Angry Raptor. Yeah. This one, guys, 0, right?
Trash. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Tar Creeper, 3 mana.
Wolf Rider.
3 mana, 1/5 taunt. Has +2 attack during your opponent's turn. So rest in peace, Agbam Rager, or whatever that card's called. But this guy feels pretty darn good to me.
I agree. I think I've talked about this card a fair bit. I think the mechanic of does on your opponent's turn it's this, on your turn it's this is really good. And I feel like any elemental deck, and depending on how hardcore you want to go for like a defensive taunt style deck anyway, like this is just insane. You could coin this on turn 2, then how does an aggro deck like deal with that efficiently? It just won't. At least I think so. So I think this card will be in any kind of long-term sort of late-game elemental deck, definitely, and maybe even in some like Warrior is the easy one to just throw it out there. But yeah, I think this card's good.
All right, one basic I'm not a role player question, and then I have 2 points about this card. Is Tar an element? Like, what the fuck is happening here? How is a Tar Creeper an elemental? I don't understand what's going on.
I think elementals are just like things that are made from something else that have become sentient beings, I think. Thank you very much, Johnny Coffin, for 7 months. Apologize to YouTube.
Okay.
I think it's something along the lines of because there's time you can see like creatures have died in it. It's kind of almost like a rot style elemental. You know what I mean?
So like rock isn't an element either. It's everything to some degree is made up of elements of the universe. That's like where the periodic table sits at, right? Everything is in some way comprised of what we know exists within the universe. So when tar becomes sentient, and it's made up of elements that are typically not in that structure, Something about this
Okay.
has made it a sentient being, and so as a result, it is now an elemental. Elementals are sentient beings of things that are otherwise not sentient, I think.
All right, good talk. So the 2 points. Firstly, I'll make this point a lot. This is just a cool card design. It has interesting text on it. It makes you think. There is a lot of this in this set, and congratulations to Blizzard for doing that because we needed that, and it's great. Secondly, going back to a point Admirable made a little bit earlier, it helps to slow the game down. They found a way with these tar cards to print very stat-efficient cards that don't just curbstone people out of the game because they can hit face once they're finished over contesting the opponent's board, right? So if this is just a 3-mana 3/5 and that's just a great pile of stats, then you're playing a 3/5, that gives you an advantage. The next turn you're playing another big pile of stats. Then eventually your opponent can't contest you, so you just go face, 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 and the game ends. These guys can't do that, but they're still very big, efficient piles of stats. So I think that's a really clever way of continuing to be able to do that, but reducing the curvestone aspect and still slowing the game down a little bit. So
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of this card.
I agree with that. The one fear I have is turn 1 Flame Imp into turn 2 Coin Tar Creeper. And you're like, oh, crap, even the aggro decks are playing this thing? I mean, because at the end of the day, pile of stats is still pile of stats, man.
Yeah.
If you can do something incredibly efficient that disrupts your opponent, that is just good.
Also, as well, cold blood on this.
Like
Okay.
Am I going to want to use like weapon destruction in this slot, or would I rather just use Tar Creeper? Like, that's what kind of scares me, is that like this is just a freaking good card. Like, this could go. I could see this going in almost every archetype at the start, and then figuring out whether or not this is good enough to make the cut in the decks that are aggressive. Like, do you have enough damage if you're playing Tar Creeper? Is sort of my thought. And Zoo seems like a class that yes, you will have enough damage, or even Hunter for that matter.
Yeah.
A little bit scared of this one, but Tar Creeper, I think we're all in agreement. Good card. And a solid design.
Yes.
Stuff on your opponent's turn being a benefit is definitely a defensive card, not necessarily just stuff that's defensive and has a lot of stats on it. Primal Fin Outlook, 3 mana, 3/2 Murloc. Battlecry, discover another Murloc if you control a Murloc. Dumpster.
Murloc.
Okay,
Yeah.
dumpsters.
Gorilla Bot for Murlocs. Move on.
Yeah, okay. 3 mana, just making sure. 3 mana, 2/3 Elemental, Igneous Elemental, Deathrattle. Add 2 1/2 Elementals to your hand. That's a lot of stuff you get for 3 mana, but man, that is a weak body on board. 3 mana, 2/3. That's like, this is Harvest Golem that puts the stuff in your hand instead of in play. But it is an elemental.
Whatever happened to Harvest Golem, man? That
Totem
card's
Golem
sweet.
is what happened to it.
Okay, yeah, fair point.
Yeah.
All right.
Raven?
So I think very similar to the Firefly that I mentioned earlier as well. I feel like there isn't going to be space for all of these elemental generations, and I don't until I start making decks, I don't know which ones are going to fit and which ones aren't. This is great. You get 2 elementals, so then for your future elementals that are, if you've played an elemental last turn, you can do this. It means you've got 2 guaranteed turns of setting those up for 1 mana, which is great. But can you afford to play this? I actually just don't know. So it's in that sort of mystical spot of I kind of need to build a deck and also see what everyone else is playing to decide. But if you can ever take a game slowly, then this will be a good card because you get 2 guaranteed buffed elemental turns out of this 1 card. Well, 3 actually, because you play this card as well. So I think it's good, a huge value card. Don't know if it's going to be good enough though.
Liviana makes a good point in chat. This and Firefly for the Rogue Quest.
Yeah, I'm just staring at this and like trying to break my perception of the meta right now. Because if if this card existed and you tried to play this on ladder right now, you'd get farmed by totem golems, like you said, and you'd just be farmed by the meta being too fast. So you kind of have to get a read on the meta as to whether resource generation actually becomes powerful. Because if it does, this is an incredible resource generation card. So I think like this probably goes down as the first card I'm actually not sure on. My instinct is to say that it's bad, but like I'm really, really heavily biased by just looking at the way the game is now.
Can also help the Hunter Quest too. Well, the 1-drops.
Yeah.
Man,
sure.
it's an interesting card, and I think that's what's really tearing me up about it. Is it's hard to really disconnect myself from Tunnel Drug Totem Golem. That's a really difficult thing to remove your brain from when we've been seeing that over and over and over again. So the thing that I have a question for is, with most of the big elemental effects, you're trying to buy back tempo. Is this sacrifice of tempo going to be too much to overcome that, or is this just enough?
It's a good question, because some of the
Yeah.
buybacks are really, really powerful.
Yeah,
Like, when we get into the late game cards, we will talk about that more, but it's, you know, there is a certain amount where it becomes insurmountable when you've lost that much tempo. When you give your opponent the opportunity to, like, slow play and still be far ahead, that's when you're going to get into trouble. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. We'll find out, but we'll move on from there. 3 mana, 3/3 Beast, Thunder Lizard, Battlecry. If you played an Elemental last turn, adapt. Since Elemental... Now, we've had two options, the value option or this start the elemental train option. This guy disrupts that immediately, but you get some effect from it. Is this guy just trash?
My issue here is because it's the adapt, 3 mana, it could be a 3 mana 3/6. That's just and a beast, just a good card. But the problem is, if you put this in Hunter, how many elementals are you actually going to run? Like, if you run Fireflies, great for the 1-drops, but then are you going to run Igneous Elemental for more 1-drops to maybe help go into this? But the second you miss it, the card's just terrible. Like, I don't think you can afford to play this card in Hunter, and if you're not playing it in Hunter, I don't think you're playing this anywhere else.
It's already competing with Animal Companion, Eaglehorn Boa. That's not making the cut from those two.
Yeah. I think, I don't know, 3 mana 3/3, I just get tempted to just be as lazy as Blizzard is and just give every one of them 3 out of 5 and move on. Like, seriously, 3 mana 3/3s, do we not have enough of these things, please?
Next
I
card.
just said that you were getting creative with this set, then you go and wave this in my face.
Oh,
you
gotta have cards that teach people the mechanics in the game, man. That's where the common slot's for. We will be going in order of common, rare, epic, legendary, by the way. I forgot to mention that. So the common set sort of the foundation for what the set looks like, and then the rest of it is the flavor and the seasoning and spices and all that good stuff. 3 mana, 2/2 Beast, Giant Wasp. Stealth, Poisonous. Stealth and Poisonous, we've seen this before in Rogue, and I don't think I've ever seen that card played outside of an Infinity sideboard format.
Yep.
Yeah, bad. I don't really have much to say. Unless we want to meme about the Hunter counter, I don't know.
Well,
Talking Dread, whoa!
Funny enough, I was going to talk about Hunter. This card will make impact. No, listen, this card will make impact potentially in games because of the Stampede card that gives you beasts. So if this comes out of that, then you know it will see impact. It's a card you may have to think about. You wouldn't put it in your deck, but it will see impact in games because of that. So
trash it is. 3 mana, 2/2 Beast. Pterodax Hatchling, Battlecry, Adapt. Trash. We've already discussed how the 2-drop one isn't good enough. Why would the 3 mana one be good enough? Next card. 4 mana, 3/2 Elemental, Battlecry, deal 2 damage. Fire Plume Phoenix.
3/3.
3/3, sorry. 4 mana, 3/3. So that still seems really weak to me, man. We're talking about 3 mana, 3/3s not being good. And 2 damage at this point is going to shore up the 2-drops. It's not going to do anything to your opponent's 4-drop. This is like a weak implosion, it feels like to me.
But it looks cool.
Well, like Keeper of the Grove, right? Let's talk about that comparison, I guess. 2/4 versus 3/3. Like, where do you guys come down on that? Obviously, Keeper had the silence flexibility, but I think it's that kind of card, right? Like, it's a decent anti-aggro card, but since you're using that kind of card, this or Keeper of the Grove as anti-aggro, you'd rather like have the stats in the booty and have the 2/4 rather than the 3/3, just so you can get the multi-trade. So yeah, this card is maybe decent enough for utility or like budget decks or whatever, but it's just missing a couple of ticks that made Keeper of the Grove insane.
I agree with that. Next card.
Same.
5 mana, 4/7 Beast, Nesting Rock. Battlecry. If you control at least 2 other minions, gain Taunt. Now that's good, but 2 other minions is tough to have, man. If you got 2 other minions, do you need a 4/7 Taunt?
Well, for me, I for the life of me can't remember the card. This is the Hunter card, right? But it's if you have a secret, you gain +1/+1 and Taunt.
Avian Watcher.
That's it, Avian Watcher, yeah. So, and I really liked Avian Watcher when I could get it off, but with secrets, it's kind of hard to get off because you don't control when they go off. Seems much more reliable. In Hunter, again, hard to imagine a world where you're not just trying to spam 1-drops in Hunter. But in Hunter, you probably got 2 minions. You know, a lot. That's kind of what the deck.
Houndmaster.
Sure.
This is my question. Admirable posed the idea of, if you've got 2 minions in play, do you really need a 5 mana 4/7 with Taunt? My alternate flip side reality question to that is, if you don't give it Taunt, are you really that upset about having a 5 mana 4/7? Like, it's still a really strong stat line, right? We see 5 mana 4/6s get played, so
Also, as well, next turn you can do that new Hunter Hero power on it. Seems good.
I'm in the trash department. Next card, 6 mana,
I don't think it's
8/2
trash.
stealth, saber, tooth, tiger, stalker, whatever. What? That's a lot of damage, but 6 mana, 8/2 stealth. Like, sure, maybe you play this on turn 6 and then you win Fury when you untap, but.
I want to know if this is a Power Rangers flavor text reference.
Trash. Dumpster?
Yep.
Okay.
The art is dope though. That thing looks like it's about to fuck you up, jumping out of the shadows and everything.
No. So right now the motion is it is fucking you up.
Right.
The fog underneath
Right,
it was the about
exactly,
to.
It's
Yeah.
emerged from the fog
Yeah.
and fucking you up. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's great.
It's in the process of fucking.
Yes.
Okay,
correct.
cool. Trash card. Next one. 7 mana, 4/8, Wind Fury Elemental. Trash.
Yep.
Okay, next card.
Oh, no. You missed one.
What did I miss?
Did you go for the Threshodon?
Yeah.
Threshing-
Sated Threshadon.
Sated Thrashadon. Apparently I'm missing Sated Thrashadon.
Okay, it's 7 mana, 5/7 beast. Summon 3 Murlocs. Summon 3 1/1 Murlocs as a Deathrattle. It's just a cheap way to do the Murloc quest for Shaman.
What is it
basically.
again? Can you read it to me one more time? Cost?
7 mana, 5/7.
7 mana,
It's
5/7.
a beast,
Okay.
and it has Deathrattle, summon 3
Okay.
1/1 Murlocs.
So it's trash.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
like I said, it's just a cheap way
Okay,
for players to like proc the Shaman quest.
Okay,
I guess.
gotcha.
It's a good budget late game card, decent arena card. Yeah.
All
right.
Apart from that trap.
That one didn't make it into my assets here. I apologize for that. I captured
It's so trash.
as much as I could. Yeah, I just completely overlooked it. Apologies. Same thing for this one. 9 mana, 6/10 Taunt Beast, Giant Mastodon. Dumpster.
It's just big dudes.
Okay. Next one. 10 mana, 7/14 Ultrasaur. Which 7/14 is
How long
kind of
is that
cool. I like that.
Yeah, why is it a
Why is it-
7/14?
Look how big he is, bro.
How long the neck is.
He's
though,
got
is
a
like-
jungle on his back. That's the size of 14 Timberwolves.
14 Timberwolves.
Yeah, it takes
Okay.
14 Timberwolves worth of damage to kill this guy. That's how much health he has. Trash. Next card.
14 Timberwolves is ultra. How many Timberwolves do you need to get like an Omegasaur?
Woo.
I don't know, but we're gonna be moving on. And I want to skip all the
Okay.
trash stuff. 2 mana, 2/3 Beast, Battlecry, destroy a pirate, and gain +1/+1. This seems incredibly narrow to me. People were freaking out about killing your own patches and giving this +1/+1 and having your own totem golem, but if you're killing your own 1/1 and putting the 1/1 somewhere else, is that even really good? I mean, how often do we play Void Terror? When you could power overwhelming a Nerubian Egg, that's when.
Also, as well for pirate decks, you kind of want the pirate on the board. So
Yeah, exactly. So 2 mana, 2/3 Beast. If you're just dying to have a Beast deck and your opponent happens to be playing pirates, good for you. Next card. 3 mana, 1/4 Taunt, Battlecry, discover a Taunt minion. So cards that draw cards have always proven to, in some way, be playable in some effect or another. And there is a big taunt mechanic in Warrior, which we unfortunately have slated towards the end of it. But 3 mana, 1/4, man, that's really weak.
Yep.
Yeah. Has there been a single playable 3 mana 1/4 in the history of Hearthstone? They've tried it a bunch of times. I don't think it's ever
Stone
worked.
Skin Gargoyle.
think-
Not
yeah,
playable, but
It was,
Yeah,
it was
exactly.
Kranich beat
Right.
Firebat, I think it was, in one game at 2014 World Championships from a random effect. Had to be Silverback Patriarch. Couldn't have been anything else. Ended up being Silverback Patriarch next issue.
Right. But like there's Silverback, there's the 1/4 charge taunt thing or whatever it is. Like
Yeah,
they're
it was
all
great.
trash. I don't get it.
3 mana 0/5, or sorry, 3 mana 0/3 Devilsaur Egg. Deathrattle rather. Summon a 5/5 Devilsaur. So here we can get a look at the Devilsaur token it makes, not the Tinkmaster one. Tinkmaster, of course, is always for sure to make a squirrel if it's your opponent's. But for this one, it's like they tried to fix Nerubian Egg being 2 mana and being too powerful, but we're also losing power overwhelming.
Yeah, but we're gaining a Paladin quest that involves buffing minions, and also we have players that play the game called Jackie Chan and Jambray. So I think
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
we do. No one else does.
Yeah, true. I think the card's actually decent in terms of it. This could just be a Paladin card, for example. I think it's actually okay.
Sottle?
Yeah. Power overwhelming died for this. I don't know. Like the thing that made like if you just like boil down the stats, this is fine. But like the extra health on the 0 attack dude, that isn't a buff. That's a nerf. It means it survives more AOE. It's like actually far more difficult to activate. Your opponent gets to play more minions. Like they get to play minions with 2 attack now without having the threat of you getting a value trade. And then the 5/5 is better than the 4/4, sure, but the thing that made Nerubian Egg broken is that it happened on turn 2 going into their turn 3. And like at that point, if you have a 4/4, that's just too much board control too early on. So I think this card is fine. We'll see it tried and it may be successful, but I'd like anyone who's looking at this going, oh fuck, they brought back Nerubian Egg, like, no way is it that good.
2 mana and 3 mana is a world of difference. You could even, I mean, half the time you got to coin it if you really wanted to. And to me, that's a big enough deal. So I agree. I think this is definitely a card you can consider playing and definitely usable, but nothing that really sticks out to me as something that we haven't seen before. So just try it, see what ends up happening. It's an okay card, but you know, a lot of times you're going to end up with a 3 mana 0/3, and really hate things because of that. 3 mana 3/3 Beast, Vicious Fledgling. After this attacks, a hero, adapt. It's hard to have a 3 mana 3/3 live, and if I'm attacking, we are getting some good value from it, but man, that seems tough to set up.
Turn 8 combo with Tundra Rhino, so I need to know. Then you stealth it. And then you go again. Oh, Wind Fury, and it can attack again.
Sottle's reaction to this, as you can see me looking directly at the camera, Sottle's reaction to this is enough to let me know that we are moving on to the next card, which is Humongous Razorleaf. 3 mana 4/8, can't attack. We just saw bigger Nerubian Egg. Do we need bigger Ancient Watcher as well?
Yeah, for Purify.
Sottle, is this the same reaction to you? Nothing haven't seen before? Yep, that look is enough for me to know that we are moving on to the next card, which this is one I actually really like. Tolvir Stone Shaper. 4 mana 3/5. Battlecry. If you played an Elemental last turn, gain Taunt and Divine Shield. WTF, that is a lot of stuff on a 4-drop.
So this makes me want to play the 1-drop and the 3-drop we were talking about earlier, because you know, if you mulligan and you got curve into this, holy shit! Like you just, oh my god, the extra sort of guarantee that you can get something off before this turn is fucking nuts. Just Ascend him with Divine Shield is like, okay, get him. This is a good card.
Yeah, this thing's pretty crazy. We've seen like them play around with like the Taunt Divine Shield thing and exactly like where it comes down. Between like Psychotron and Fierce Monkey and Sunwalker and like all various mana costs and size and things of Divine Shield. And some of those cards were successful and some weren't. But when you do the maths on all of those and then apply it to 4 mana 3/5 with Taunt and Divine Shield, that's fucking insane. So you do need to look, as Raven said, as to how effectively you can curve into this, because if you can jam this on 4, it's absolutely bananas. So yeah, maybe some of those 3 mana 3/3s that I hate so much do have to see play, but yeah, curving into this will be a big objective for Elemental decks, and it will be a huge advantage if you get there.
What are the thoughts for it breaking the Elemental chain?
Is 5 like a big slot? Are there any big 5 guys that you want to drop?
I honestly haven't seen the whole set.
Card.
I haven't actually seen the whole set.
The next card?
So, I don't know. Let's go to the next card and find out. Yeah, apparently there definitely is. 5 mana 4/5. Servant of Kalamos, Battlecry. If you played an Elemental last turn, discover an Elemental. Something that's actually really interesting to me is when I was reading these, I didn't realize that they all said last turn.
Yes.
Like in last turn only. If you play an Elemental that turn, you don't get the effect from it. You have to delay it by a turn.
Correct.
Which actually rebalances a lot of these in my head. I was thinking these are all bonkers, and now I'm actually starting to think that they're pretty normal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess just going back to the previous point, I don't think this is necessarily something that you want to slam on 5. It's not Draconid operative. It's a 4/5, not a 5/6. Hallelujah. So you can't just absolutely smash it on curve, just jam your face into the mouse as soon as it hits 5 mana and you have one of these. You're actually going to lose some tempo to play it. So in response to the question of like interrupting the curve, if this is the big payoff, or interrupting the Elemental chain, I don't think that's a big deal. If you have to wait until turn 6, 7, or turn 11 to play this thing, then that's probably totally fine.
Yeah, I think the card is very good, though. Discover an Elemental whilst playing an Elemental deck. Okay. And if you play an Elemental deck, you could be playing Shaman, whose legendary is an Elemental. So, seems good to me.
How big a range is there on the Elementals in terms of, like... Do you know what I mean? Like, for a Discover, like, is there a variety of Elementals that can do different things to react to different board states? And then B, on the other side of that, is it then too wide that you can't reliably hit the kind of thing that you want?
There's a lot of Ragers in there, man.
Yeah, right.
There's a lot of like weird stuff that's in there. I actually don't know if this is going to be fitting unless you like.
But
you
remember,
kinda,
it's class based as well because it's Discover.
Sure. But I think Sottle really hit the chord with me, which is like, is this really your big payoff card? And if the answer is no, like you should be building to your payoff card, or you should have hit your payoff card already and be looking to scale to your next one. Because the 4-mana 3/5 Divine Shield Taunt is obviously one of the big payoff cards for elementals. But if we're breaking the chain immediately, it means this isn't coming down on 5. Which, do I want to stuff my deck full of 5-cost cards that I don't actually play on turn 5?
I mean, I think, for example, so I'm just thinking about Shaman at the moment. But Shaman has, 5 elemental cards that are class cards?
Sure, I mean, in Shaman,
And
I
I'm
think this definitely makes
3 of them are good.
Shaman needs that Azure Drake effect. I mean, that's a deck that lives and dies by its top card. It's very much like Druid, where its draw density is just very powerful.
Yeah, and we've got to remember the 400% bonus, right? So
That's what I mean, yeah.
The Shaman cards themselves will come up way higher.
Just imagine discovering a second copy of the Kalimos. You know what I mean? Like, that can just win you the fucking game.
Man, I can't wait to get to the class legendaries. Those things are going to be so busted. Because that really...
Actually, it does have a pretty... if you're playing in Elemental Shaman, it does have a pretty significant Netherspite Historian effect. Like, Netherspite Historian was great because the 2 cards that were weighted heavily was the 1-mana 2/3 and Draconid Operative. So if you're playing against an aggressive deck where you needed tempo, you could just take a 1-mana 2/3 and jam it really quickly. If you're playing against a control deck, you just take, the best anti-control card in the game. But with the Shaman, it's kind of the same thing, right? You can just take a 1-mana 2/1 if you really need board presence. You can take a 3-mana 2/4 with Taunt that heals you, which is fine against aggressive decks. And then if you're trying to bust control, there's fucking Stone Sentinel and Kalamos that you can pick. And all of those get 400% weight. I've changed my mind. That thing's good in Shaman. You're playing that thing.
Oh, no, I agree it's good in Shaman.
I win!
I'm curious about the other places.
Okay.
Like in Shaman, you need a card draw effect. And if you're playing Elementals, you're not going to have time for Mana Tide, which means you got to go with Azure Drake.
Right.
And since Azure Drake's gone, if you're playing an Elemental, this is your Azure Drake. When is it coming down, though? I mean, putting in the 3/5 Taunt Divine Shield, maybe that just doesn't make the cut in Shaman. That's a possibility. Those weird Overload cards don't make it. Woo! There's a lot of deck building to go on here.
Even just playing this and being able to just, it's very similar to Operative, right? Although Brand's going to be out. Like, even just playing this late game is great. If you, top deck this after playing an Elemental, obviously it's all depending on the Elemental's last turn. But if you top deck this, then that is some insane value. Like, it's so sick. I think this card's insane.
I agree. I think it's definitely one that you're going to put into a lot of Elemental decks, and you'll figure out where it fits and where it doesn't. 6 mana, 8/8. Frozen Crusher, Elemental. After this minion attacks, freeze it. I'm not in the business of ice lancing my own minions, and I'm assuming you guys aren't either.
Not too much, no. It's we'll leave that kind of play to Forsen, I guess. And
7 mana, 5/6. Purify. I'm curious how many more. Purify counter. Ding! 6 now. Yeah. 7 mana, 5/6. Volcanosaur, Beast. Battlecry, adapt, then adapt. So if I get Wind Fury and Stealth, that seems okay. If I don't get Wind Fury and Stealth, maybe Divine Shield Taunt. I'm pretty unhappy with this card in a lot of circumstances.
Well, something to just bear in mind as well. This is a card everyone is going to get in gold.
Cool.
So this is a free card everyone will get. So I believe
only if you remember to log in, right? You can miss this.
Let me log in real quick.
It's the last login reward, right?
Oh, it's the last login reward, yeah. So everyone can and probably should get this. And I think this, in terms of design, is like, let's teach people how Adapt works and make sure everyone can play with the Adapt card. So I'm just like, I'm not going to put it in Hunter, but it's a nice card just for... And it's in Golden that you get it, I believe, is the login reward. So at worst, it's some dust for you free-to-players.
That's true. It is a rare. You can't just dust it. I like quick
maths again, just for the sake of it. Your number one priority, if you're adapting twice, you're 51% to hit that. So take from that what you will. But not much to say. It's just like Raven said, it's a training wheels card. Good idea. Move
on to neutral epics. 1 mana, 2/3 Beast. Emerald Hive Queen. Your minions cost 2 more. Now, historically, 1 mana, 2/3 things have been very good, but we've often seen them played in decks that try to curve minions. This obviously does not allow you to curve minions, but how quickly is this thing dying in combat? Can you get past it if you're playing this as 1 mana 2/3? Is this a card that you can find in maybe like Reno Warlock, for instance? Or rather just like those style of esque decks where you're trying to just snag any sort of control you can early and then scale into very powerful stuff.
Well, I mean, this is Twilight Whelp for Priest to a certain extent. You know, like any sort of class you're okay with either casting a spell or hero power next turn. You know, like on Priest, very often in Dragon Priest, you play the Whelp against an aggressive deck and then just like trade heal, or, you know, powered shield, things like that. So I think stuff like that's okay. It's just Blizzard making what used to, or what would have been an aggressive card of old into more defensive, right? You can't just curve out, as you said. So I don't know if it's good enough, though. All the classes I'm thinking of putting it in, I think, just have better stuff.
Well, if you keep this alive, it's a longer liability. I don't want to keep this alive. I want this to trade for two things.
Yeah.
Even then, like, you know, talking about like the trade heal thing with Twilight Whelp in Priest, like those weren't the starts that you lost to so much. Like even like the Cleric trade heal starts were not the starts that you lost to. The starts are when they played a 1/3 or a 2/3 and then hit it behind a 2/4, right? When they were able to keep developing afterwards. I like this card a lot from a design perspective. I think it's a much better designed card than Zombie Chow was. Zombie Chow was necessary, and if you hated aggro, it's probably one of your favorite cards ever. But eventually,
every aggro deck.
Exactly right. Yeah. Eventually, the aggressive decks themselves just started playing it because they realized that the fight for early board control was more important than healing your opponent for 5. So we saw Zoo start playing it. Obviously, like Deathrattle Priest was a thing that was playing it. All this kind of stuff. So yeah, the fact this is a control-only card that does that same kind of thing is pretty important. But then I'll immediately throw that out the window and say that like Wild Growth on 2 with Druid is a very real thing, and Divine Strength or Blessing of Wisdom or whatever Paladins are playing are a very real thing with this on 1 as well.
What's in Aceto makes a good point here too. If Patches weren't around, this would be great for Rogue. Well, I think even with Patches around, this is a reasonable Rogue card. I mean, how often do you see yourself dagger up on turn 2 with Rogue? It's like almost every game.
And you can Shadow Step it, play another minion, and then play it again. So
great use of Shadow Step. Heal that 2/3 and make your minions normal cost again. All in all, I think this card's a good card, and it's going to be a matter of finding out where it fits. Like the timing of when you use this card is going to be more important than if you use this card in general. When your opponents are playing lots of reckless aggro decks, 1 mana 2/3s fight very well against that. If your opponents are playing lots of fiery war axes, this card probably sucks a little bit. But this card doesn't. 3 mana 3/3 Gluttonous Ooze. Battlecry. Destroy your opponent's weapon and gain armor equal to its attack. We have seen a lot of stuff that's meant to keep pirates at bay, but can you keep stuffing your deck full of cards that are only effective versus pirates?
Yeah, I mean, fuck the Pirate Crab thing. This is the most effective card against Pirate Warrior they printed. If this hits Arcanite Reaper, you have won. Full stop. Like the game has just pretty much ended. And I think... Man. Yeah, exactly. It's a 10 health swing, or even more if it's been upgraded or whatever else. So I think there's room for tournament play, in particular, to play this and Ooze, because Ooze is significantly more effective at breaking up the early game weapon synergies, like not getting blown out by Bloodsail Cultist, for example. And then Gluttonous Ooze is more of a destroyer of the late game weapons, or if an early game weapon gets up to like that 3, 4, 4, 5, whatever size they manage to get it up to. On ladder, that's probably too narrow. You won't be able to play both. You'll have to pick. With, of course, Harrison thrown into the mix as well. If the meta is slower, then maybe Harrison is the best weapon destruction card as well. But I think this is operating in a really, really great spot for a tech card. It's a 3 mana 3/3 like every other fucking tech card in the game. And it's in a good spot because you actually have to think about which one of this Ooze and Harrison you want to play, and they all have their own strengths and benefits. But if you want to really, really narrow in to a targeted competitive lineup, then there's room to play multiples of them. So I'm a big fan of this card.
Yep. Not very much else to add. I think I mean we've talked about this card a lot anyway, right? We saw this while we we're at HCT, and this card I think is just great. It's just a great card. You want to fuck up people with weapons, play this and you will. And it's not as like, not as I'm just going to put Ooze in every single deck I play. You got to maybe put a little bit more thought about it. But in general, the card's great. It's going to be used 100%.
To me, the big thing about this is that, like, how often do you see this kind of card at Epic? Like, Harrison being a legendary...
That's a good point.
Honestly,
Yeah.
that was a very deserving legendary. That card was fantastic at times and is just... It sat in your collection at others. But when it was good, man, that card's insane. This card really reminds me of that, where it's like, why did you make this an epic? And to me, it's like, if they made this an epic, they knew how strong this was in the right situation. And to me, that alone is like meritorious of keeping these around and figuring out ways to use them. The timing of this card, very much like the previous one, was, I think, is paramount to when this is successful.
I think as well, stepping outside of just like raw game mechanic design, it's one of those things where, well, if you can't afford Harrison, this is like way better than Ooze in a lot of circumstances. You know what I mean? I know it's not the same, but it's way more affordable than Legendary.
This can also just be better than Harrison. The fact that it's 3 mana, the fact that you don't draw cards, so in longer matchups, like if you hit a Gore Howl, that's great. You don't necessarily want to draw a card of Harrison in those matchups.
Right? Like who cares about card draw?
Man, this card's great. Holy moly! This one's like this is 80 gold fiery war axes as far as I'm concerned. This card's amazing. I love it. 4 mana, 5/4 beast, gentle Megasaur, Battlecry, adapt your Murlocs. We've been saying a lot of please don't with Murloc stuff. Is this one in the same field or?
This card is going to give people nightmares.
Yeah, this one works really because Finger. That's basically it. Yeah.
As well, because you play Finger on 5, do the trade. You then the next turn when you trade, if you've got like a bluegill, you can play it and then play this. It's like I don't know. People will lose a million games to this card. I'm 100%.
Well, hang on a second, because if you're playing the Finja card, you're playing, I assume, like 1 or 2 copies of these. Like, are you playing 2 or are you playing 1?
2.
Because you're now trying to combo a 2 of with a 1 of. And 4 mana 5/4, I'm sorry, that is not a good card. Like, Naga Corsair is like barely makes the cut because pirates are already insane. And Tomb Pillager makes the cut because it gives you a massive refund effect. But when was the last 4 mana 5/4 that didn't provide you value on its own get played in any deck?
So I think this will be played because maybe on average it's not good enough. But it will literally win you games sometimes. And people play decks that do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're called Finger decks. You've literally just fucking defined a Finger deck.
Yeah,
but none of those cards are good enough.
No, that's what I'm saying. But people, honestly, as we can tell from high-level play to low-level play, people will play a deck that will just YOLO win. I mean, Yogg fucking Saron, right?
I guess here's the difference.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yogg Saron on average was very much good enough. That's
Here's the difference I see. Finja, you have to play bad cards to make Finja work, but Finja is its own combo. Like, you actually don't want to draw the cards that you're putting into your deck most of the time. With this card, you do want to draw it, but you want to draw it when you have Murloc stuff. Like, that's number 1, we got to get Murlocs in play. Number 2, the adapt has to be beneficial. Number 3, we have to do something with this 4 mana 5/4 in the meantime. It's taking up a slot in our hand. That's a lot of stuff, man.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's a lot of downsides to this. What I will add to the stat line is there was a moment, I'll use like an arena allegory here, I guess. Like when the 4 mana 5/4 came out, Evil Heckler that's what it's called, right? The 4 mana 5/4 taunt. That was super powerful for a while because everyone had moved towards picking 4 mana 3/5s. And there's a lot of very similar shapes like that, like with all the taunt minions they're introducing that have got all the health in the arse. So there's a lot of like 2/4, 3/5, 2/6 kind of shapes, which makes 5/4 actually kind of beneficial in a lot of spots. So I think for that reason, it might be a little bit better than 5/4s have been in the past.
Okay.
I'm definitely not trying to say that this is as powerful as like Finger itself is. It's definitely not. But I think it will certainly be tried in those decks, and people will evaluate whether the blowout when it hits is worth it.
I got no problem with trying stuff. And then the last question before we move on, the adapts happen individually, correct? It is you don't pick one adapt for all your Murlocs, they all adapt individually.
I do not know, but I assume so, yeah.
Okay, I would also assume so as well. That question was asked in chat by KeyMTG. So I believe it adapts independently of each Murloc, but I guess I wouldn't be surprised if it adapted them all at the same time, but I'm pretty sure it adapts them all individually. So you can't just go nutso and get a billion +3 attacks and kill your opponent. That would be really disappointing to have happen to you. That's something I think they're trying to avoid. 4 mana, 3/4, Bright-Eyed Scout. Battlecry. Draw a card. change its cost to 5. What the freak? Why would I want to change my cards to 5 cost unless I know I'm drawing a bigger card? And if I know I'm drawing a bigger card, that means that my deck is full of bigger cards, which means that I'm never having time to make use of that card because I'm probably just going to die.
I like this card. I'm not saying this card is good, but I like the card.
Oh, I like it. I think it's cool. The design is cool.
The way I see it is like, so people are playing like the heavy ramp druid, right? And I know the answer will be I want to ramp on these turns, or I want to play whatever. Like the second you like, it is like 1 or 2 of these just good enough in like like obviously it's changing from standard, but a style of like Aviana Kun deck. For example, or even like a deck you want to do like the full Yasharaj ramp that like Oskako was playing quite a while ago with Barnes and stuff. Like, is this just another card that can potentially enable super heavy decks? Because also bear in mind, and we'll get to it, the Druid quest is all about fuck off minions and getting them played. So
big fuck off minions. Yeah.
No, they have to have 5 attack or more, which are normally high mana cards.
This will
mean? Almost like.
What does that mean?
Josh, American. So I can see this card. Like, it's the stats sound fantastic. Obviously, like 1 mana off its engine, but it's cycle, and if it draws you a big attack minion, it means you're completing your quest a little bit sooner, which I think could be very important considering the quest is make your minions cost 0.
I imagine if you're playing that quest, you're probably playing lots of 5 cost minions anyway. Do you really need to put a 4 mana 3/4 draw a card in there?
Are you playing a lot of 5 costs?
You got Druid of the Claw, man.
That's not 5 attack, bro.
It's 5. Wait, it says 5 attack minions?
It's 5 attack minions.
Well, then why do I want to increase my Magma Ragers to 5 cost? Hey.
Hey.
I'm putting this in a really cool design department. You have a scout go up in the hills. It figures out where something is. You're going to have to travel the same distance to get there regardless of what it is, but you're going to find it. If it costs 10 mana, you get there in 5 miles. If it costs 1 mana, you got there in 5 miles. That's what you found.
My
Hashtag Lord Nerd, like this card.
Like, you're always playing innovates, wraths, swipes, wild growths, right? Like, are these cards ever getting cut? So you're already looking at like 10 to 12 cards that you can hit with this that are just garbage. So
I'd love to draw an innervate off this. Next card.
Okay. I'll take that one.
5 mana, 8/8, Bitter Tide Hydra. It is a beast. Whenever this minion takes damage, deal 3 damage to your own hero. That does not sound fun against a sea of 1/1s. Patches. Can we move on? This is not.
This is good.
This is not Fel Reaver.
It's gonna be rich.
It's
No,
bad.
I agree. Fel Reaver is significantly better than
Afro
this card.
Thundercat, by the way,
Fel
thank you
Reaver
very much for
doesn't
the sub.
exist, and like this card is just good.
You're gonna take
I
like
don't
a
care.
billion damage.
How?
They're just
Turn
gonna.
5.
All their 1/1s
turn
become
4.
3 power.
There are other cards in the game apart from patches. There are other decks that don't play patches. Believe it or not. Hopefully, we'll get to a point where you run into them less often.
No
This
way,
thing
man.
is terrifying. Innovate again is a card. Druids can do the same thing with this as they did with Fel Reaver, and that is game ending. Especially if you're actually like playing Mark of Yasharaj and all this crap. Like,
God, I didn't think about Innervate.
this card's good.
I didn't think about Innervate.
Also, just to bear in mind as well, like, how many times can your opponent realistically kill this with that many attacks on the turn it's played?
Do they want to kill it, or do they want to deal you 50,000 damage?
Okay, but they need 7 1-attack minions on the board randomly for that to happen. But also, you punch them for 8.
Arcane
It's a lot
Missiles
of
is
fucking
really
damage.
sick against this card.
No, it's not.
Knife Juggler's really sick against this card.
They
This
have to
card's
hit.
good.
They have to hit this thing 3 times just to compensate for the damage that you are hitting them with
Once.
just this one minion and not the rest of the board.
Man, I can't believe that I'm almost being convinced of this by Innervate. Innervate's a fantastic card, man.
Yeah, I mean, Fel Reaver did not get played in many decks. It got played in Druid because Druid could innovate it,
a
and
good
that
point.
alone was enough to make that card insane.
Damn it. Golly. Son of a bee. 'Cause
And
I read this when I was setting up the assets, and I was like, what the heck? I was like, that's a lot of damage to take, man. I'm starting
Hunter
to be
can play
convinced.
2 5-mana 8/8s. Can play 3 with the quest.
Yeah.
It's sick.
I'm not convinced yet. I'm not convinced yet.
What are you
I
doing? Like,
certainly
Mage's
am
just
going to try it.
ping this every turn? Like,
I know. I'll get him eventually.
This is where Glacial Shard and all those. This is where Glacial Shard and all those little taunt things fit
Oh, yeah.
in.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I thought you were gonna say this is where Glacial Shard and Shatter fits in. I'm like,
That's true for any scenario. Look, I already gave it 78 shatters out of 100. That's a great rating for a Glacial Shard.
so
All right.
all I will say is
Interesting.
final note. So Ball Control has been looking at like some Hunter decks, and he's actually like threw up a list on Twitter as like theory crafted it that he just skips the Hunter quest completely and just has this as his top end and just gets him.
That's not a, like in Hunter's like one of the classes this can be found. Anything that's going to try to just out aggro your opponent, that's where this card fits. But nothing else.
This is a
Okay,
5-mana
I'm
8/8
convinced.
that you don't need to fill your deck with 1-drops to play. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
All right. I'm slightly convinced. Slightly
Okay.
convinced. That's certainly a card to
We'll
look out
take
for,
it.
though.
We'll take it.
Yeah. For the
Blaze
first time
color.
ever, Admirable changes his opinion on something.
Blaze color. First of all, it's the second time ever. I do now have a girlfriend. However, we're not having kids. 7 mana, 6/6, Blaze color, elemental, Battlecry. If you played an elemental last turn, boom, Firelands Portal. Firelands Portal elemental.
And you guaranteed a 6/6 off this Firelands Portal.
Yeah.
So everyone's like,
hang on, I want to hear Sottle sigh because it's like, oh yeah, like, oh please, don't kill everything and just play 6/6s. What? Why?
What were they thinking? This card. Hello? Like, come on. The only good side of this is that the objectively unlucky people like me no longer get dicked by Firelands Portal. We're all in the same boat. All of our cards are broken all of the time.
Sol.
Yeah.
Mages have elementals. You can play Firelands Portal and this, so you can get dicked and get steadied out of the game.
You say getting
Get
dicked like
dicked.
it's a bad thing.
Get dicked and get fucked. at
I
the
just want
same
to. I just
time.
want to point
Yeah.
out. We say get dicked like it's a bad thing. Why do women like us?
They don't. They tolerate us.
We are
Very different.
needed. We are a needed thing, unfortunately, for them. Yeah, card's good. Anything else to talk about?
Seems pretty nuts to me, man.
Let's move on to the next card, Admirable. This is fantastic.
8 mana, 5/4. Tortalin Primalist, Battlecry. Discover a spell and cast it with random targets. What is fantastic about this card?
The
Well,
art. First
the
and
art for a
foremost,
start. The art is
that
fucking
dude is a
glorious.
fucking gangster. Look at him. That turtle is chill as fuck. I want to go for a beer with him. I don't care about anything else.
Also, the card text is very, very strange.
A beer about
Discover a spell and then cast it with random targets. What does that mean? If you discover Fireball, how many does it just cast at random targets plural?
No.
What,
cast it with random
what does that
targets.
mean? Like,
I
don't
think,
know.
I think,
I don't
I think
have
it
the
means
answer.
that if it has multiple targets, you choose at random.
what spell has multiple targets?
It's a good question.
No, that's. I don't know the answer to this. By the way, I'm genuinely like,
I don't know the answer either.
know what that card text means, but it's a funny card.
Now that being said, you can choose spells that just don't have targets. So if it's like Arcane Intellect or 8 mana 5/4, that's a lot of mana for a weak body, man. I'm not convinced.
I'm surprised it was that much mana. All the stats were that low, one or the other. If this was lower mana, I think it could be interesting because bear in mind you do discover it and you do cast it as well. So I wonder if that goes towards the mage quest. Not that it's going to be playable with these stats, but you know what I mean. Like there's definitely something to think about because you get to pick the spell. This isn't Servant of Yogg-Saron where it just goes 100% YOLO mode. You pick the spell, and as you said, maybe you can pick spells that only benefit you.
Sottle, can you think of a
things
spell
like that.
with multiple targets? Like you actually have to choose multiple things?
Wait, say that again?
Can you think of a spell that actually forces you to choose multiple things? Because it says cast it with random targets, plural, S.
So does Fireball just go like boom, boom, boom? That'd be so
Is there AoE that you can cast on your side of the board?
I don't I mean, there's stuff like Power
Kona
Shot,
Cold,
right?
but Kona Cold has one
your own
target.
Power Shot.
Right.
Yeah, that's what confused me about the card text.
Huh.
It's like random targets.
I'm glad all I missed on my short break was Raven saying things that didn't matter. I sit back down and put my headphones on, and he said, well, if this thing cost less, it might be good. Yeah, if this card was a fucking 35/35, it might be good as well. It's not. It's an 8 mana 5/4. It's bad.
Next card, 8 mana 4/8 Dragon. 8 mana 4/8 Dragon. Dragon's not dead, and I certainly think that they're not dead with this kind of card. Primordial Drake. 8 mana 4/8 Taunt. Battlecry. Deal 2 damage to all other minions. Wow. This feels to me like what Baron Geddon really wanted to be, was a big defensive card that had an effect when it came into play. This card seems strong.
Is it too late? That's my question.
Man, blowing up a lot of 2 health stuff is good.
But what are you scared of at 2 health on turn 8?
Well, it's not just clearing off stuff that dies to 2 damage. It's also making the board trade badly into a 4/8 taunt.
Sure.
A 4/8 taunt gets value traded really easily on turn 7 or afterwards, but if you're already doing that 2 damage preemptively, suddenly it's a lot more difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I like this card. I think this is sweet.
And this could actually set up for a glorious warrior legendary turn the turn after, which we'll get to, of course, but something to bear in mind.
It looks like a lot better than Chillmaw to me.
Also, Hunter Raptors.
Yeah, I mean, I think this card's strong.
We found the tech card.
This is just a powerful effect to have on a card.
Yeah.
And then you add a 4/8 taunt body to it. I think that 8 mana is pretty justified. It's also neutral. Like you could like some classes just don't have access to this sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Curves with Curator as well.
Woo!
Pretty solid.
Woo! Golly, I didn't even think about that one. All right, this is a +1 in my book. I think this card's great.
Agreed.
Thumbs up all around. Maybe not so much for the next one. 8 mana 7/7 Charged Devilsaur Beast. Charge.
So
Battlecry can't attack heroes this turn. However, if you get it from some other effect, it can.
Yep. So this card there's a similar mechanic in Shadowverse that is the whole you can charge with a minion but you can't attack face. I think this is how charge should just work in the whole game. Personally, I think it would be a lot cooler if that was the case. But yeah, I think it's just like a big fun dude that like plebs can play with. I'm surprised there's not more cards like this.
This is
You're
an
a
epic
big fun dude that plebs can play with.
Anytime they want.
What other ways? Is there any
to
ways to cheat this into play? Like,
yeah. Hang on.
Besides Lucky Alarmabots.
There's the new card that summons an 8-drop, right?
Oh yeah, yep. The priest one.
Yeah,
Man,
and forbidden shaping, that kind of shit.
There's Ram Wrangler, but I think Ram Wrangler cycles out.
Mm-hmm.
But wild.
I don't know what to think about this card, man. Whoa! Raven said the magic word, wild. All right, guys. Every single time Raven says the magic word, which today is wild, you got to scream real loud in chat. Okay,
there you go. Chat came up with Goya because Madame Goya's shaman has been like more prevalent recently. So this could swap in for one. I think there are better cards though, right? There are better cards that you could put in a Goya deck.
Barnes it for a Stone Tusk Ball, PogChamp. Even still a beast.
Barnes into Purify.
Every time
it would lose charge. No!
Look, here's the thing. Every single time that like a card like this is an epic, I'm like, why did they make this an epic? Like, this is not a build around card.
Mm.
This is not like anything that stands out as really good.
Is Tortal and Primalist a build around card?
That's just a goofy effect. Like, that's just a weird, random, odd effect that I think should not have been on Servant of Yogg-Saron at its rarity. This is like nothing complicated about this, though. I don't know, man. I'm looking at this card. This card is bad, but I'm looking at it and I'm like, there's got to be something to do with this. That's really good. That's going to be my call on it. We're going to move on.
What we can do, is move on to the sweet neutral legendaries.
Neutral legendaries. 5 neutral legendaries in the set. The reason that there's a lot less is because there are 2 class legendaries for every single class now, which is beautiful. I like multiple class legendaries. It helps identify what the role of the class is, and it helps the players connect better with that class. You now have 2 different things you can do at the big stupid legendary mark. I love that feel. It feels a lot better than just having a bunch of freaking noggin fogger mayors marching
Also
around
as
that
well-
even despite getting 5k retweets still don't show up.
I feel like they put all the design effort from like normally making like 12, 13 like like neutral legendaries into making these 5 fucking awesome. Like all of these legendaries are cool to me, and that like I can see them all be used in scene play as well, which is awesome. But we'll start off with the first one.
Yeah, 4 mana 3/4 Spirit Singer Umbra. After you summon a minion, trigger its Deathrattle. So Sylvanas died, and rightfully so, but she's never really dead because Raven knows where she lives. But
Wow.
woo, woo. Hall of Fame. Sottle, you're looking at
Oh, okay.
This-
yeah. And I mean, that came off just a little bit rapey. I'm just gonna put that out there. But yeah, you were talking about wild, so that's fine. We can move on.
We know where Sottle's head's at.
Yeah.
This card is
Wow.
just insane, right?
This feels good to
Card's
me,
just
man.
insane.
This feels like it puts an objective
Priest-
on the board for your opponent that isn't that tough, but what can you actually combo it with the turn that you play it that makes it super good?
Well, you don't normally just drop it on 4, right? It's like the barn style effect.
We
Sometimes
thought that
you have
about
to against
Bran,
aggro.
but yeah, I mean, people started figuring out
so
that
sorry,
dropping
Bran,
Bran on
I
3
meant
was just
that.
well, people started figuring out that dropping Bran on 3 was just worth the risk.
Sure, but I just think of like Priest is going to be nuts with this because the quest is about death rattles, so you just get more and more value. There are other death rattle cards that we'll get to, of course, but even just cards that are like currently in the game, like the Hunter cards, all the death rattle Hunter cards, Granny and stuff like that. It just makes like all your draws insane. It's I don't know, it's crazy. It's so good, so good. The egg for paladins.
Man, there's some cool stuff you can do. I mean, triggering death rattles and entry, obviously, I mean, where the sky's the limit on where you want to go with that, but maybe I'm thinking like too competitive here. But there's a lot of.
Yeah.
I mean, this is everything Baron Rivendare wanted to be. I saw that comment in chat, and that is exactly right.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with that. I've seen some people like really freaking out about this card. Like I know there was that comment that Mike Danae made on Trump stream where he said that like the Priest Legendary is too good. It might be too good, and he apologizes if it is. And people were like, "Oh, maybe they've just got these two things mixed up, and this was supposed to be the Priest Legendary originally, and that's what he was talking about." It's not that good. It's nowhere near like good enough that it's actually a problem. I don't think. But there have been a lot of swing and a miss at like insane Death Rattle synergy cards that have come out. This is probably the closest one to landing. I still just have a nagging feeling in the back of my head that this is just still not good enough.
4 mana
And I
3/4
don't know-
with no immediate value is really
Right.
weak. Like Bran did
Right.
stuff that like you just shouldn't have been able to do, and this is stuff you shouldn't be able to do as well. But this is 4 mana, not 3, and battle cries feel to me like they tend to be more powerful than death rattles, because the inherent nature of a battle cry minion is that they're typically designed with less stats in mind. But the nature of a death rattle minion is that the death is what's valuable, which is why Sylvanas sort of broke that rule. It was just a 6 mana 5/5 that was totally fine.
Yeah.
This has to live for a turn if you're going to get significant value from it. Because comboing this with something, I mean, we're losing Emperor Thorson, so that idea is kind of out the window.
Yeah.
I just see this card just being, because I imagine generally Priest is just going to be playing death rattles, like all the shifting shade effect cards, so on like that. I can just see this card being I'm just going to drop this late game to to get the benefit or of at least one benefit. Then it's got like almost the sort of hyper taunt that we talk about that certain cards have because of its live effect. So I think this card just goes into every single Priest deck that's trying to do the quest ever. And I think there's room for it in some Hunter decks, depending on how you build it, because Hunters just inherently have some strong death rattles as well. I think the card's good.
The thing that's interesting to me
really
is
good.
that this is a prerequisite to death rattles rather than a post-requisite, which is everything we've seen so far. Everything right now requires you to have death rattles in play. This requires you to have death rattles in hand.
And I just don't see the world where you play this on 4 and then you like coin a high main or something. Like it's the same amount of health as Bran, and they have a whole extra turn and extra mana to kill it. So it just becomes a really expensive effect to try and combo later on.
I really want to believe. Because this is such a cool effect.
I don't think it's good. If I have to like fall off the fence onto one side, it's the side where this isn't good enough.
Raven, you think it's great?
I think it's good. Yeah. I think it's going to be very. I think it's going to be very good in Priest. That's what I'll.
Man, I don't want to break the tie on this. I don't know. It sucks, man.
So like
4 mana 3/4. Like Barnes doesn't make the cut in every deck. Like one of the best cards that's like in the game doesn't always make the mark.
There are a lot of decks that just don't have a lot of battle cries, right? So. Whereas if you're building a Deathrattle deck,
okay,
can you imagine not playing this card? Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not with you on that one.
4 mana 3/4 is a lot.
And then you can Mirage Caller it, and then get double the effects.
I am liking the idea of dropping it with like the Priest 1-drop. Like that seems really good to me. Like in Priest, I agree with you. I think in Priest this definitely makes the cut because you just have the turn 5 of draw 2 cards from your opponent's deck. Man, I'm on the fence too. I think I'm falling on the playable side.
Even stronger in Wild.
Whoa! Next card. Lots of stuff to do with this one. I encourage you guys to experiment if you're Deathrattle lovers. This is obviously an effect they'll continue to push for y'all because for some reason people like killing their own stuff a lot. You sadistic fucks. 4 mana 3/3. The Vorax. After you cast a spell on this minion, summon a 1/1 plant, and cast another copy of it. So I believe I have the plant in here.
Build your own genie combo.
Boom. There's the 1/1 plant that this guy makes. And I believe there's the Deathrattle for Adapt also makes this plant as well. But this is, that is an effect we saw on the Ginny, but this is just making more minions. Like, and that to me feels pretty good.
Yep.
Strong power with shield target.
I see this more in So it's all about wording for me on this. After you cast a spell on this minion, summon a 1/1 plant and cast another copy on it. So I'm not 100% sure on this. Will this double proc the Paladin quest? I don't know. If it does, then this is going in Paladin, I think.
I know that the Jin says cast another spell as well, but it doesn't proc things that like cast spells. So like for instance, if you have Flame Waker in Jin and you blast one of your own minions, you don't get 2 Flame Waker activations.
Really?
Yes.
Is that true?
That is true. That is true. So maybe this doesn't.
It won't proc Wild Pyromancer twice as well, and that's how I figured that out. And then I started testing it with a lot of other things, and it doesn't work that way. Like, I thought initially it worked that way with like Archmage Antonidas. Like, if you had Jin from Firelands Portal, and then you got Archmage Antonidas, could you just like Arcane Blast your own Archmage and get 2 fireballs?
Yeah, you don't
instead?
double up.
Right? It's the Yogg thing with like who's casting the spell.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
So I think this might still slip into Paladin. Because what this also does is, regardless of whatever you cast on it, it creates another dude with whatever effect, but importantly, another dude. So then there's something else to like potentially cast buffs on next turn.
That's what I'm thinking.
You know what I mean?
Like,
I think you just spread. You go wide on the board and just cast buffs and go everywhere. And I think it could be it creates a wide board and is a good buff target.
This is 4 mana.
Paladin Quest. I also think, just to note for everyone who's watching as well, what happened in the stream with the Paladin quest, that is like when the stars align. So, I'm pretty sure you do not plan on getting Galvadon down on turn 5 or 6 that often.
I think you'd be pretty foolish to plan to do that on turn 5 or 6.
No, exactly. So a card like this, I think, is okay, because the game's probably going to go longer than turn 6 when you just meme them. So that's why I think this card could be good.
Sottle, you're having a lot of looks.
Yeah, I just don't like this card. I don't think when you're aiming your buffs in that deck, you're aiming them at 4-drops. I just think it's too slow. You need to... So like we've seen aggressive Paladin decks and buff Paladin decks over and over again being tried. And the problem that they run into is that they have to play minion heavy, they have to grab the board on turn 1, and they have to never lose it, because you barely have enough room in those decks to play true Silver Champion. That's how like tight your deck gets when you're trying to get down to 30 cards. So you don't have room to play Consecration, Equality. You don't have room to play board resets. That problem is only going to be exacerbated by the quest thing because you're down a card. You have the quest in there. So you're going to be wanting to start on the board on turn 1 or turn 2 and then buff from there very, very quickly. I don't think your game plan is ever play a 4-drop and then start to buff it because you will lose the board and you don't have the tools in your deck to regain the board after the fact.
Phoenix, Phoenix in chat just
thinking...
killed this card for me. Hang on, I have to interrupt you. Phoenix in chat just killed this card with me. He says, just use Violet Teacher.
Excellent point too, yeah.
Sure.
Damn.
So the only thing I would say to that, Sottle, is I'm not sure whether the Quest Paladins are all going to be aggressive. Because that Galvadon can just OTK your opponent, right? Obviously, it has to live through the stealth, and if it gets stealth, so on and so on, there's a few questions. But Galvadon can normally just do the damage on the turn it gets to attack, because you're always going to aim for Wind Fury, and even at complete worst case scenario, you do 10 off that minion. So if it comes later, you've probably done a good chunk of damage anyway. Man. But I think like with 5, with 5, you're probably going to do 16, right?
Yeah. No, the only part of that I object to is that you've done some damage anyway, because if you're not playing a board-focused Paladin deck, no, you haven't. You haven't done anything. You've controlled their board up until
we're veering a little bit off topic, which is Vorax.
Yeah. Sure.
Man, the Violet Teacher argument is really tough to break. If you like doing lots of cool stuff and winning is not your major goal, but doing something very spectacular is your major goal,
yeah,
that feels like where Vorax is. So I think I'm in the camp now of this is like a Timmy Johnny card.
This should have stealth, in my opinion.
I don't even know what to say about that. This card would be bonkers with stealth. We're going to move on to the next one, this is a really cool card. I like this a lot. 5 mana, 5/5. Elise the Trailblazer. She's back! She's leading us on the journey through Ungoro, and this is how we get our major source of cards. Battlecry. Shuffle a sealed Ungoro pack into your deck. So what on earth does that mean? No, you cannot just play friendlies with your buddy and farm a bunch of Ungoro packs this way. Here's what ends up happening. So she creates this card. 2 mana, Ungoro pack. Add 5 Journey to Ungoro cards in your hand. This gets shuffled into your deck the same way that Map to the Golden Monkey gets shuffled into your deck with Elise Starseeker. So then once you draw this card, you then have an option to play it. And this is what the start of that animation looks like. The pack starts to explode. It actually unravels once it's on screen. And then boom, 5 Journey to Ungoro cards become revealed and they are added to your hand. These are not going to be class specific. However, they have said that Elise Starseeker is exceptionally lucky. And I believe they said you are guaranteed an epic in each pack. And that most of the time, or half of the time, somewhere around that camp. They said on average, which on average is not correct. They said that most of the time, or half the time, you will get a legendary in this pack as well. And in the pack that we see here on screen, there's an epic and 2 legendaries. That is a lot of stuff that you get if you actually draw this card. But is this one that's going to be more faceted towards control matchups, like a high roll card? Or is this just a good card, man? Because 5 mana, 5/5 that's a serious body for an effect that could potentially be this massive.
Yeah, first things first, this card is just sweet. It's an awesome design. It's so like warm and rich and beautiful and fun. Like this card is so well designed that 6-0 on Twitter quoted it and said, "Let's not shitpost this card." That's how cool it is. All right. Whether or not it's good enough to be played, yeah, I think it probably is because, like you said, it's just a high value card. If you look at the risk reward tree, in terms of just going for a random effect to try and pick up good stuff off this, like, yeah, it's a 5 mana 5/5. It'll do just fine for the amount of extra value that it gives you overall. And when you stack it up next to some of the other resource generation cards that we've seen, like the elementals that give you 1/2s, this is like so many more resources than those things give you. And it's not a 3 mana 2/3. It's a 5 mana 5/5. So yeah, I expect this thing to be very, very solid, and we'll probably see this a lot.
One question before we move on to Raven for that. Does your opponent see the cards that you open?
No, I don't believe so.
I don't think so.
Okay, so we don't know on that. I'm sorry, we can't answer that question. I don't know about it. But also, before we get to Raven, I do want to say that I agree with you on the design perspective. When I first read this card, I was like, wait, you can't do that. That doesn't make any sense. It breaks the wall between the game and the player. Like where you're supposed to be submerged in this very in-depth, built-out world, and instead they're like, well, at least found you an Ungoro pack. You're like, what?
No, that's correct.
That's just Hearthstone.
That's completely in Hearthstone world.
Yeah, exactly. It like gives you such a feel of how the game's supposed to be played.
Yeah. I mean, I get, like, I totally get what you're saying, though. It's like, it's playing with that space where, kind of like where the Ysera Dream cards are, right? Where you could kind of do that with a physical card game, but it would be really, really awkward and fiddly. Whereas in a virtual card game, it's so much easier and cleaner to be able to do that kind of thing, and they haven't explored that space as much as they could do. And this is, like, the perfect example of something that you can do in a virtual card game space that you can't do in a physical card game space, and I hope they look at that a lot more in the future.
All I'll add to that, because I feel like time is going to be of the essence since we're just about finishing up neutrals, is that the effect is awesome and the actual body just sold it to me. Like a 5-mana 5/5. Yep, okay, seems good. Next.
I agree. It's just a great card. Wonderful design. It's everything I want from Ungoro. Now, Hemet, on the other hand, not necessarily everything I want from Ungoro, but I think this card could have some uses. 6 mana, 6/6, Hemet Jungle Hunter. Battlecry. Destroy all cards in your deck that cost 3 or less. Now, before you get up in arms in this, be like, why would I want to do that? Think about drawing very powerful cards in the later stages of the game. Drawing your 1 and 2 cost cards or your innervates sometimes are the worst thing you can do.
I will solve this. Holy Wrath Molten Giant.
I'm sold. I'm already sold. I'm already sold. Raven, you are no longer needed. Thank you for coming on to the Ungoro review today.
No, I think this card, the design is insane. A continued theme throughout this expansion is that Blizzard are just adding like a stupid amount of additional mechanics. They might not be hard mechanics, but more like soft mechanics of, you know, not like anything as direct as Inspire or new keywords, but a lot of cool stuff that's going on. And like you said, you play this in a control deck or just in a deck with a high curve in general. Druid, you mentioned with Innovates. You just play this and you are only drawing, like, at least, or at worst, reasonably good cards. And I think there are going to be a lot of combo decks with this kind of potential. It's kind of nuts. Imagine even any deck that's got sort of high spell burst as well. You could actually use this to just clear off all your cheap stuff, so you're not top decking like a Mana Worm or something, you know, and you can just potentially up your draws to just kill your opponent. I think the card's kind of crazy.
Sottle?
Yeah, I echo most of that. I don't think we'll see it being used for kind of those broad strokes that Raven was just talking about. Like, I totally get what they were going for along those lines, and yeah, there's merit to it, but probably not enough. Because a lot of the 3-mana cards or less are very, very useful things that you want to have. You know, like your Executes, your Arcane Intellects, you know, all these kind of cards that actually serve to thin your deck anyway, or are very, very useful utility cards. But, you know, the Holy Wrath Molten Giant meme aside, this is the kind of card that its effect is so insane that there is the possibility that something along those lines will be broken at some point in the future. I don't see the Matrix yet in terms of being able to make that happen, but the more of these kind of cards that are in the game, then the cooler shit we're going to see happen, because they can make some crazy fucking shit happen.
Well, I love as well that this card's in this first set of this standard rotation. This card's going to be in it for the long haul. Every single expansion before the next rotation, this card's going to be in. Yeah. So, you know, as you said, sort of like, we're going to have all the opportunities in the world to do some stupid shit with this card, so I'm okay with it.
Man, that's exactly what I'm thinking too. It's like, what can you do with it? Not like, what are you going to do with it, but like, what can you do with it? If you're a deck builder guy, congratulations. You now have a card that you can tinker with endlessly until you have figured out a way for it to work. You're going to fail a lot.
I imagine Rage is going to have some fun with this card.
He certainly will.
That's a Rage card.
That's just what he does, is build combo decks. Yeah. So yeah, I got to agree. This card is... Oh my gosh, it hurts my head to think about the different things you can do with this. And that's why I haven't really put too much thought into it, is because I don't like hurting my own head for no reason. So that's going to bring us on to, I think this is the fourth one or fifth one? I don't know. 9 mana.
The last one.
Okay, 9 mana, 5/5 elemental. Ozruk? Taunt. Battlecry. Gain 5 health for each elemental you played last turn. Holy mackerel, that is a lot of potential health.
So,
Listening to Raven on how to pronounce things, Dan's game.
how would you say this?
I think you're probably right. I just wanted to make a shame of it.
I think this card's very straightforward. The only point I'll bring up is in Shaman, the legendary's an 8-drop, and you can fill your board with elementals. Oh no, you have to play it. Oh, I wonder if that works or not. Does that not work?
What are you trying to do? You play an elemental, it gets plus 1 health. You play 2 elementals, you get plus 10 health. You play 3 elementals, you get plus 15. This is a simple math problem.
No. So it's the play versus summon thing. It doesn't matter.
He thought the Shaman Onyxia thing would give plus 5 for every.
That would be
Onyxia
incredible.
thing.
Oh, what that? I mean, look, once you're the 10 health mark, like, do you really need any more from this? Like, holy crap! Like, the only thing you're afraid of is like getting like blast crystal or hexed or something.
Right.
So if you can force those, this guy sticks.
Exactly. This is you say it's a very simple maths equation, and it kind of is. It's, can you force out the hard removal? Like, is there enough beef in the rest of the elemental deck to force your opponent to hex, polymorph, blast crystal, siphon soul, etc. before you get to this guy? Because they are not killing this thing with damage. That's not happening. So if you forced out the hex and the polymorph already, then this thing is game winning. If you haven't, then this card is abysmal because it's 9 mana, do nothing, and you lose like 6 mana's worth of tempo.
Wouldn't you just play Soggoth in every other instance? Like, honestly?
Yes.
It's a 5/9 that can't be targeted. So
Yeah.
you just play Soggoth over this card every single time, though, right?
Well, no. Because if like 9 health is killable with damage, 15 health just kind of isn't. So that's what I'm saying. Is like, if you can consistently get to the point where you get to force, on average 1.5 hard removal spells out of decks that are playing 2 hard removal spells, then maybe this is good enough. But yeah, it's nowhere near as good as real casual players are going to think this is looking at it. But it's
God bless Mob Goblin, uproot or no balls. That sums up the entire card for me at this point. That is just perfect. The Soggoth thing is interesting to note, though. I mean, 5/9 definitely wasn't good enough. 1 elemental isn't good enough to have this scale up there. You have to be hitting the 2 health mark. So I think this is going to be fringe at best. Like, when it's good, it's like insane. Like, maybe from like the Discover effect, for instance. You look at it and you're like, oh, this game's going to go a while.
Sure, yeah.
This card can literally never dominate the game either because Black Knight exists. So, fine.
Hey, welcome to the latest Un'Goro reveal, Black Knight.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a card that won't make the cut because we're already talking about squeezing in elementals in an Ellie deck.
Fair enough.
And this is just probably not good enough. But like you said, Discovers, things like that, we'll probably see in a few.
I totally agree with that. So we're going to move on to Druid now. So now we're done with neutrals. If you guys missed those, check the VOD out later. It's going to go on YouTube.
Yay!
We're on to class cards at this point.
This should speed up.
We got all 9 classes to go. I believe there's 10 class cards for each set, so 90 more cards to go. 2 mana, 2/2, Tortallin Forager. Battlecry. Add a random minion with 5 or more attack to your hand. Is it random from your deck, or is it just random in general?
Druid. Right?
Tortallin Forager.
Right we might see this as like a one-off maybe, because bear in mind again, the quest is you summon 5 minions with 5 or more attack. So this gives you a card that will help towards your quest. Is what the Battlecry does effectively. I don't know if you play 2 or 1 of these, but I think you would imagine you play 1 if you play in the quest deck.
2 mana 2/2
just because the stats.
Man.
Yeah, but you're playing it to just guarantee one of your quest things done.
Okay,
right.
It's a druid card. It's a 2-drop. It's not getting played. And
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I feel like random 5 is like. Look,
why are we?
You're gonna get Ozruk sometimes. All right, we're gonna move on. Tortallin
Dude,
Forager.
you can get Magma Rager to play on curve.
Perfect. Dumpster. Speaking of Magma Rager, Elder Longneck. 3 mana 5/1 Battlecry. If you're holding a minion with 5 or more attack, adapt. Yeah. If you're just really trying to complete your quest, God bless. But this card does not make the cut outside of Druid quest decks, I don't think.
Oh, I agree. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, you were just nodding, and I thought you were going to let out some.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was like, yeah, go.
Yeah, 5 mana, 5/4 Beast, Verdant Longneck, Battlecry, adapt. Have we figured out what the average of this guy's going to look like? Because that doesn't seem very good. again, quest material, and the rest of it is like,
5 mana, 5/7, 5. Wait, I guess that's the most common one.
Yeah,
That's the one you'll aim for. Sorry, that's the one you'll aim for.
Yeah, it's overcosted though.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
All right, next card. Earthen Scales. I like this one a lot, though. 1 mana Druid spell. Give a friendly minion +1/+1, and then gain its armor equal to its attack.
Card's cool.
That is...
Wow, I hadn't actually seen this card before. What the hell?
Yeah.
This is like a really, like, kind of weird and cool looking card to me. Like, that does not seem half bad at all.
Just gives you one more reason to uproot. 11 armor, go. That's sick. Card's good. Like, I don't know if 2 of them make the cut, depending on what your deck looks like, but I would want one of these for just 1 mana.
Like, how valuable is just a few points of armor, though? Because +1/+1 for 1 mana is not very good.
Sure.
Like,
but
Feral Rage is still such a great card anyway that it's getting played, right? So you still
it's
have
flexible,
that 8 armor burst heal when you... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like Feral Rage gets played because it's a flexible card, but because then that is in your deck to be the +8 when you need it anyway. Do you need Earthen Scales to be armor gain? Probably not.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Mm.
It's like weakens Raven Idol.
Yeah,
was Raven Idol LOE or was that Whispers?
I'm struggling to push out the world in which we're against Pirate Warriors and Shamans all the time. So, in which I would play this card. But sure.
You might play this card. I mean, how often do you get a minion to stick to the board? I don't know. This is going to be like a card like I'm going to have to play with and see how like massive it is to lose a card to do this. Like if it's bad, like this trash, but man, that's a weird card.
The next card.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I don't think I can have an opinion on this right now. It seems like it's like cool but not very good. So let's go on to Evolving Spores. 4 mana Druid spell. Adapt your minions.
The art looks cool.
Adapt your minions. So this is like
The rest of
this
the
is like
rest of the
trying to
cards gotta
tell
be
you
bad,
this is trying to tell you to like play like an Egg Druid style deck.
I guess.
Worse than Soul of the Forest, isn't it?
That's debatable because Soul of the Forest gives you an effect on Deathrattle, and this like can give you immediate impact. Like this could be like a Bloodlust.
Question: this as a combo with the card in 2 cards time, Living Mana.
Okay.
Sure, but again, I think I mean, we can debate this all you want, but I think I'd rather have Soul of the Forest and Savage Roar in my deck as like the existing way that you play Egg Druid rather than having this in as well. I don't know.
It's pretty,
or instead of one of them.
Pretty straightforward how you use it though. Get a lot of minions, adapt lots of stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Next card, 4 mana, 3/3 Shell Shifter. Choose one. Transform into a 5/3 with Stealth, or a 3/5 with Taunt. Holy mackerel, that is a good card.
Key question: we still have Fandral, right? Excuse me.
Fandrel's Whispers.
So we do. Okay.
Yeah.
Just
the fact that against control you get to make a 5/3 Stealth, and then against aggro you can make a 3/5 Taunt. That's a good card. Was Fandral LOE? No, Fandral wasn't LOE because I crafted it. I remember that. Maybe Idol is where it's LOE. That's what they're saying.
We don't get to see if the minion changes, right?
What do you mean?
So, for example, Druid of the Claw becomes a beast when you choose one.
That's a good point. Yeah, we don't know what the forms actually if they're beasts or not.
And I know beast druids are like a meme or whatever, but you know it's important, right? Like it does make a difference.
Yeah, no, it really does.
But yeah, I think the card's nice.
Man, I think this card's great. It's just flexible. I like flexible stuff. Sottle's just done.
Yeah, there's not much to say. I mean, 4 mana 3/5 Taunt is very unspectacular with some of the cards that we do have coming out that can taunt much more efficiently, but the flexibility probably makes it worth it. The one thing that's nagging in the back of my mind is that everyone said the same thing about 2552 guy, whatever that thing's called, the 3 mana druid dude.
Druid of the Flame.
That's the one. And that never came to fruition, so I don't know.
Oftentimes you're skipping the 3 though.
I think this having Taunt is important because you've got an answer to aggro or an answer to control, right? Whereas the Flame, it was just a 2/5 that aggro ignores to a large extent.
Yeah. Also, you're skipping the 3 a lot with Druid.
Yeah,
So that's a big
I
thing to
agree
think
with
about
that.
as well. Like, it's harder to innovate a 3 than it is to innovate a 5. Or a 4, rather. I mean, you want to innovate 4s. How often do you really want to innovate 3s? Because if you innovate a 4, you go straight from 2 into 3 versus the other way around.
I don't know. I'm not excited about this card. I think it's unspectacular. I can see including it for flexibility, but it's not really a card that stands out for me.
Roger that. What about Living Mana? A card that very much stands out to me is, I think, one of the better cards in the set. 5 mana, epic druid spell. Transform your mana crystals into 2/2 minions. Recover the mana when they die. So to give you an example, here's what the token will look like. It's just a 2/2 that Deathrattle gain an empty mana crystal. This is not a card that's in the set. This is what.
Unlike what you thought when we got shown
I thought when I got
Bahamas.
shown it, I was like, oh my gosh, drool, gasm, all those weird emotes that you guys can come up with. Living Mana though, this is like, holy moly, that is a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Again, this card is amazing. Let's jump down the rabbit hole again of like, well done Blizzard, cool design. Everyone's thinking about this card, trying to work out whether it's good or not. Great, job done. Following that line of thought through, I have no fucking idea. I feel like any rating, like if you were to do like a 1 to 5 rating system on this card, any number that you put in the slot would have to be accompanied by 3 question marks, a PogChamp, and a what face. Like you just have no idea how powerful this card is. But I cannot wait to find out. This is one of the decks that I will be trying on day 1 for sure, trying to make something happen with Living Mana, and it's just a really, really exciting card.
So one thing I think is very important to note is this is kind of like old Druid combo. So when you cast it, it says transform your mana crystals into 2/2 minions. If you cast this on full mana, you can only generate 7, right? Mm-hmm. Because that's how big the board is. This means you have 3 mana crystals spare next turn if none of these die. Savage Roar costs 3 mana. Just saying. So this card alone, if you play Savage Roar in the deck as well, is such a huge threat. It doesn't look like it too much, maybe, because they're 2/2s. Your opponent can just die if they don't deal with this. They just die from Savage Roar. So I think it's very important to know that you have 3 mana spare if you fill the board with these, and you've got no other minions down when you cast it.
It also respects your existing board as well. So if you have 1 minion in play on turn 10, you can cast this and it will only eat 6 mana, because there's only 6 spaces remaining on the board, which means you can then play this and the 4 mana adapt card or Soul of the Forest in the same goddamn turn. Which, yes, that means you get blown out even harder by Master Spell or Devolve or whatever else.
Devolve
is the meme answer to this. But holy shit, those kind of plays are powerful if they don't have the answer.
Your opponent, if your opponent plays this, you either kill him or you need a good answer, because you are in trouble. Like,
and here's the really important point: like, if you don't have a meme answer, if you don't have Devolve or Master Spell or whatever other meme answers, there's probably one more that I can't think of right now. If you don't have that kind of answer, I've seen people say, is like, well, just ignore them. No, you're going to die immediately. There's 12 power in play. You can't ignore those things.
Yeah,
14 power even, if I could do maths.
This card will only pull a 2/2 for each mana crystal that you actually have. It doesn't count Innervate or Coin. It doesn't count temporary mana. And if you have, it can only take a number of mana crystals equal to the number of spaces that you actually have. So if you have 10 mana crystals, you only have 5 spaces. It eats 5 mana crystals, you get 5 2/2s. To kind of clarify that. But I agree. This card is
scary card.
Yeah, this card is terrifying. Which I like because I love Druid. So 10 out of 10 mana crystals is what it gets from me. This one, however, maybe not so much. 7 mana, 5/3, Deathrattle. Summon a minion from your hand with 5 or more attack. 5/3 for 7.
No, but okay. All I'll say,
garbage, body bag, zip it up and ship it.
Something to think about is it's 2 quest ticks for 7 mana. It's just something to think about. That'll take your quest off twice.
Sounds bad to me. Let's move on to that quest. Speaking of it,
and the quest is only 5, so it's just bear it in mind, guys.
So quest for Druid. We finally got into the quest portion of it. Quest is a new mechanic that's introduced in Journey to Un'Goro. They are all 1 mana cards, and if you have them in your deck, they will appear in your opening hand. Now, it does take up a card slot in your opening hand, and you can choose to mulligan it away. But if it is put into your deck, it will always appear in your opening hand. It sits on your portrait just like a secret does, and it has a counter on it that you and your opponent can see. So they can track your progress, and you get a reward from it when it's completed. When it's completed, it's destroyed. So we'll start with the Druid one. 1 mana, Jungle Giants. Quest. Summon 5 minions with 5 or more attack. So once you've summoned 5 minions with 5 or more attack, then you get the reward from it, which is Barnabas. So that's how the quest works, and here's the reward that you get from completing it. This is not a collectible card. You get this only from the quest. 5 mana, 8/8. Battlecry. Reduce the cost of minions in your deck to 0. Wow. That is a terrifying effect, but how reliably can you finish this quest?
With Giant Anaconda, pretty reliable. Sorry.
I think if you have Giant Anaconda in your deck, you're not reliably doing anything but die.
What ramp, Admirable? Ramp.
Sottle?
You know there's good cards that you can ramp into, right, Raven? Druid Quest is not one of the more exciting ones to me. I think I'm glad that kind of Aviana-like effect is staying in the game. That's cool. I think the Aviana Kun Druid that we've had for the past couple of months has been one of the coolest decks to watch play out. So I'm glad that sticks around. I don't think this quest is going to be meta-defining. I don't think it's going to be class-defining, because I think that's the big question that you have to immediately ask is, is every druid going to be a quest druid? Is every mage going to be quest mage, etc.? I think there are potentially more powerful things you can do with druid, like just innovating 8/8s on turn 2, that probably this doesn't end up seeing too much play.
My point I will raise is once this card is live, there is sort of two-turn OTK sounds like a ridiculous statement, but all your minions cost 0, and you can do an Aviana Kun style Tyrannitus into Menagerie Warden to create like 3 12/12s that are untargetable. So I'm just saying there are like silly look. If Aviana Kun Malygos Druid works, there is a chance that like this kind of duplicate beast sort of, not even beast particularly, it just happens so that they're beasts, but you need to Menagerie Warden a beast. So there's a chance that like ramp beast druid instead of like aggressive beast druid that feels like Blizzard have been pushing to a certain extent recently, like just ramp and then I will summon a full board that you cannot interact with outside of Twisting Nether. Well, which is crazy.
Heck, the thing that is good thing pointed out in chat, I didn't actually really consider this, but it does say in your deck to 0, not in your hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everything. So like you
get nothing immediately. You get a 5 mana 8/8 immediately. That's a lot of stuff to do to get this off, man. I don't know. I think this is probably one.
Yeah.
Of those
yeah. True. You'd have to draw into it all, right?
Now, what can you do with it? Well, a lot of stuff. This is really cool. But by the time you've drawn 5 cost minions, could we have just played a bunch of Jade shit instead?
Reasonable. Hang on, your Jade shit can prop this quest, right?
Yeah, but
okay.
That. Man, you're going way downhill now.
You don't need your Jade cards to cost 0. That's massive overkill. You already solo control decks with 1 card. You don't need more beef.
But why not?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, it genuinely was just something I didn't think about, that Jade cards will proc this effect, that's all.
Seems kind of weak to me. And so does the next one, but I don't know. Like, we haven't really had a minion like this in the game, I don't think. With the Druid Legendary. 10 mana 12/12. Can't be targeted by spells or hero powers. So all those times that we're like, your big stuff gets blown up by Blast Crystal, it gets blown up by Siphon Soul, etc.
The return of BGH.
That just doesn't happen with Tyrantus, man. He's just a big old 10 mana 12/12. 10 mana is a lot, but 12/12 is a lot as well, especially if you can't fireball it.
It costs 10. It costs 10. 10 is twice as much as 5. One more than 9. The number is 10. That's how much mana this card costs. No.
10 Timberwolves. 10 Timberwolves.
10 Timberwolves.
I just see this as like Yasharaj fodder. Like you play this in ramp Yasharaj Druid with Barnes, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, there you go. Done.
Just a big thing to do if you like doing big dumb stuff like me.
Yep. Let's move on to a real class.
Yep. If you're big dumb stuff like me, you like this card. If not, probably not for you. So that's going to be checkmark for Druid. We're now done with that one. And we move on to Hunter. Hunter is a class that we kept referencing early on. And there's some pretty crazy stuff to look at here. We're starting off with commons. And already we're seeing some power creep on little old web spinner. 1 mana, 1/1 Battlecry. Add a random beast to your hand.
Please just stop making this card. Like, I was sick of it as soon as you made Web Spinner, and then you made fucking Babbling Book and God knows everything. Like, no, there's only so many times you can print this card, and I know I've already like stolen Reynad's entire shtick for the past 3 years anyway, and this is the point he's been hammering into the ground. But he's goddamn right. These cards are just so tilting. Stop making them. Alright, I'm done.
Yep, I mean, there's not much else to say that it's a 1-drop. The Hunter quest involves playing 1-drops. You will probably play this card. I definitely don't enjoy the fact that it's just put a beast in your hand. I'm a Hunter player, and I'm also tired of that shit. It's like, it's just give me. I mean, there's a small raptor which we'll get to soon. Give me something like that. Give me something in my hand that isn't just a YOLO beast, YOLO spell. Like, just even if it's worse on average than what than a random beast, just give me something I know is going to happen, because a random beast could be fucking terrible and it's just dumb. But it's a more 1-drop phone to which I need due to this quest.
I personally like the 1 mana 1/1 draw a card style of effect, but I am a little bit sick of the full catalog. Like, I would love this to be much more specific. Like, add a 2-cost beast to your hand.
Well, sure, that would be insane. But yeah, I'm okay with that.
Right.
Or even if it's something like just add a Hunter spell to your hand.
No. I'm sick of the catalog, man. I want specific catalog. No, but like Dark Peddler. I want Dark Peddler.
If it's like a Hunter spell, then at least it now, because a beast is like fucking just too crazy. But at least if it's like your own class spell, it's like, well, that probably fits somewhere. Well, I would even take that.
But Babbling Book, I like the design on Babbling Book, but it's too wide of a catalog. You hear people complain about Babbling Book. You hear people complain about stuff like this. When was the last time you heard someone go, man, I just hate Dark Peddler? It's never happened
when it draws them the third power overwhelming of the game.
Right, so one out of every 67,000 games you play where that's actually relevant, that matters a lot. But for the most part, Dark Peddler is just a really well-designed card that fits in. It's not overstated. To get something specific, your opponent can account for it to some degree. How does your opponent account for this? And that's really where my issue is with it. I liked him when they first came along. Babbling Book, I was like, this card's just cool. But let's get more specific. I think 2-cost beast, I think, is where I'd like to see this sit. I still personally like the design, but I agree. Let's narrow it a little bit.
Admirable, when you have had to personally cast a match at the World Championships where a certain individual jams a 1-mana 1/1 and rips the game-defining answer at random out of it, then you can come back and talk to me.
So you're in agreement. Babbling Book should have said 2-cost spell from your draw. All right, next card. I think the 1/1's playable. 2 mana 3/2 Battlecry, adapt a friendly beast. The difference between friendly beast and friendly minion is a big deal, though. So you can't just jam all the most powerful 1-drops in. You now have to play 1-drop beasts. So the beast on some of the earlier cards that we rated may be potentially relevant if you're playing a Hunter deck. This card seems like it's not too shabby to me, though. I feel like this is a lot of stats early on, and we're starting to venture back into the abusive sergeant territory that we all so much feared and saw nerfed.
I think what's also very important that we've not talked about much in terms of adapt, especially with this guy because of the potential 1-mana creature beforehand, or just Hunter having a lot of small stuff, is Poisonous. You just give just a random dude insta-kill. I think that's potentially very, very powerful, even in the late game. This card isn't a terrible top deck as long as you have something on board. Like, this card can actually heavily impact the game. Wind Fury on a high main, this isn't one of those dumb Hunter cards you draw towards, like, the mid to late game, and you're like, fuck, I wanted a high main or a Tiger. It's like, well, this is actually just good as long as you've got something. So this card is very, very powerful, I think. Very powerful.
100% agree. Yeah, I mean, this begs the question of some of the other adapt cards and why they're so understated, because this is just statted. This
Good,
has,
yeah.
yeah, this
It's
has
because
two
we
drop
saw
stats.
zero representation from Paladin or Hunter at the championships for Winter, and basically for the prior 3 months. I mean, you got to do something to make Hunter competitive, but holy crap, that's a lot of stuff, man. If you play Fiery Bat, they play a 3-2 or a 2-2, and then you get a Divine Shield. Like, we are now venturing into the crap territory again, where you're just like, what can I do? And if the answer to everything is Fiery War Axe, I'm not a big fan of that.
Yep. If you're playing a 1-mana 2-1 or a 1-mana 1-2, or no, if you're playing a 1-mana 2-1, then Divine Shield or +3 health will both give you a value trade into most likely early game plays that your opponent drops. So you're already in that kind of territory. If they're coining out like a 2-drop Taunt or something to contest, then Poisonous is a blowout, like Raven said.
Yep.
And Hunter just has the gas to make this happen. They have Fiery Bat, they have Jeweled Macaw, they have Small Raptor, which we'll get to in a minute, and they have Cat and Objectively Cuter Cat that comes down. Like, that's just two individual beasts that they can play on turn 1 and then aim to hit with Razormaul. So,
and I think as well, like, again, just to reiterate, the potential power late game, like, you draw into this and you've got anything on board, you can make that anything very Wind Fury plus attack, Poisonous, even attack with it, stealth, get fucked. You know, like, this is so good. This is
it doesn't even tail off. It's not even a dead card.
Yeah, it's not
it's
dropping
crazy.
Hungry Toad on turn 9.
Yeah,
Not Huge Toad, sorry. This is insane.
Also, Raven, I want to let you know, Chip Raw in chat says he loves you. So that's my last point on this card. This card's great, and Hunter is terrifying me at this point. This card, not so much.
I didn't know Raven's mum watched your stream, Admirable.
From time to time. From time to time. She used to be a long-time subscriber, but I just haven't been able to stream that much lately. And thank you, dude. Casters reviewing cards, lol. I appreciate it. Thank you for just crapping on me as a human, as an individual, after all the praise I've given you on streams where you weren't even competing for them. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate it. No, that's come on, it's dude 759. What are you doing? Now I gotta go type unban. Jeez, Aloo, man.
Wow, jeez,
that is just
dude.
Yeah, for real, dude.
Do not be banning dude 7597.
Yeah, do not do that.
Have you seen how white and nerdy that guy is? He will fuck you
That's
up,
true.
Right?
I take it all back. That is true.
2-mana Hunter spell, Grievous Bite. Deal 2 damage to a minion and 1 damage to adjacent ones. Hunter spells that can't hit face. Dance game.
I like this card.
Feels like a weak Maelstrom Portal to me.
A weak Maelstrom Portal in a deck that doesn't have anything close to a card.
Unleash the Hounds?
1 more mana.
Sottle?
I agree with Admirable because Finley has gone, so even kind of that weird world of Hunter going late, like Hunter being okay with saying kill your board, now you go again, which is what this card does. Like the Maelstrom Portal comparison is huge because Maelstrom Portal is actually a tempo swing. This is never a tempo swing unless they somehow end up with like a 7-mana board that dies entirely to this card, and then you get to play a 5-drop alongside it.
Just to skip a few cards, there is a card that can potentially make Hunter play into the late game, though.
This card sucks, man.
No, I disagree. I know what you're talking about, but
Okay,
I don't think it gets there, and like I hadn't finished the point because also like the decks that are happy going, okay, removal kills your board, your turn again, redevelop. The classes that can do that successfully have 4 or 5 occasions in the game where they have access to that, right? Like Mage can go Volcanic Potion, Frost Nova, Blizzard, Flame.
Sure. Yeah.
Hunter doesn't have the tools to do it over and over again, so if they're playing removal, it needs to be cheap and efficient, or it needs to be a tempo swing, and this card isn't really either of those.
Yeah,
things.
This card blows. I'm giving this as
what he said.
This is an Arcane Explosion.
Sure. Next card.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure. 1 mana.
Do we quickly skip over the next card as well? Because it's just a 1-mana Hunter card that's good.
1 mana, 2/1, Deathrattle, shuffle a 4/3 Raptor into your deck. We've already covered how the 1-drops are strong. This one also gives you some high roll potential when it dies. So let me show you what the Raptor is really quick.
Yeah. It's important that the
There we
4/3 Raptor is also a 1-drop.
Yeah, so 1 mana, 4/3 Raptor gets shuffled in your deck when it dies. Not a bad card, but not like a spectacular card, just a 1-drop that you will likely fit into a lot of Hunter decks if that's the route you choose to go with it. So not a ton of thought on this. We provide a lot of commentary on 2-1s. We'll move on to the next one.
Just
What?
one
Yeah.
quick hypothetical question.
Yeah.
Let's say we do the Firebat spreadsheet, right? And it decides that you don't have enough room to play this and Fiery Bat in your deck. Which one are you playing?
Fiery Bat.
Me too.
I like stuff that can kill the board.
Yeah, same. Raven?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
You're gonna have plenty of cheap raptors later on anyway, right? So,
This is like,
yeah, I agree.
This is fodder, I think, for the Hunter Quest, which we'll get to soon. But spoiler alert: it's play a lot of 1-drops. Terror Scale Stalker, 3 mana, 3/3, Battlecry, trigger a friendly minion's Deathrattle.
My ears.
What was that for?
3 mana fucking 3/3.
He's been saying it the whole time. Princess Huhuran obviously was not good enough at the 5 mana mark, and so we have tailored that back to an effect that is apparently not so spectacular. But what Deathrattle am I really going to trigger with this? 3 mana, 3/3, Battlecry, friendly. Come on, man! Like there's no way this competes with Eaglehorn Bone Animal Companion unless you're trying to do something gimmicky. Which is nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do. You know, we touched on Deathrattles a lot with the neutral 4/3. Or, I'm sorry, the neutral 4 mana 3/4 that triggers Deathrattles when it enters play. This is just more fodder for that.
Yep. I think I would just rather play that legendary over this card anyway. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean the problem is it's a Hunter 3-drop. We have bow, we have animal comps, we have kill commands. Like, doesn't matter. Next.
Yeah, I agree. I think this trash just doesn't cut it. This card is a card I thought was trash right up until I saw the Hunter Quest, and until I started seeing all the 1-drops they were making for it as well. 5 mana 3/5, Tol'Vir Warden, Battlecry, draw 2 1-cost minions from your deck. Is this a card you want to have less 1-drops with to ensure that you get certain ones, or is this just fodder? You want
This is
extra
called
stuff.
thinning your deck as well. This just inherently makes you draws better, and also it doesn't tail off because post quest you draw the fucking raptors that draw more cards. Like, this is just great. This is just a solid card, and I love this card before I saw the Hunter Quest purely because it thins your deck and allows you to more consistently draw into cards like High Mane, Stranglethorn Tiger, whatever.
Yeah, I echo all of that. And just to add for when we get to the Hunter Quest itself, if you're aiming to complete the quest on 6, this guy is 100% crucial, and I'll get into the numbers behind that when we get there.
We'll move on from there. Stampede, one of my favorite design cards in the set, because it feels exactly like it says. 1 mana Hunter spell. Each time you play a beast this turn, add a random beast to your hand. So we've complained a lot about the add a random beast effects, but I think it's just when we attach it to something that's fairly thoughtless in how you play it. You pretty much just play it at any opportunity that you have 1 mana to play it. This one, on the other hand, requires a bit more setup to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this card is really, really strong. Like, this is a top deck. It's just so nuts, right? Like, late game, like, the chances of this card somehow filling 8 to 10 mana for you when you just top deck it as a 1 mana card is just insane. So yeah, this is like a really, really high value card. And yeah, you get to play a shitload of just, on average, pretty trash cards in the same turn, but a big old pile of trash cards that you didn't have to put in your deck actually add up to something that can have an impact on the game.
Yep, and this adds to it's very reminiscent of Lock and Load, but also being 1 mana less is actually huge. And also the cards guarantee that you have a chance to cycle into more, like Sottle said, whereas it wasn't always the case with Lock and Load. But also the fact that it's just 1 mana is really nice as well. Like, the difference between 1 and 2 mana is like super huge. And yeah, I can see at least playing one of these in most Hunter decks, because you don't have card drawing Hunter outside of Tol'Vir to a certain extent. So I think it's just worth at least a 1-of in any given Hunter deck.
I just think it's cool because it's an actual. This is what like a Stampede would be.
Yeah, it's just a cool card as well.
Just a bunch of animals got angry, and here they come.
And also, the board changes. Like, it goes darker, and you hear all, like, stampeding noises while you're playing it as well. So it's kind of, like, it's got a cool live effect as well. So I like it.
I think in general, and I'm usually, like, someone that doesn't give the slightest fuck about this kind of stuff, but they've just nailed, like, the feel of cards in this set more so than any other. I think it, like, the combination of art plus name plus effect is so much more on point for this expansion than it's been for any of the others. So,
and I think the fact that you're even mentioning that means that on some level it did matter to you, and you just didn't even realize it.
Wow, it's free psychology lessons here.
I think it's beautiful because that's actually like one of the most important things to me is that you can read a card, you look at its name, and you look at the picture, and it makes sense.
Sure.
That's one of the most important things for me. I'm a big lore nerd, though. What can I do? I can't help it. Dinomancy, the card that Raven has mentioned in 6 of our early beasts that you and I both thought were trash. Sottle, 2 mana. Your hero power becomes give a beast +2/+2. It stays 2 mana, but now you just target one of your beasts. Boom. Or even an enemy beast if you have BGH. Hashtag not a combo. Give a beast +2/+2.
Just to get the tech questions out of the way, if you play this a second time, it refreshes your hero power. It doesn't alter it, but it allows you to play your hero power twice.
Okay.
In any given turn, just so you know how the second version of that card works. Second copy of that card, should I say.
Sottle, what do you think of this one? I think that losing 2 damage is something that you have to have a very specific deck to do.
Agree, and I don't think Hunter can build that deck, which is, this was the little offhand exchange between Raven and myself when we were talking about Grievous Bite. I just don't see Hunter being able to equip themselves with the tools to allow this to happen, to get significant value. I think pressing my button that kills you is just always going to be more along the lines of what Hunter wants to do, unless there is a significant sweeping redesign that pulls them away from just being board focused and damage focused. And this set has definitely not done that. This set has encouraged you to play a million 1-drops, in which case 2 damage is just more valuable than a situational hero power that does nothing if your opponent is able to get a grip back on the board.
Man, I don't want to agree with you, but I think I do.
No one wants to agree with Sottle. Come on. Okay.
People just don't learn. I mean, if people would just learn to agree with me, life would be a lot simpler for everyone. But they just, for some reason, don't.
So
and that's how Brexit happened.
That's true. Accurate.
First off, I just love this card because it's done something I've wanted for a long time, and it's that Hunter is not just the hero power is so like boring for Hunter. It's powerful, but it's just boring as fuck. Whereas this just is something else, so that's nice. Whether it ends up being powerful enough, I kind of agree with Sottle on this. We saw in the playthrough that Frodan did that it actually got insane value a lot of the time because there's just tokens and like, from Stampede, just random shit on the board, and suddenly that random shit starts trading up or does very well, as opposed to you just 2 damage to face, but I'm losing on board. Whereas the idea to just have a lot of little shit on the board and then suddenly it's got +2/+2 is quite strong. It very well might not be strong enough, so I'll agree with that. I can see why there could be issues with the card. I'm just happy it is a card. So
to me, this is the alternative to the quest.
A lot of shit with this card.
To me, this is the alternative to the quest. Like if you're playing the quest,
dude, what
you don't play this.
The alternative to the quest is 5 mana 8/8s. That's what the alternative to the quest is.
The reason I see this potentially being good is, one, it just makes all the small little shitty things you get just a bit better. And you might not get there, it might not have that impact early on, but later on, when you're potentially chaining a board full of raptors that are 3/2s for 1, then you make them a 5/4, as well every turn. It's not a scenario that's going to come up often, but I have hopes. But I can definitely see why it might not be good. Definitely.
I want to address something that Ecops just said in chat. This is better than Houndmaster if you activate it more than twice. No, that's not necessarily true. It's not necessarily wrong either, but it's a faulty comparison because an immediate hit of +6/+5 in stats is very, very different from 3 small incremental hits of +2/+2 each turn. They're not the same thing. You can't compare them. I feel like, as in general, the community would understand Hearthstone a lot better if we stopped making those comparisons in general. Anytime you want to compare a card and you want to say it's like this, just don't do that. Just think about the card in isolation, and I think we'll all be much, much happier and hold hands and skip over the horizon.
I want this card to be good. I like stuff like... I like when hero powers change, man.
So there is a lot of room in the future for this card to be good. I don't think it's good this expansion. It might be good in the Year of the Mammoth at some point.
The Year of the Mammoth. We got it in at some point. I didn't know where it was going to fit. Sottle managed to fit it. That's why he's a professional, and I'm just a dude with a beard. We're moving on to the Hunter quest. 1 mana. Again, we explained the quest mechanic in Druid. They always start in your opening hand. You can mulligan them. They appear as a secret. Your opponent can see the progress. You unlock a reward with them. Play 7 1-cost minions is the quest. There is a lot of 1-cost minions that Hunter can play with right now. And should you be brave enough to complete your quest with lots of 1-drops in your deck, you get Queen Carnassa. 5 mana, 8/8. Battlecry. Shuffle 15 Raptors into your deck. That doesn't seem very good because you used a Bloodfen Raptor. But hold on to your butts here, because they are not Bloodfen Raptors. They instead are Carnassa's Brood. 1 mana, 3/2 Beast. Battlecry. Draw a card. Holy crap, that is a lot of stuff you get for just sticking a bunch of 1-drops on board. That's a whole heap of stuff. Your opponent is in trouble if you are not dead after you play Queen Carnassa. And if you're playing a lot of 1-drops, it's actually pretty tough to die that early unless your opponent is just stomped you with N'Zoth's First Mates and patches and upgrading weapons and stuff like that. What the freak, man? This card seems bonkers to me. And Sottle, you have some math that we're going to put in chat here real quick. So let me go ahead and permit you to chat. Is it just Sottle on Twitch?
Yes, it is.
Okay, there we go.
So yeah, there's a tool that you can play with that has been on a site called Halfviz, which I only found today. They have very few followers on Twitter, so I don't know how big they are, but I imagine they're going to get a lot bigger because there's some awesome stuff on here. So I will post the link on Twat. What? Post a link in Twitch. But just for the sake of some highlights, like let's say we're aiming to complete the quest on turn 6, right? That seems like a reasonable target. If you have 15 1-drops in your deck, that happens about 27% of the time you complete it before turn 6, which doesn't sound great. If you then stick the 2 Wardens in there as well, then that goes up to 50% just by having those 2 Wardens in the deck as well, right? Like, that's insane. So if you want to then just do the ridiculous example, 29 1-drops in your deck, you then complete the quest by turn 6 100% of the time, turn 5 100% of the time. You have a 70% chance of completing the quest before that, and then there's coin things that come into play.
With what about like 27 with 2 Warden?
27 with 2 Warden is 88% on turn 5, 100% on turn 6.
Can you link this math in chat for us real quick?
Admirable. It looks like the stream's lagging. It's lagging for me as well.
Oh, it says 0 frames dropped for me right now, and my CPU usage is at 8%. So I mean that may be accurate.
It might just be Twitch then.
Twitch
has been having issues. I see the lag as well. Like the Twitch video is a long way behind from me. So
everything's fine from us on our end because our Skype's still functioning fine. So
okay, stick with us, guys. Stick with us.
Yeah.
We'll be okay. We'll make it.
But yeah, like seriously, like bookmark that site. If you're interested in competitive Hearthstone, bookmark that site. Follow them on Twitter because there's a adapt simulator on there as well. They've got good articles on like win rates of which cards win and lose played with the coin. I was going through it all today. It looks really, really awesome. So they deserve your support, and you should follow them.
Man, this card is bonkers.
Uh-huh.
What the heck, man? Like, my only fear behind this is that like this is just going to be the way to play Hunter if you're a competitive player.
I'm okay with that.
I think what's really funny is
Raven really needs the brainless, thoughtless, brute force mechanics.
I just fucking love Hunter, okay. But I think as well what's really funny is everyone's like, the Raptors are insane, blah, blah, which is completely true. You also play a 5 mana 8/8 in Hunter. That's a beast.
That's the problem I have is that it's a 5 mana 8/8. Like, why isn't it like a 5 mana like 5/5? Like, I get that like all the quest rewards are 8/8s, but like, holy mackerel, man! Like,
this feels like the easiest quest to pull off by.
And the scary thing, and the reason why I shot for turn 6. Why that was the turn that I was really, really looking at is that in a lot of those scenarios where I'm saying you have like 100% to hit it on turn 6 with 29 1-drops, I'm not sure 29 1-drops is going to fly, by the way, but like in that world where you have super, super high chance of hitting it on turn 6, you can go 1 mana thing, activate the quest, and then spend your 5 remaining mana on an 8/8. Like, what? Hello? why is that allowed? Yeah.
Because I say so. Yeah. Good quest. Move on to Legendary?
Wow.
So let's-
Chat's only just caught up to us talking about it, so I'm going to post a link again now.
15 out of 15 Raptors is what I give this one. Holy crap. What an insane card. I'm terrified of that one. Swamp King Dread is the Hunter Legendary that was previewed sooner, though. 7 mana, 9/9. After your opponent plays a minion, attack it. So what that means is when your opponent plays any minion whatsoever, say they play a 3/5 taunt, as soon as they play it, Swamp King Dread goes, ah, and punches that motherfucker in the face. Now,
Probably bites things. I don't think he's got the arms to punch things.
He's punch with their teeth. That's like same thing. Anytime you hit someone, it's a punch. I don't care what it's with.
Okay.
Takes just 3 damage, but man, that guy is a serious board objective. Like if you were trying to set something up like combo wise with minions, like this suddenly trounces that a lot. And 7 mana 9/9 is just also a lot of stuff.
Yep. Something weird happened when this card got announced. Everyone was like, "Oh, lol, gets like killed by Poisonous." How many people are playing Poisonous fucking cards in their deck? Let's be honest, no one. And even if they snipe it from an adapt card, they're like, "Okay, good job. You're not guaranteed that all the time, but good job." And that's a very specific scenario. This card is just good. Even in a deck that you're running all the ones, etc., I still think this card is just good enough to play. 7 mana 9/9 that auto kills pretty much anything that is played until he's dead. Seems good to me.
Sottle.
1/2 Poisonous Taunt. Go. No.
Damn you, Sottle!
That's the one that probably will get played as that one.
That's snail.
But is your opponent really going to be able to hold that against Hunter? Like they got to fight for the board.
No. Yeah. Like I think this card's fine. I don't like. I'm not freaking out about it. I think it's still a little on the slow side. There are removal spells that will tempo swing back against this, and Hunter having tempo swung back against them is usually death in that situation.
With all the 1-drop Raptors, man.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, like it's a fine card. It'll probably see some play, but I honestly think when the dust settles, we will not see a competitive Hunter deck that is playing this card. That might be a bold prediction. I don't know where everyone else has come down on this card. I really haven't been watching other card reviews because I wanted to do this one kind of fresh. So if everyone else has been saying that, maybe I'm just dumb, but I think this card misses out when Hunter's all said and done.
Man, 7 mana 9/9 is a lot. I fear the quest is going to push so many Hunter decks out from like a competitive standpoint. Like I feel like if you want to beat people with Hunter and your only goal is winning and you don't care about having fun and jolliness and adding friends afterwards and saying good game, man, in a very non-ironic sense, this card's likely not making the cut there. But like say there's some alternative decks. Like say the 1-drop decks aren't working very well because everyone's playing like a ton of taunt stuff. If that's the case, that would mean that you need to scale with Hunter a little bit harder. And if that's the case, Swamp King Dread feels like it fits that purpose very well. That's a lot of stuff. I'm terrified of cards like this. Hunter got a major power creep in this set, and rightfully so. It's been garbage for quite a long time now. So that's going to bring Hunter to a conclusion. We're going to start now on mage cards. 7 more classes to go. First one up is Arcanologist. 2 mana, 2/3, Battlecry. Draw a secret from your deck. I've been calling this Rational Scientist rather than Mad Scientist because this...
Sorry, excuse me. Who came up with that name? I'm sorry? You want to check that?
I didn't say I came up with it. I said I've been calling it. I said I've been calling it Rational Scientist.
Cite your sources, Nathan.
And also,
me.
I also inspired that idea. I said not so Mad Scientist.
That's true.
And then you went Rational Scientist. And I was like, yeah, good old British people knowing words, unlike me. I have a terrible vocabulary. I need a word of the day calendar. Hashtag, if you want to get me a gift, word of the day calendar would be a great one for me. That's a long hashtag, but this is still part of it.
Good card.
Typing that into Twitter, that needs a 140 check right now. Carry on.
I mean, this just seems like a totally fun card to me.
Yeah, it's just, I think if you, I don't know. And well, one, it enables potential old secret tempo mage decks to a certain extent, right? There are other cards that help out secrets as well. Mana Bind, which the card we'll check out soon, is a secret that can help with the mage quest also. So I think the card's just like a 2 mana 2/3 that pulls you a guaranteed at worst turn 3 play. Anthingy deck. I think it's good.
You're good. Still had like 20 characters to spare, so
Sick.
no worries.
Got him.
Yeah, this card's fine. I like it. As the name suggests, that was clearly a joint effort between Admirable and myself, who are the brains of this outfit. That, yeah, it's the card that Mad Scientist probably always should have been. Mad Scientist was kind of toxic. This card is just at a nice power level where you will play it if you have a specific usage for it, but it's not good enough just to say, this plus Mirror Entity in every deck, go!
Sure,
Yeah.
Seems good to me. I like drawing secrets. I think that this gives Freeze Mage a way to actually do something on turn 2 and not be sad about it. Even though we're losing Ice Lance, maybe there's some other cards that you want to combo with it. Some other sort of Freeze Mage style deck, as we'll start seeing as we move through it. Mage Spell is a new one here. 2 mana Flame Geyser. Deal 2 damage, add a 1/2 elemental to your hand. So we're starting to push.
Quick question. Do we know for sure this is a spell on its own? Oh, yeah, 'cause it's common.
Yes.
Yeah, it's got a marker.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Just because you get this from a card that we'll check out later,
Yeah.
I just wanted to double check.
Deal 2 damage, add a 1/2 elemental to your hand. So elemental is a theme for Mage as well. They definitely care about elemental stuff, and rightfully so. They're the arcane and elemental masters of Magic. 2 mana, deal 2 damage has historically not been very strong, as we've seen from all-star cards such as Lava Shock, but we get something from this. Lava Shock largely provided nothing outside of very circumstantial play.
Is Arcane Blast still in the format?
No, I believe that rotates with TGT.
Okay, alright. That means I don't immediately throw this in the bin. I don't think you want to play 4 Arcane Blasts, so if I was playing one or the other, I'd play Blast for sure. But low cost, cheap removal. There's less incentive to have to hold Frostbolts these days because some of the freeze synergy is gone. I don't know. It's such a low impact effect for a card in the deck when Mage has like so much more explosive removal that they can play.
But it's an elemental card, right?
If
you're playing an elemental deck, you are probably going to play this, right?
Well, that's the obvious use for it. I mean, does this ever find play outside of elementals? What use is Mage going to have from a 1/2?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I feel like this is probably just going to be a given in an elemental deck because it's some form of removal plus an elemental card.
I'm not even that sold on it. I don't necessarily think that it's an auto-include in the elemental deck. How many elemental cards do they have to play with? Three, and this.
Let's move along and see what they are, and see if we can come up with something. 2 mana, 2/1, Deathrattle. Add a random Mage spell to your hand. Is this more in line with what you hoped Babbling Book would have been, Sottle, or is the catalog still too wide here? Or is at 2 mana this card just not very good?
All of the above. Can I take a little from each column?
Sure.
Yeah. So yes, problem that you spoke about, I 100% agree. Discover is at its best when the pool is limited enough that the person playing the card, random effects in general, not just Discover, are at the best where the pool is limited enough so that the player activating the random effect can have some kind of scope as to what they're trying to achieve, and where the player opposing it can actually evaluate most, if not all, of the possible random effects and come up with counterplay for them. So just a random Mage spell is just so biblically wide that it's hard to do that. So I don't like it being that broad. I'd like the random effects to be narrow, as you were saying, specific mana costs or however else you want to limit it. Deathrattle is a big plus point, though, because now you can't just jam this, get the polymorph, kill Malagos, right? It's a delayed effect. It can't have immediate impact. That just makes it less impactful overall when the big blowouts do happen. But finally, it's just a 2 mana 2/1, right? Like, why are we talking? Like, no, it's card's bad.
It's an elemental.
I mean, yes, it is.
Raven?
Solid observation.
So my question as well is this purely going to see play because of Time Warp?
That's a good question, too. I mean, well, I guess for Mage, I'm going to go ahead and try something else here. We're going to fast forward to the Mage quest real quick and have that as our thing for doing this ahead of time. I hate doing it, but, it is the way it is. 1 mana, open the Waygate. This is the Mage quest. Cast 6 spells that didn't start in your deck. And for your reward, if you're brave enough to journey out and finish with lots of Kabbalist Tome stuff, you get Time Warp, a 5 mana Mage card that says take an extra turn. Wow. What an incredibly powerful effect. Now, something else to note is that coin will affect Open the Way Gate. So if you're going second, you have done 1/6 of the quest already. But now do cards like Shimmering Tempest start to fit the bill a little bit more.
We have official confirmation on that, or someone's told you?
I mean, the coin doesn't start in your deck.
It depends when we're taking the start, right? Because it does start in your deck. It's in your opening hand.
No, because you mulligan, and then your hand gets there, and the coin gets added to it. The game creates the coin.
Okay. I mean, I'm playing Devil's Apricot here. I just want to be clear on that. But like, I would like to hear official confirmation on that before we take it as written.
I believe on stream, Reels used the coin, and it procced.
He used it from Burglary Bully.
It was from Mana Bind. He played Mana Bind. Frodan played coin.
Oh, that was in
Mana Bind, and then Reels had a coin that clearly was not in his deck.
I would venture to say coin does complete it. In fact,
All right.
I would be willing to wager on that, even though we're not supposed to do that sort of thing. Hashtag we're not wagering. I'm just saying I would, not that I'm going to or promote that. I do not advocate wagering outside of legal circumstances where people have official licenses to do so. That is also a hashtag.
I'll rein us back in. Just to
Which
again.
Pokemon would you know?
Yes, that's exactly how I'm bringing us back to sanity. So just some tech points.
2 people got that joke. We both enjoyed it enormously. No one else can.
No one else, yeah. Private jokes are the best jokes. So the way the gain a turn works is you pay 5 mana, and then you can carry on spending whatever mana is left. You press end turn, then the turn starts again for you from scratch, right?
Yeah.
And what the key thing to bear in mind is, one, you gain X mana again, which is, say you're on 10 mana, you go back up to 10 mana, you draw a card, and then also any minions you played last turn that were either have summon sickness or you've already attacked with, guess what? It's a new turn, they can attack again. So it opens up opportunities for Arcane Giant, Faceless Manipulator, Time Warp. Smack them in the face for a fuck ton of damage. Like, that is the kind of general
new freeze mage.
Yeah, it's the kind of general. There's instant level
Whoa,
1 strategy.
I don't mean power level, Sottle. I mean strategy wise. Your goal is to largely ignore what your opponent's doing and kill them in one turn.
No, I agree. And I've already been in Deck Builder trying to make this deck work, because the equivalent deck in Shadowverse, which is essentially the same thing, the Time Walk is there, the Arcane Giants are there. There are a lot of other tools in the way that Spell Boost works in Shadowverse that makes that easier to achieve, but in format, it's the same thing. So Arcane Giant, and then Alexstrasza on the following turn is the way I see this working most often. But I've already been in Deck Builder trying to make this work, right? Freeze Mage consists of 3 key things. Burn, which doubles as removal, Stall and AoE effects, and then Cycle, so you hit those cards more consistently. When you're trying to put this deck together, suddenly there are more factors, right? So you have your Giants package, however many cards that takes up, 3 to 5 cards. But then suddenly your win condition doesn't double as removal anymore, like it did with the Burn package in Freeze Mage. So now you're thinking about, do I also need to play removal in here as well? Now you're taking up a shitload of spots. Then on top of that, you're playing card draw, because you need card draw still, because you have to hit the Arcane Giants and the Alexstrasza in your deck. But you also have to play things like Kabbalist Tome and the things that are generating random effect. Like, you can see where I'm going with this, right? You're very, very quickly running out of cards to fit in 30 card slots. I couldn't put it together, Theorycraft, a deck that I was happy with. I will be testing the shit out of this on day 1, and I want it to be powerful because it's a fucking awesome looking combo deck, which I think will be really, really hard to play and very enjoyable for people that want to play those kinds of decks. But just on paper, it looks incredibly hard to get all the things into one deck that you require to make this work.
Apparently, in chat, the coin from the going second does proc the quest. Apparently, Toast confirmed it.
Okay.
So that's what they say, and that just pushes. We're going slightly off topic, but that just pushes more and more. Blizzard need to implement. You can choose who takes the coin, because that is nuts.
I don't want that to happen, because then everyone builds their deck to choose the coin. Which is like nuts. Like, if you could build your deck to choose the coin, you can win a lot with it. I mean, that was like the rogue decks of yore. We're way off topic. We're way off topic.
Okay.
Well, I want to get back to activating this mage quest because that's going to be one of my #1 goals early on. I'm probably making a golden one day one. Mana Bind certainly can help you do that. 3 mana mage secret. When your opponent casts a spell, add a copy to your hand that costs 0. Really kind of interesting card here, but how applicable is this? Like, is this something that you're going to want to consistently draw off, like Archaeologist, for instance, and cheat into play? Like, if your goal is to simply play cards that were created from your deck to complete that quest, is Mana Bind a realistic option in a deck like that?
No, card's trash.
So me and Sottle have different opinions. I think this card's good because it's just your opponent is going to cast a spell. It's guaranteed that it goes off, and when it goes off, you don't have to worry about the mana cost of this spell. You cast it, like you can just use it whenever, right? I think it's good because of cards like Archaeologist, and even I was playing around with a deck that's more of old Tempo Mage with the Time Warp. It's definitely not there. I'm not saying it's good, but it's just something to think about with secrets that stall out the game potentially long enough for that combo to happen. I think Mana Bind's good because you can draw it with the Archaeologist. You can make it 0 to cast if you really want with Lackey, but that's probably going a bit too deep down the rabbit hole of that idea. But I think Mana Bind it's such a dangerous spell, secret, because your opponent, it's like counterspell kind of on steroids to the fact that, yes, it doesn't stop the spell happening, but the fact it gives you a spell that's free and helps towards your quest, I think is a very powerful tool. We'll see, but I'm definitely going to be testing this out.
I think that's where you use it. Is
Counterpoint. The spell that you receive is not free. It costs you 3 mana because the secret that you played for 3 mana did nothing. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything to stop your opponent's spell happening. So they still get full value out of their effect. You've wasted 3 mana to do nothing except have a card in your hand. So the spell that you play is the 3 mana spell that you cast beforehand. So if you're going to get some kind of objective value out of it, your opponent has to be giving you a spell that costs 3 mana or more in the first place. So that immediately puts a big if on the whole thing, right? And then there's a question about where even if you get an expensive spell, they can still choose to just give you a spell that's hard for you to use, is situational, isn't good in the situation that you're in. Like, I just don't think it's good, friends.
Yeah, the way I see it as well, though, is it's 3 mana cast whatever spell, right? Even if it's shit, but it's also 3 mana plus 1 to your quest guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's that's the angle I see, and I'm completely okay with one of us being very right and one of us being very wrong, either way. But I think the way I see it is it's 3 mana, guarantee you plus 1 to that quest.
If they play
even if it's shit.
You can just play a minion.
If they go through the whole game and never play a spell, sure.
That's what Howlmaster's for.
But,
we'll move on. We'll move on to Molten Reflection.
That's what endless raptors are for.
Time constraints are a realistic thing. 4 mana Molten Reflection. Choose a friendly minion, summon a copy of it. So you get a faceless manipulator, sort of, if you're mage, but only on your side.
Wouldn't you just rather play faceless? I don't know where this is good.
It's a spell.
Well, who cares?
Sorcerer's Apprentice stuff. I don't know. Yeah, this seems hard to use.
I think faceless is just better.
I'm gonna skip here. I don't like this card. I think this is just like it's a cool Timmy thing to do. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it, but there's you can do the same stuff with Faceless Manipulator. They just give you cheaper ways to do it.
I don't see anything. You can move on.
Roger that. Steam Surger.
Skip over Steam Surger as well. You'll play it in a Mage Elemental deck next.
5 mana, 5/4. Yeah, Flame Geyser is 2 mana, deal 2 damage, add a 1/2 Elemental to your deck. Seems all right. This is a 5/4 body.
Mage Ellie.
Now, against the Murloc Adept thing earlier, this is a 5/4 that gives you something. So 5/4s that give you stuff, we've set a precedent as being good cards. So this is certainly something I look out for. It's also an elemental itself. It keeps the elemental chain going if you want to curve through. Primordial Glyph, 2 mana. Discover a spell,
Insane.
Reduce its cost by 2. Insane. I mean, you're discovering a spell from the whole game.
But it's Discover. You get to just choose the best one, and suddenly it's 2 mana cheaper.
There's a lot of bad spells, man.
And yeah, but you have to play this card if you're playing the quest.
Yes, of course. I mean, that's where this card fits in. They've given you a way to activate that quest.
Even relatively bad spells, do they become that bad if they're 2 mana less to cast?
Farsight usually says yes.
A 1 mana draw a card, make it 3 mana less? Well, okay, it's not 1 mana because it's 2 mana because you used the spell, so okay.
Well, I'm saying, like we don't play Farsight. And Farsight has been pushed out of like every single combo
But
deck that we've seen.
Farsight
use
doesn't
that.
buff the quest.
Well, the point I'm getting at is that I agree with you. In a quest world, you do use this card. In a non-quest world, does this do anything?
Oh, probably not. So.
I think if you're not questing, your
It's not
goal
from your deck.
is-
It's just in the game.
Yeah, if you're not questing, your goal is to apprentice this thing, right? Like that's the only way you're pushing value. Because Portal actually gains you mana. Unstable Portal net you some mana over the course of the game, whereas this thing is just kind of weirdly breaks even and looks kind of pointless. But if you can find some way to cheat it again for even less, then suddenly you're in business. And Mage does have ways to just gain advantages from casting spells.
This is interesting, actually. So it says discover a spell. It's only mage spells, right? Because you're a mage?
Yep.
Mage spells are definitely pretty good. It's hard it's hard to see 3 trash mage spells. It's really easy to see 1 trash mage spell.
I mean, all the secrets, mirror image, shatter, arcane missiles.
To discover,
there's a lot of bad ones. Yeah, but I'm saying like
that's what I mean. The
realistic
odds
pool.
that you see 3 bad ones, like you're gonna see
Right,
Frostbolt,
I
you're
agree.
gonna see Fireball, you're gonna see Blizzard and Frost Nova and stuff. Like,
Even 5 mana Flame Strike, I'll take.
yeah, I don't know.
insane.
I agree with Raven on this one. I think this card's actually pretty decent.
It's the combination of Discover and the reduction by 2. That's what makes
this
it
is just
like.
Discover to be awful. This would
Yeah,
be
of course,
garbage if it was just Discover.
I mean, you know, there's cards that establish Discover costing 1 mana, right? Like, whichever card you want to pick as that example. So this essentially costs 0 once you buy back the mana. I think this card's really, really strong too. I was surprised to see you arguing against it in the first place. I think this is one of the best cards that Mage got given in the set.
In my head, I was like, I don't want a Shadow form. That was what was going through my head. Discoveries are class specific.
Next card is
one of
great,
one of my favorite big dumb cards in the game. I'm a big fan of big dumb stat stuff, but only when it's not oppressive, like War Golem. War Golem's actually one of my favorite cards. I don't really know why. It's a big dumb thing like me. 6 mana mage spell, deal 15 damage to a minion, and 3 damage to adjacent ones. Take that, you Wrathguard, and for whatever that 4/3 is from Warlock that deals them a damage every time they take damage.
You remember when I said that you weren't going through a 5/15 with damage after you've used your polymorph?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Okay, question.
God,
The cute turtle that discovers a spell and hits a random target with it. Can you hit your opponent for 15 with this?
No, it says to a minion.
But it's random targets.
Yeah, but minion is a clause to it. Woo! Thank you very much, Viking Large. 12 months. God bless.
Well, never mind then.
Yeah, not bad.
But never mind that. No. This card's not bad. Whoa. This can kill 3
Okay,
things.
hang on. Quick question though. Some people, yes, in Reno decks, but some people are playing Flame Lance.
Mm-hmm.
I think this card's fine, man. Like
Does
it's
this
not
ever
like,
get
it's not
spots?
good,
This
but
is
it's
what I
not
mean.
bad, and it's not. That's really the only way I can think to describe it.
Definitely not great. But either was Flame Lance. So.
I think this card's cool. I like 15 damage. That's a cool effect.
Oh, it's definitely great. It should have just said 100. That would have been so sick. It should have. It should just say you've dropped a meteor on someone.
This is a good point. This is a good point. I don't.
No,
I'm gonna Google
not
this
even
real
a round
quick.
number. It should have dealt 173 damage
Yeah,
to a
just like
minion.
whatever. Yeah.
Has anyone survived a meteor hit? True story
good
of
point.
history's own known meteorite victim. Only known meteorite victim. So one person has lived through a meteor, according to this National Geographic article in
That
2013.
guy has 174 health. This is exactly the point that I made you.
So quick point as well that chat made. Obviously, they're a little bit behind us. Primordial Glyph can discover itself,
Yes.
which is
Infinite with Flamewaker if you're super lucky.
You can potentially prot the quest with this one card.
Correct. This card is pretty PogChamp when it discovers itself.
Yeah,
like, there's
so-
no Flamewaker anymore, but like Antonidas, Mana Worm, all
Oh my lord.
Okay, so we talked about Open the Way Gate. We're going to go on to Pyros, the other side of Mage, which is the Elemental Push. 2 mana, 2/2, Deathrattle. Return this to your hand as a 6-cost 6/6. That 6-cost 6/6, I believe, has the same effect. So we should have all the Pyros in here.
Yeah.
So this is what it turns into on its first iteration.
Cost returns it as a 10/10.
Yeah, and the 10/10, that's where it stops. If you don't win after 10 mana 10/10, well, guess what? You're out of luck. So This is where that
It's-
ends. Is this card
it's
good?
this-
This is a lot of value attached to one card. Like, it's
I
hard
think
to unlock
I
it,
think
but
it's bad.
man, that's a lot of stuff.
I think it's bad.
Stuff.
I think with the volume of neutral elementals there are in the game, do you really want to shuffle just a dude into your deck when
No, it
all the
doesn't shuffle in
elementals
your deck.
do
It
insane
puts it
stuff?
in your hand.
And
Return. Okay, maybe it's not so bad. Okay, that makes more sense. I apologize. I thought it was deck. Okay, maybe that's not as bad. Okay, I guess you just play this in an elemental deck then, right?
I mean, you're still playing not as good as Frostwolf Grunt into not as good as Boulder Fist Ogre into not as good as Faceless Behemoth. Like,
I think
Think
getting
about,
the
like,
elemental procs in time for the
Yeah,
the
no.
box
I
is
see.
right.
I see the benefits of it, and I'm not writing this card off, but it's so weak in terms of tempo that I just don't see it happening. I think like the idea of this card from the design perspective was probably to go along with the 1/2 that gives you a 1/2, the 2/3 that gives you two 1/2s. So this was like the resources elemental deck,
Yeah.
whereas what we're theorizing for the shaman version is more of like the tempo elemental deck. But I don't think the resource version works. So I just don't.
elemental.
To me, this looks
I
like
just-
this looks like the card that goes in the Kazakus deck. Like, where if you're playing the long game, you took 10 cost potions a lot of times just because you wanted big stuff to do. Like, this is just another big thing to do. Like, your opponent, your opponent has to at some point suffer 2 damage for this investment. And at some point, they have to suffer 6 from the next. And at some point, they have to suffer 10 from the final one. Like, that's just a lot of stuff to deal with from one card. That, for all intents and purposes, just doesn't really cost you anything to put in your deck. Like 2-mana 2/2 is just a fine card to play. It's not like
just need to
great,
step away
but it's
for a
not
second.
bad.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I feel like once we finish Mage, we probably should break for a few minutes too. I need to take a piss really bad.
Okay.
But man, I think this card's just fine. Like in the Kazakus style decks, like that's like I think that Mage with Kazakus is going to be totally playable. I don't think you necessarily have to have Reno to make that deck work. I just don't think you can be as greedy. You can't just run like 17 8-drops or whatever and be like, oh, Reno got him.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree. I think, you know, the analysis of like the cards like solid but not great is fine. And then the argument against that is that there isn't room to put cards of that quality in your constructed deck. But then the proviso of that is when you have to play 30 individual cards. So I'm happy to go along with the fact that if it gets played in a Kazakus deck. But I don't know. I still don't like it.
This isn't a legendary I'm willing to dust right away. I will say that. Like if I had a limited amount of stuff, I wouldn't dust this right away. So we're gonna take a quick break here. Mage is now done. We got 6 more classes to go. As the nature of card reviews go, there's always a lot of argument and a lot of crap that goes along with it. So Lost in the Jungle is going to be our preview up next, but we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to finish up this Un'Goro review. Stay with us. We are back with some more card review. Paladin's going to be where we're coming up next, joined by Sottle and by Raven, who have been with me now for about 2 hours and 40 minutes into this Un'Goro review. 6 more classes to go, which means we got about 60 more cards. So, Sottle, you have a weird look on your head, like...
Hasn't it been, like, twice that?
No, it's been 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Really?
According to my...
Skype calls 2 hours 50 minutes, so yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought we started earlier than that. I was just looking at the clock. But
We were doing all that image stuff earlier is why. Getting all everything together and finding all the tokens and crap. So Lost in the Jungle, not a bad living roots, because, mind you, this is Paladin. Classes have a lot of differences and a lot of different stuff they can do. Druid doesn't have a ton of stuff they can do with extra 1/1s. Paladin, however, does have quite a bit. Lost in Jungle, summon 2 1/1 Silverhand Recruits. And for those of you out there who are wondering what Silverhand Recruit looks like, this beautiful token that we're just now getting, this little 1-mana 1/1 right here. So
you may have seen this before.
You may not have seen it before if you started playing in the last 3 months though. So that's something definitely to think about. Sottle, what's going on with this one?
Yeah, so the key to this card was that Paladin was going to need things, so this wasn't just bad Alley Cat or bad Living Roots. Obviously, Quartermaster was the thing that did that in the past. Warhorse Trainer tried to be, but was terrible and didn't. We were going to need some cards in this set that did similar things. We got one, I think, which probably isn't good enough to get over the line. So this card probably does just end up being bad Alley Cat or bad Living Roots. So for that reason, probably just not good enough.
I think one thing to consider with this card, it's a very cheap way to put something on the board that you can buff, which is important for the quest. And as I said, we'll get to the card that like really helps out this card later on. But I think just 1 mana summon something that I can buff, or summon a couple of things you can buff, is okay. I've not looked at the Paladin sort of buff deck in too much detail at the moment, but I don't know if there's even room for this card, which would be my worry.
Actually, I mean, thinking about it, I mean, the card's not spectacular, but you probably have to play it if you are going down the buff deck line, because Paladin doesn't have many other better things they can do on 1 mana.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, like the neutrals aren't good enough, so you probably just end up playing this by default, so it's probably a little better than I initially said, but it's one of those cards that you're playing through necessity rather than choice, I guess.
I wonder if you play elementals instead.
Okay, let's just slow down right there. Like, as soon as you start going on an elemental route with Lost in the Jungle, you are now officially lost in the jungle, okay?
No, I mean instead of Lost in the Jungle.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm totally behind that. I mean, instead.
I mean, for elementals, I've like the 1 mana 1/2 that then you can play another 1/2. You know, the lowest stuff you can drop on board to buff it. But we're going off topic of this card as well.
So we'll move on. Adaptation, 1 mana, adapt a friendly minion. Adapt feels like it's worth a lot. I don't know. It feels like it's worth about 1 mana.
Yep, it is.
I agree.
Is it worth a card though?
No.
So we're going strictly for the buff here. Okay, before we get to this, we'll do the same thing we did with the last one, where a lot of stuff we talk about is going to feed into the quest. Yeah, we should
probably just default to this order.
Why didn't I do it this way to image asset to begin with? Foolish of me.
I know.
The last Kaleidosaur. Again, quests start in your opening hand. You can mulligan them, but if they're in your deck, you will always have them as an option in your opening hand. The last Kaleidosaur quest, cast 6 spells on your minions. If you are brave enough to play quite that many buffs on all of your cards through all of your deck and cast them on your minions and live somehow, you get Galvadon. 5 mana, 5/5, Battle Cry, adapt 5 times, which is just monstrous. Like, this guy is going to one-shot your opponent a very large percentage of the time if you actually land him on the board. The question is, how often can you consistently do that? And so that's going to tie into where we start talking about buffs like Adaptation. Is this a card you suddenly want to play if you're playing the Paladin quest? Do you have to fill your deck up with these weird cards?
And also, this card as well, if you've got tokens on the board, just giving a token +3 attack is like, okay.
It's like a blessing of might.
Giving it Death Rattle, create 2 1/1s after it dies. Not fantastic, but I think this card is definitely one you are going to play if you want to get the quest done, because it's so cheap. We'll get to a card as well later that means that you can recycle this card. I think Adaptation, you play it in the buff deck, you wouldn't play it anywhere else.
So let's move on to Hydrologist, kind of speaking of that style, because I think Raven says a lot about that, unless you have something significant to add.
I mean, just on like Galvadon as a win condition, I guess. Like, how often is it like solo winning the game? Because that's important.
I think very often.
So like adapting 5 times, like you're looking to hit stealth and Wind Fury and then some buffs, right? So again, the site that I linked earlier can do this for you. I love it. It's my new favorite thing. So if you're adapting 5 times and your priority tree at the top is you're taking stealth as your first pick on everything, you're taking Wind Fury as your second pick on everything, and then you're looking for buffs, that means you're 83% to get the stealth that you want, you're 80% to get the Wind Fury that you want, and you're 70% plus each time to get significant buffs. So yeah, you get a thing with a shitload of attack with Wind Fury and stealth a lot of the time. If you're confused as to how those things can have different numbers in chat, by the way, it's because of the percentage where Wind Fury and stealth are in the same option, but you take stealth because that's your number one priority. That's why that's more likely. But yeah, 70 to 80+% chance that you get a huge Wind Fury stealth dude with a massive amount of attack that can just kill your opponent next time.
Plus, you also have to account for, against a control deck, for instance, the number of times that you can take can't be targeted by spells, and that effectively acts as stealth. So this card is going to one-shot your opponent quite often, and it's a very daunting task to buff 6 times to get that done. Way harder than the Hunter Quest.
Then you have to factor in the percentage of times you get Tinkmaster oversparked.
So very few times. Cast 6 spells on your minions. So it's not buff 6 minions, it's cast 6 spells on your minions. If it was buff 6 minions, then it'd be easy because you'd have abusive targets.
You can holy light a minion, for example.
That's definitely the... that's the one to go for right there. Hydrologist, 2 cost, 2/2 Murloc for Paladin. Battlecry, discover a secret. This feels more like that catalog I was talking about, where your opponent can actually figure out what it is with some reasonable thought. There is counterplay, and there's also setup to this card.
Yep. I like it design-wise and just, not being triggered by RNG-wise. It's just Paladin secrets are kind of shitty, so discover a shitty card with your shitty card does not seem like a thing I want to be doing with my deck.
Well, we said that about Mysterious Challenger too, albeit that put it from your deck into play.
Yeah, this doesn't say discover 5 secrets and put them all into play at once.
This also doesn't say play 5 shitty secrets in your deck.
That's true. All right, counterpoint taken.
What I will say is the flexibility of the card's pretty good because depending on what you're against can really influence the secret you take. And the secret pool has actually been reduced because there are no secrets in this expansion, but we're losing Competitive Spirit and Sacred Trial, I believe.
Yep.
So the actual numbers is quite low. And Noble Sacrifice can be a fucking great secret. It's actually, just powerful in general, soaking up an attack from either a big dude or just trying to stave off some aggro. Redemption on certain cards that are very useful to you, like one of the cards we'll get to soon, can be strong as well. So, and just for a lack of better cards, right? I think this is actually a very nice card for Paladin, and I agree with the design is nice.
It's 2-mana 2/2 that gives you something.
Yeah,
those are cards that are.
Noble Sack is really fucking good in the Galvadon mirror. I'm just going to put that out there.
Yep. Well, the thing is, you
with that note,
that's super legit. That's super serious.
And that brings us to Light Fused Stegodon. 4 mana, 3/4 beast. Battlecry, adapt your Silverhand recruits. No thanks. I didn't like Quartermaster that much, man.
Really?
I always had 1 Silverhand recruit out though, so I don't know. I play my cards. I don't use my hero power.
Mm-hmm. So
and we don't have muster for battle.
I don't think this card's amazing, but there is another card that, as well as Lost in the Jungle, there is another card later on that generates Silverhand recruits. So someone could probably make a deck like this, but I personally would much rather play Keeper of Uldamon. Wait, are we losing Keeper of Uldamon? Keeper of Uldamon. No, that's Karazhan. Oh, no. No.
LOE,
it's,
yeah.
League of Explorers. League of Explorers, sorry, yeah.
Oh, maybe Light Fuse Stegodon makes it there. We'll move on, though. I like this card a lot. This feels very Sludge Belcher-esque to me. 6 mana, Paladin spell. Give a minion +2/+6 and taunt. When it dies, summon a Stegodon. So a little bit of inverse power creep here. Stegodon is just a 4 mana 2/6 with taunt. Not too happy about this one. Oasis Snapjaw, just a bigger body. But how relevant is the taunt on this? That is a lot of taunt health you get for 6 mana. Holy moly.
I was watching a review earlier today, and I kind of agree with the sentiment here. This card, if you get to it, just like wins an aggro game. And of course it's 6 mana, and I know you need a minion, but if you play this card on almost any minion, do you just win against aggro?
That's a lot of stats, man.
That's what I mean. It kind of feels like it.
Like our aggro deck's going to have to play Spellbreaker.
If you play this on a 1/1, it's a 3/7 with Taunt that spawns a 2/6 with Taunt as soon as it dies. Holy shit. Like, woof. I don't know. That seems good to me.
That's a lot of stuff, Sottle.
It is. It's also a lot of mana, though, and it's situational because you need to have something to put it on. I don't know. I'm not freaking out about this card as most people seem to be. Again, I will, add to that statement that I haven't actually watched any full card reviews or anything yet because I want it to be fresh. But it seems like just from the reaction from Twitter and the reaction from the live stream was that this card is insane. But like, if you've got a 6 mana card that you have to have a target on the board to play, it better do something fucking nuts, because we already get into situations where like Blessing of Kings gets stranded in your hands because it's like it's just it's A, too expensive, and B, it's hard to grip the board, and you have to like recycle. Like, it doesn't matter if the cards cost 6. Any buff card requires you to snowball the board from the early game, because at any point you don't snowball the board, it doesn't matter whether that happens on turn 3 or turn 5. At whatever point you lose the board, that buff card is then pretty much dead to you for the rest of the game. And it's not even like we've seen plays with like Aggro Paladin where they'll lose the board and their last ditch is just to like play minion Blessing of Kings on like turn 5 or turn 6 or something, just to like get some stats into play. This costs 6. Like, it's so much harder to even do that.
The difference is this interacts on your opponent's turn, though. Like, Blessing of Kings offered nothing going into your opponent's turn other than a big stat pile. This offers the ability to like actually dictate attacks from your opponent. Like,
I definitely like see the benefit of it. Like, if we were using like 0 to 5, this would probably sit somewhere around a 3 for me. Like, I can definitely see it being played if the deck comes together that can just reliably keep a board. But that's always been the problem with these Paladin decks, right? Like, they've always had tools to snowball in insane fashions. If they get there.
What about Tiny Fin or Wisp? Then you can do it on turn 6 with no minions.
Boom! Got him! I love putting Wisps in my Paladin decks. That's the best strategy to it. 7 mana Paladin weapon. Vine Cleaver. 4/3 weapon. After your hero attacks, summon 2 1/1 Silverhand recruits. Now, this weapon, honestly, is not that good, but I'll tell you what, in a control matchup, holy moly, that's a lot of stuff you get. And to give you guys, once again, a glimpse of the token you get, Silverhand Recruit. Token you may not have seen the last 3 months if you've been playing since then, but it does exist. This is what the Paladin hero power makes. But that's a lot of damage if your opponent is not putting pressure on you for 7 mana.
I think this one's fairly straightforward. It's if there's a control Paladin archetype, you probably play this card, or as a one-off probably. If not, you don't.
So
Bad.
just bad.
Okay. So if there was a old school control Paladin, would you play this card?
No, because it'd get overwritten by Ashbringer too often.
That's a good point. You get a hefty 2 swings out of this, though.
You could, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's Ooze Bait, it's Harrison Bait. It's such an enormous swing to get blown out by a weapon when, Paladin already has that. Maybe you can make the argument that it protects your Ashbringer in that sense, but I still don't think that's a scenario you'll be happy about. You're not playing it in a tempo-based deck for sure. You're not playing it in a mid-range deck for sure. Maybe it's good enough for control, but I don't think so.
If this card was 6 mana, would it be any different?
Yes, this card would be insane at 6 mana.
Think so?
Yeah, one mana is a big difference, dude.
Man, I feel like at 6 mana, this still isn't even that good.
I don't know about that. This thing would scare me at 6.
Well, the thing is, you're paying 2 mana for an extra charge and the summon recruits over the heal from True Silver, right?
Right.
Paying 3
But
mana for that.
getting it out 1 turn earlier, because it's 4 attack as well, and it's not like 6 attack, 7 attack, like Goha or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a turn earlier with a 4-attack swing weapon is very, very important, I feel.
Yeah, that's the big thing. I mean, when you look at the expensive weapons in the game, like Ashbringer's not an expensive weapon, but you get the point. Ashbringer and Gorehowl or whatever, they have enough attack to interact with things that are around at that point in the game. Vinecleaver, you play this on 7, and they just have their big like 4/6s and 5/5s and whatever else on the board around that period of the game, and you're doing nothing. Like, what are you doing? Slapping them in the face and summoning 2 1/1s for 7 mana? That feels
like
horrible.
against control, that's a good facet, but how much control are we really going to see? I don't know. If the format slows down enough, maybe it's considered. This is a trash card, though, as far as I'm concerned. 2 mana, 1/2 Murloc, Primal Fin Champion, Deathrattle. Return any spells you cast on this minion to your hand. Whoa.
Will be in every single Paladin deck that wants to complete a quest.
Yeah,
Guys,
That's
legit.
pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Is the quest
This is in
enabler?
Kaleidosaur Paladin for sure.
Yep. This one card enables the quest, basically. It's crazy. And again, we saw the release stream, and that was a crazy scenario where there was just magically no answer to this card. So it gained like 10 spells on it and then brought them all back in time when it eventually did die. But you put 1 spell on this, it's probably worthwhile. Like, never mind once you start going to 2 to 3. Like, just 1 buff, 1 card on this is nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Gosh dang, man. This card's serious. That's a lot of stuff. I like getting extra stuff, even if it's crappy stuff. Woo!
It's good.
Yeah. I'll once again try
Next.
Paladin and likely fail to get anything done with it. Dino Size, 8 mana, Paladin, epic spell. Set a minion's attack and health to 10. I'll tell you what, that Silverhand Recruit that we got from that weapon now, boom! It's a Grom.
This is going to be Ivory Knight card, basically, I think. It heals for a lot.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right.
Yeah. It's going to be an Ivory Knight. We'll see it from... If there's a deck that plays Ivory Knight, this is actually a reasonable draw.
I don't think it's a bad card.
You're not going to put this in your deck.
Man, I don't think it's that bad.
This does not take a slot in your deck.
You have a 1/1 live, you get a 10/10. And it hits.
So?
It's not like you're playing a 10/10 and saying go. You're playing a 10/10, you're hitting something.
But what if you don't have a minion? It's dead.
Well, you can ask that question about any scenario. But clearly the whole purpose is to get minions on board with our Paladin deck. I think if we
How
really
do you
want
do
to
that
do
when
that,
you have an 8-mana card that potentially does nothing in your deck?
it's a good point.
I think this is it's a cool card. It's great as well because it's an 8-mana card, so it kind of hides behind Lay on Hands, for example, from Ivory Knights. There's the hidden information. And it just comes out of nowhere, right? If you get it from Ivory Knight, you're fucking good. You've healed for 8, and suddenly you've got potential, I guess at most 10 damage if you randomly have a 0-attack minion, but really a +9 burst at most.
I disagree, man. I think one of these makes the cut.
I don't know, man.
That's a
You play
big
Galvadon by this time.
I'm
You
not
killed
playing
them.
a bunch of shitty Blessing of Mights and adaptations and stuff, man. Fuck that. I'm making a 10/10 and I'm hitting something.
And then after my dude dies, I'm getting another copy of it in my hand, and I'm doing it again the next
Yeah,
time.
Raven. Hide that behind the Stegodon buff. Hide that 1/2 behind it. Boom!
Oh
Tenya!
my God.
I think this card's legit.
Bad.
No.
I'm calling it right now.
on this.
I'm calling it right now. Legit card. You guys are gonna be
Okay.
wrong, and you're gonna wish that you were as smart as me. I'm calling it right now. But this one doesn't feel that hard for me to call at all. 6 mana, 3/7 Paladin Legendary, Sunkeeper Tarim. Tarim? I don't know.
Tarim.
Sunkeeper Tarim. Sottle? Is this
Like
it?
Tare, but Tarim.
I'm surprised you're not saying Tarim like Shaman. Taunt, Battlecry, set all other minions' attack and health to 3. Holy crap, this card is nuts.
Yep. So again, tech information in case people don't think of this. It's your own and theirs that are on the board. So any 1/1s you've got, this can combine late game with Lost in the Jungle. Similar
Oh,
to
now it's
Master
easy to
Effect.
stick 1/1s to the board suddenly.
No, you play this on 7 with Lost in the Jungle and this.
I just wanted to make sure that suddenly it's easy to have minions on the board, but with Dino Size, it's fucking impossible. I just wanted to point that out.
That's on 8. Screw you. Anyway, I think the key thing about this is 1 taunt, and 2, it has 3 attack and 7 health. So if there's 4 minions on the enemy board, you play this, at base, they have to trade 3 of them in, not 2 at base. So
good.
This trades at like base level for 3 of their minions. Even though it's only got the 1 health extra that pushes it past that mark, it doesn't matter. And it kills them all. So this is just a fucking good card, in my opinion. That's my full analysis.
The only way they could have made this card any better if it was Battlecry, cast a spell on every minion on the board that sets it to 3 attack and 3 health.
Oh my god. Battlecry! Draw a Galvadon into your hand.
Goodness gracious, this card is bonkers.
It's really good, yeah. My only worry is, like, do you want to be playing the kind of, like, late gamey or... like, I mean, mid-range probably plays this card as well, but, like, mid-rangey to late game Paladin that wants to play this card, or are you more all in on just, like, super rushing the quest like we saw happen on the stream?
I think 6 is just low enough to just drop it in, right? Like, and if you've got small dudes, well, okay. You know, they even if you lose an attack here and there, you might gain health here and there as well. So I think that 6 mana is just low enough to just play this dude in almost every Paladin deck.
Yeah. Man, I think this card is freaking fantastic. Like, I don't care what kind of player you are. This fits the bill for everything. Whether or not you want to do big spectacular things, whether or not you want to combo, whether or not you want to control your opponent. This does it all. Now, granted, it's 6 mana, but my gosh, the idea of shifting down your opponent's stuff to that it dies instantly to this, and also buffing up all your little crappy things that have lived along the way, or even stuff that was just like 3/3 and it got damaged and it's 3/1, and you get to heal it up 2 health. Like, protecting stuff from swipes is a very real thing, and it's a big taunt minion as well. You
could actually, depending on what your board looks like, kill trade and then do it, so it works more just like a value self buff as opposed to an enemy debuff. So yeah, the card's just sick. It's
wow. Really good. Do not get rid of that one, and if you're a Paladin player, make it first. So that'll conclude us with Paladin, and we're on to Priest now. 5 more classes to go. Starting off with Binding Heal.
Start with the quest.
Oh yeah, quest. I always forgot. Always start off with the quest. So boom, right here. Awaken the Makers. This is the first quest that was revealed. Again, quests always start in your opening hand. You can mulligan them, but if you have them in your deck, you'll have the option. 1 mana quest. Summon 7 Deathrattle minions. And for your reward, you get Amara, Warden of Hope. Amara is 5 mana, 8/8, Taunt, Battlecry, set your hero's health to 40. That's a lot of stuff for 7 Deathrattle minions, but man, 7 Deathrattles is a heap of minions.
It is, but there's a few more Deathrattles, and what's important as well, it is summon and not play. So when you can use cards like, is Resurrect going out of the format? I can't remember, but
Onyx
Resurrect,
Bishop.
there's some minions, Onyx Bishop, there's some minions that are new in the set that do this as well. Basically, I feel like this quest means that Kazakus Priest is one of the ones I can probably have a stern guess at is the Kazakus or Highlander deck that will survive the lack of Reno, because this just acts like a Reno anyway, and it's a fucking beefy Reno at that. I'm not saying every Priest quest is going to be a Reno deck, but I think there's easily the potential here.
That's a lot of stuff.
I don't think you play it as a Kazakus deck, though, because then you're even more limited in the death rattles that you can play, right? I look at it the other way, and it's like, hey, I get this huge Reno-like effect anyway. Like, do I really need to make my deck that much worse just to have Kazakus? Which, by the way, thank you, Blizzard, for not printing another Singleton card in the entire set. Thank you. But, like, I don't know. I think you just play 2 odds, right? You play 2 copies of all the good death rattles. Kazakus probably isn't necessary. You have decent AoE, which is Kazakus' primary use in that kind of situation. And then you just play good death rattles, and you have like Mirage Cooler, which can copy 1/1s, all that good stuff. I don't know. I don't see it as a Kazakus deck.
So, like I said, I'm not saying it will be. I think it's one that Kazakus can survive in. But I also think that the Kazakus Resurrect can help with the quest itself, because you can resurrect death rattles, and that counts. So I'm just saying, if people want to play Kazakus deck, this is probably the class to try it in first, because it's probably going to be the most successful, if that's what you want to do.
I totally agree with a lot of what y'all are saying. Let's get into some Priest cards here. 1 mana, Binding Heal. Restore 5 health to a minion and 5 health to your hero. The eternal question in card games of how much healing do you need for 1 mana to be playable is still a question here. I think it needs to have draw a card on it, because this seems okay, but like, what? Like,
so this is just Blizzard continuing with the design they've put into this expansion of let's make powerful, well, reasonably powerful things, but remove the use of aggression, and we'll see that in. We saw that cards like the Tar cards, the Tar Taunts, and also there's some cards later on. One of the Shaman cards, for example, does this as well. So I like the design and the overall idea. Is it good enough? Probably not. Are we losing Flash Heal?
I think so, yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I mean, are we losing it? I don't know. I've never used the card.
But the idea of Flash Heal you
Trash.
can use offensively with Alkanai Soul Priest.
Yeah,
But
trash.
I like the design. It's probably not good enough.
Yeah, Flash Heal was TGT. So you can still tempo this with Orkanai or Embrace or whatever. You pay 5 health to be able to do it. It can still target enemy minions, so you can still get like the tempo blowout. But you can't hit face with it, which was pretty much like the only good use of Flash Heal. Really, was the kind of OTK burst damage setups. So yeah, just not
one
good.
thing. One thing I will say about this is with the next card plus the legendary, you can. It's an enabler for some silly things to happen,
So
and
let's
we'll work towards those as we go.
Yeah, so Radiant Elemental, Sorcerer's Apprentice has made its way into Priest, and I think in a slightly better form. 2 mana, 2/3. Your spells cost 1 less. 3/2 meant that it died to 1-drops very often. 2/3 means that it doesn't often die to 1-drops. Usually it'll take 2 things to actually kill it. This seems just like a great card.
Yeah, along with cards like Power Word Shield, this guy just living is going to be a problem. Makes all your spells just cost 1 less. You can have 2 of these, which can then start making Priest do silly things.
I don't think there's much to say about this card. It's just solid.
Yeah, it's good, not great. It's a card Priest needed, though. They needed something to be able to curve out with on 2 if they needed to. If they want to hold it and get value later, that's fine too. But yeah, great card. Priest will play it.
Whew. That one's good. New Deathrattles. Speaking of which, we get a lot of Deathrattles for Priest to help you complete that quest. Tortollan Shellraiser with one of the best arts in the entire set. 4 mana, 2/6, Taunt, Deathrattle. Give a random friendly minion +1/+1. The Deathrattle doesn't seem like that strong to me, but just the fact that it's something to do, I feel like makes it really important.
I think as well the taunt aspect makes the Deathrattle better, because a lot of the time with the cultist, when you used to play with that, they would kill the other minions and then kill the cultist. You're like, ah, fuck. Whereas with taunt, it's much harder to kill other stuff that's on the board and then kill this, so it doesn't have an effect. So it's just a solid Priest card, especially because Priest effectively losing all the dragons, or most of the dragons in the set, means they don't have Twilight Guardian anymore. So this is just a solid card, helps towards the quest, and can help snowball some of the early cards to continue battling for the board. So
Yeah,
I think it's just decent, right? It's just decent.
I agree. Like, the Deathrattle's not super high impact, but it is a Deathrattle. It says the word Deathrattle on it, so that in itself is high impact because it ticks your quest. And then putting it on a Taunt minion is a big deal because the Deathrattle, the Awaken the Makers in general, the Priest quest is going to be very stally, very late game based, just trying to survive for long enough to get the Deathrattle minions out. And then you drop a Mara, and suddenly you have this ridiculous platform to stabilize from. So these mid-game taunts that have Deathrattle as well, that's a great addition.
I totally agree with that. Just helping you complete that Priest quest, which is incredibly powerful if your opponents are trying to aggro you down. And another Deathrattle to go along with it. This one is like the Babbling Book design that I personally am very okay with. It's a 1 mana, 1/1 Deathrattle. Copy a card from your opponent's deck and add it to your hand. Is an elemental as well. When your opponent can more readily identify what you took or what you're likely to take, those sorts of things, that's what makes these effects good. So this is a catalog, but the catalog is complete information to your opponent in terms of what you have access to.
Yep, it's just
Like,
a cool card. It's just a
Babbling
good card
Book-
that Priest probably needs. So.
Babbling Book is technically also an identifiable catalog, but they're cards that nobody plays with, so it's way harder to identify. When your opponent takes something like this, you know if it's a Twilight Guardian, you know if it's going to be just whatever card X. Like, it's never just a giant surprise.
Yeah.
Like, oh.
So, right, like they play this on turn 1, and you still have 25 plus cards left in your deck. Not all of those 25 cards need to even take up processing power for you to consider, right? Because in your deck, there's just a bunch of dudes with stats on them at some point that aren't going to have a massive impact. So there's going to be like 5 or 6, maybe a few more, like key cards that are like, okay, if my opponent hit this, that's a big deal. As the game ticks on, you can start to eliminate those piece by piece because you would have seen them the same way as you get a hand read on any other card. So yeah, I agree. This card is okay. It's fine. It's a small enough catalog that you can actually play around things. Again, it's a Deathrattle. It ticks the quest. It's just something to do on turn 1 to replace the fact that Twilight Whelp isn't going to be a thing anymore. So again, a card that Priest probably needed, a card that will probably see play a lot of the time, even if you're not playing Quest Priest. It's probably good enough just to get in there.
Also, as well, in terms of the mechanic, it's everyone's been trained on how to deal with it because of Operative, which is a stronger version of that mechanic, right? So, in terms of identifying key cards that you really need to think about, like, there's already sort of training going on for the player base. For example, the less high-end player base, for example. So that's kind of cool.
I like it.
Good card.
Playable card. Mirage Caller. On to rares now. 3 mana, 2/3, Battlecry. Choose a friendly minion, summon a 1/1 copy of it. A lot better than Herald of Valash, I'll say that.
Yep. It's going to be played quite a lot, I think, because if you summon a copy of a Deathrattle card, it adds to the quest.
Yep.
Get him.
This is pretty straightforward.
That's
there's also
about it.
combo stuff you can do with this, too.
Yeah, there's some pretty nuts combo stuff that you can do with this in Wild, but not particularly in Standard.
Wasn't even me!
But yeah, I think primarily it's quest bait, and then outside of that, not so much because it's just Razorfen Hunter in most situations. Unless you're going for death rattles or persistent onboard effects. I mean, there's some value in curving it into Radiant Elemental and getting the double discount. Radiant Elemental into Mirage Cooler and then hit a free Shadow Visions we're coming up with later. That's a possible thing, but most of the time, this is just quest food. If you're not playing the quest, it's probably not quite good enough.
Lots of enablers for quests is a big theme of it. On to Priest big spells. 8 mana, free from Amber. Discover a minion that costs 8 or more. Summon it. What the heck?
I don't know, dude.
Me neither. It's just...
I don't even know how to begin evaluating this card.
Why would you play this card over the actual card you would want?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you...
Already talked too long about it. You can pay 8 mana for a 10-drop. There's no real good 10-drops that are a blowout. If you summon them for 2 mana less, it's bad.
Yep, I agree. But Shadow Visions, on the other hand, is not a bad card. This is actually a card that kind of scares me with combo potential. 2 mana, pre-spell. Discover a copy of a spell in your deck. So I want to preface this with saying, say you get 2 of the discount elementals in play, and Shadow Visions is your actual only other spell in the deck, you can infinitely change Shadow Visions to that point. That's terrifying to me.
Well, I was more thinking Shadow Visions and Mind Blast in your deck.
That's totally fine too. I mean,
you just draw even at 4 Mind Blasts, that's 20 damage. That's just a lot of damage that a lot of classes won't be able to deal with. Also, as well, what's going to be really weird is the potential for the Infinite Cycle, because, again, I'm going to mention it, but we'll get to it. The Legendary basically has something to do with spells. So being able to cast a lot of spells and repeat cast spells is actually going to be important if you choose to go down that route with this class.
Yeah, this card is good. This is one of the first tutor effects that we've actually had in the game.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think the food is there for it just yet to be really, really powerful, but it's a card that, if left in the game for a decent period of time, which it will be because it's fresh at the start of a rotation, something is going to come along to make this card absolutely crazy town banana pants.
I agree with that, man. This is a scary card. Holy mackerel. That is just good. Ah! I'm scared.
This goes in your wild copy, Velen, Mind Blast deck as well, by the way.
Oh, baby.
Another
Which I
card
will
I'm
be playing. That deck seems sweet.
Yeah, another card I'm a really big fan of. Curious Glimmer Root, 3-mana 3/3 Battlecry. Look at 3 cards. Guess which one started in your opponent's deck to get a copy of it. There is some weighted calculation with this. Sottle, do you remember what the weighted probability of this thing was? Because it wasn't quite like you could see the Angry Chicken, Healing Touch, swipe, and you pick the swipe. It's like... It was like you saw, what? Like, Druid... Like, there was something about, like, how you saw, like, more, like, class cards, I think it was.
Oh, really?
I think it was weighted towards class cards in some degree. Like, this is... I remember having this discussion. I might have been just this delirious tired in the Bahamas, but this isn't, like, just, like... You see Deathwing and Frostwolf Grunt and Innervate.
It's what it looked like when it was streamed, right? Because there was one pretty clear option.
Yeah.
I think that can happen, but I think it's weighted.
I fear for this card that every single time it's just guaranteed.
It's really hard to guess wrong if you're paying attention to the metagame at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought
like if you're playing against Rage, you're never going to get it right. But if you're playing against or Jackie Chan, you have no idea. Pick the wackiest card. That's the most likely one. He probably doesn't have swipe in his deck, but
I thought this card when I glanced at it and did one of those. I presume I've read it when I didn't. I thought it was look at 3 cards from your opponent's deck and guess which one started in their opening hand.
Right? Oh, that would just be a nice. This card would just suck if that was the case.
But I thought because of how crazy the card is, it was like a fun, stupid card. But then, like against Druid, if Wild Growth ever shows up, you're like, I'm going to the odds here and pick a Wild Growth.
This card's nuts, man. This is just like 3-mana 3/3 draw a card.
Draw a card that someone chose to put in the deck. Yeah. It's nuts.
Yeah. I mean, this is along the lines of like Draconid Operative stats, right? Like. Pit Fighter is the neutral, the vanilla test for 5 mana, and Draconid Operative is right on that and draws you a card on a very, very easy condition to hit. Have a dragon in your hand. This is a 3-mana 3/3. The vanilla test for 3 mana is 3/4, although that has never actually existed. Like, Spider Tank was a mech or whatever. So it's slightly below that, but again, very, very easy condition. Have some kind of idea as to what cards go in a Hearthstone deck, and you've probably got a good shot.
I'm going to wait like a month till I start playing this card.
This card's just good.
Just so I know.
No, I'm going to play it right away and just test myself. But I do like how Sottle likes 3/3s when they're not tech cards. Just when they're good cards. If they're tech cards, 3/3s suck.
I did growl like some kind of very passive lion when this first popped up on the screen, but yeah.
Oh gosh, I love it. 3-mana 3/3s. We went over Awaken, very powerful card, and then the Priest Legendary. The stats on this one don't excite me, but the effect is certainly very scary. 5-mana 3/5. Lyra the Sunshard. Elemental. Whenever you cast a spell, add a random priest spell to your hand. How good are random priest spells? And how often are you able to stick this and cast spells to go with it? Because I don't think this is like that crazy strong. This reminds me of like a Gazlowe effect almost.
I'm so confused by this card because I told this story earlier. There was this this comment that Mike Danae made on Trump's stream where he said the Priest Legendary minion, like the actual minion, this card, Lyra the Sunshard, before it was revealed, was very strong, perhaps too strong, and I apologize if it's too strong. Those were pretty much his words. And I'm just looking at this like, what am I missing? This card just does. It seems fine. Like Nexus Champion Sarad has been on the fringes of play. Like it's popped in every now and again if you're pop form or whatever. But like 5-mana 3/5 with random priest spells, I can't see what part of this makes you go, sorry guys, this might be too good.
Apparently, Glimmerroot only shows class cards.
Really?
Which I don't think makes it that much harder to guess. Like, again, you're going to still see, like, Healing Touch, Savagery, and then...
But what if you see, like, Wild Growth, Swipe, and Savagery?
Your opponent's got some sort of weird deck that isn't running Swipe or Wild Growth, in which case that you're very happy to play against them, even if you miss.
Yep. Because there's got to be 2 wrong answers, I guess, right?
Exactly. Unless it's just
that makes
right
it way
answers sometimes.
easier.
If it gives you 3 right answers, I mean, then you just draw a card. Yeah, but I mean, like,
Like, back to Lyra.
like, is Lyra like what are we missing about? Is this just like strictly a late game value card where you're like Antonidas-esque, except you're hoping just get enough value that you're okay with it? Like, this doesn't seem that good. I take it back. I take it back. It does seem good, but nothing about this says too good to me.
I feel like even if it was a 5/5, it would be fine. Like, I don't know why it's got such low attack. I really don't. Like, if it was a 5/5, at least it's kind of like Raza, you know, like and like Elise, the new Elise, like just a reasonable body and has a potentially powerful effect. But this just seems, I don't know. I'm missing it. It's an elemental, which sure, drop it in an alley deck, but
I'm not disenchanting it. I'm hanging on to this one until I see.
Yeah, it's just weird, right? Because, like, contrary to popular belief, Mike Danae is not an idiot. Like, the guy is actually, like, very good at Hearthstone, and I don't understand why he would make a comment like that unless they've thrown up something in testing that none of us have seen yet. Like,
maybe there's just that many taunts that a bunch of random priest spells actually becomes good.
Yeah.
You just get a bunch of mind controls and the game lasts forever because you can't actually kill anyone.
Weird.
I don't know.
Rogue.
Interesting card. Yeah, let's move on to Rogue. We'll go to the Rogue quest first, which I honestly don't feel impacts this with quite as much, but still does have some stuff in it. So, Rogue quest, Caverns Below. Play 4 minions with the same name. Play 4 minions, not get 4 minions. So, like, you can't Violet Teacher and make a bunch of Sorcerer's Apprentices or Violet whatever they make. I don't know.
Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Reward Crystal Core, and Crystal Core is a 5-mana card. It sits on the board. It takes up a slot. It's not a minion. It's not anything. It just your opponent can't target it. They can't interact with this. But it does take up a slot on your board. Whoop-de-doo. If you have 7 minions, if you have 6 minions out, you're probably in good shape. For the rest of the game, your minions are 5/5. What that means is that their base stats turn into 5/5. So if you play like Edwin Van Cleef, and you've played 2 spells, Edwin will be a 9/9 at that point. Its base is 5/5, and then it gets its effect afterwards. That is a really cool effect, but how easy is it going to be to get 4 of the same name minions? Obviously, like Shadow Step, Brewmaster, cards that create other cards. We'll get to those in a second, but that's stuff to think about. I actually think I don't want to talk about the quest as much and allude to cards more that touch on the quest than evaluating it straight out.
Yeah, I just want to, like, quickly say that this quest is sweet. Like, it's interesting and complicated, and I really wish the other quests were more along this line. The quests themselves are just super vanilla, and to me that's the most disappointing part of the expansion. It's just the quests are just all do X, Y times. Like, that's all that we've got in the rest of the quest pretty much. Whereas this one is actually, like, sweet and it, like, makes you think about it. That's pretty much all I want to add.
It's good. That's a very good point. I actually do agree with that in hindsight on how that works. So the first one up is Hallucination. 1 mana, discover a card from your opponent's class. Raven Idol.
Sure.
Yeah.
This is the Rogue Raven Idol. We don't play with our own cards, we play with our opponents.
Yeah. Being able to discover them is pretty important, though. Because
Right.
it's similar to what we were saying. You're probably going to get a good one, right? Like, at least one good option.
Yeah, but Raven Idol was even narrower because you got to cut the class cards in half, right? Like you were choosing spell, right? So, and then even minion was wider because it could hit any minion, whereas this class minions tend to be much better than neutral minions on average. So there's that. But it is diluted by the fact that if this was discover a spell from your opponent's class, it would be insane.
Sick. Yeah.
Yeah,
is there much to say about it?
It's interesting. We might see it play. I don't know. Well, if you like stealing your opponent's cards, there you go. Razor Petal Volley, 2 mana. Add 2 Razor Petals to your hand that deal 1 damage. So Razor Petal is, I have this one loaded up in the images. Let me find what this is. 1 mana spell, deal 1 damage is what Razor Petal is. 2 mana to do nothing instantly. And to just get what you would normally spend 2 mana to get 4 damage out of? Like, how big of a benefit is there to casting multiple spells or being able to break it up and stuff like that?
So Mali Food is the first thing that I think of. Like, 1 mana spells that can go in hand and get paired with Malagos later on. But yeah, it's finding the turn to spend 2 mana to do nothing in Rogue, for sure, which is the tricky part. But it definitely has some applications.
Without Emperor as well, even with Malagos. It's just...
Yeah.
What's weird this feels like a card that should, like, the Razor Petals should be a minion.
Well, it's
help
funny
with
you
the
mentioned
quest.
that
Do you know what I
because
mean?
our next card is a 2-mana 2/2 that says Battlecry. As add a Razor Petal to your hand.
Yes.
Much
This card
better.
is just a lot better, yeah.
Yep.
I'm just looking at the two of these and going, huh?
Yes.
You pay, yeah.
It's like it power creeped itself.
It's really weird, isn't it? But the one thing I do like about the Lasher is it's another minion that you get benefit from bouncing to cycle the gain the Battlecry cards.
This card's fine.
So, yeah, it's a good card. I just don't get Volley. I just don't get it.
I don't either. This Razor Petal Lasher seems great, though.
Yep, I agree.
Heck yeah, I like combo activators. I like Edwin activators. Let's go. Speaking of more activators, Mimic Pod, 3-mana rogue spell. Draw a card, then add a copy of it to your hand. I do not want to pay 3 mana for the third copy of it, but I will gladly pay 3 mana to replace my card and get a second copy of it. This is like everything Thistletea wanted to be.
Is it good enough, though?
Yes.
I think so. It's like Arcane Intellect.
Okay.
This card's great. I mean, Arcane Intellect gave you options. Like, options are not to be sniffed at. It's like when you have a hand of 6 cards and it's like 3 copies of 2 cards, that hand is usually significantly worse. 3 pairs of 2 cards, that hand is usually significantly worse than having 6 individual cards because you don't have as many options to play with. So there's that. But when you go over to the other side of the equation and just think about the potential combo applications or the quest applications, if that works, I'm not sure if it does. When you put all that together, then this card for me is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I think that's what pushes me towards the is it going to be good enough? And as a card in a vacuum on its own, pretty good card. But because you can just draw a spell and that doesn't get you as much. Okay, if it's Shadow Step, awesome. But if you just double up.
Why
on a
is Shadow
spell,
Step the one you pick? Why don't you pick like Eviscerate or Sap or?
No. Listen. If it's Shadow Step, then that directly helps you get towards.
He's in Quest World.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
Raven's
Whereas
always in
if
Quest World. I forgot about that.
Exactly. If
Raven's
it's-
always.
I even said it with a smile on my face. Did you feel the
tell-
less
I can
aggression
tell
that
it
was there?
back,
Yeah.
I can tell.
24/7/365, Raven is questing.
Yeah.
It's a grinder.
But if Mimic Pod draws you a spell, then it's probably fuck off with that. It's probably it's still good because all the rogue spells are just pretty decent unless you put Razor Petal Volley in your deck. But I want it to just draw a minion every single time, and I feel like if it doesn't, you need to do a hell of a blowout turn to sort of catch up because 3 mana. Yeah, you can prep it for 0, but 3 mana is just quite a lot of mana to potentially do nothing.
No. Quite a lot of mana to potentially do nothing is our next card. 3 mana in Venom Weapon. Give your weapon poisonous. Okay.
Blade Flurry.
That is quite a lot of mana to do absolutely nothing. Is this card?
Blade Flurry, man.
Like
7 mana. Click the
In
boss.
what world does the 3 mana version of a poison kill something that just the 1 mana version of the poison doesn't kill that you're willing to kill at this point? Like, you're taking a lot of damage to kill something with this 3 mana card that doesn't actually add you any aggressive ability, and no one's fucking playing Blade Flurry. I did not say that with a smile on my face.
I could tell.
Wait, so what are you saying? You're saying that Deadly Poison itself, just the damage buff on that is already enough in terms of things that you're willing to hit with your face? Is that what you're saying?
Well, not only that, but it doesn't offer any. This offers 0 aggressive potential. In what world is this better than Shadow Strike?
Well, you could kill
Because
2
you
big
kill
farm
2 minions with it for 3
That's
mana.
a lot of life to pay, man.
It is.
Or
It's also a shitload of tempo. That's what Rogue does. They turn their life total into tempo.
and bear in mind, and yes, this is super potentially late game and the long game, but cards like Assassin's Blade are still a thing. Even the next card is a thing with more than 2 charges. So you do have to commit a lot.
No. Assassin's Blade does not fit into my argument here, or even against it, because I'm saying you're not willing to pay that much life to kill things to begin with. So if I want to stick this on Assassin's Blade, I'm willing to pay more life to get this done. Rogue is notoriously the class that cannot protect itself from massive amounts of damage. Why are we spending 3 mana, plus our weapon, plus aggressive potential, to simply kill things? This is what Sap is for.
But they can't replay it if you kill it, Admirable.
This still doesn't counter my argument of you're taking too much damage. Like, what the freak, man?
Yeah.
Like, this is combo with Blade Flurry, sure, that's a great combo, but...
Okay. Look, you know, you guys did that cast the other day where you were, doing all the misspoken idioms, and then we were talking about how, like, you've now got this buff where anytime you said something dumb on cast, everyone thought you were doing it deliberately because that thing was so good. This is Raven's entire strat of his life, where he says some things that are just so obviously dumb that when he accidentally says things that he believes but are still dumb, people think he's doing the same bit.
Exactly.
This is a great spot for the Raven phone again. I want to point that out.
But it works against me because it flips, because instead of people think I'm doing it for the shtick, they just think I'm just that dumb. So
do you really think this card is good?
No.
Okay, good.
Hence why I was laughing every time I suggested a combo.
Oh, you laugh about a lot of stuff, though. You're like the opposite of me.
I'm just a happy
You're
guy.
always smiling when you talk, and I'm
Next.
always just mad and angry. Yeah, this card,
Next
good.
card.
No good.
Go.
4 mana, 3/3 rogue weapon. Costs 1 less for each card you've played from another class.
This could be good.
Again, this feels like Deadly Poison. Like, what the heck? Like, I'm just gonna cast Deadly Poison, man.
I don't know. I think this could be good. I'm not even joking.
Are you gonna burgle your opponent?
No, but you're probably gonna play like Swashbuckler, Hallucination, maybe.
You gotta cast that stuff first, man. This is a 4 mana card that stays in your hand. You gotta play the Swashbuckler.
What if you draw into it and it's a 0 mana 3/3?
That's like a Deadly Poison.
No, it's not. Deadly Poison isn't 0 mana.
No way.
3/3.
This card's trash. Sottle. This card's trash, right?
Yeah, body bag, zip it up.
Yeah. Biteweed. This card's not so trash, though. I actually kind of like
This card's good.
2 mana, 1/1 combo. Gain +1/+1 for each other card you've played this turn. So, if we just are really hankering to go all in on Edwin Van Cleefs, you now have 2 more options with which to make that work. I mean, is this really the mechanic that this is going towards? Like, Rogue is already scary enough with the all-in stuff. Like, more of it?
I think this is more Blizzard giving us more tools to bounce. To be honest, you're okay bouncing these, right?
No. I'm okay with investing all my cards and playing a 6/6.
I mean,
It's
that's just
really,
easy answerable.
really slow to get big. Really slow.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I think you're okay, like just shadow stepping this or whatever and just bouncing around. Or just play multiple ones in the same turn because it's so cheap, but the stats can be reasonable once you stack into them.
I mean, that's what I see around this, is being able to play multiples of it in the same turn, because it's 2 mana instead of 3, and you get to cast your stuff ahead of time, and like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that's good enough, though. I think this card is cool. I think they could have definitely pushed the boat out a bit more with it. I can see why they didn't, because there is a current backlash against Edwin right now. A lot of people are just really hating on that card, and we've seen turn 1 10/10s winning some fucking games of Hearthstone recently. But I think this card was a little bit on the timid side of when they statted it and costed it. And because of that, it's probably just not quite good enough. Like, invest all your stuff and, like you said, like 2 mana 5/5, 2 mana 6/6. Probably not that oppressive overall compared to what you can do with questing and Edwin. So, meh.
I wish there was a plant tribe.
I'm giving on that. This card. I actually think this card's bad. Like, Questing Adventurer continues to grow. This card doesn't.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Next one. This card's not bad. I think this card is nuts. 5 mana 3/4. Vile Spine Slayer combo. Destroy a minion. Assassinate now has a 3/4 body on it, but it makes you play a spell first. Oh no. Anything but that. This card is bonkers.
I think this card in this set is good as well, because you know those quests that get you crazy 5 mana 8/8s? This might do the job in dealing with them.
This card is nuts.
Like, yeah, I think this is going to be common. Unless there's like all-out aggro rogue, and even if there is, this could be the top end to clear off the taunts. Like, this could be really good. I like it.
Sottle, what the freak?
I'm not sold on how this card is like significantly better than Envenom. If anything, I think I'd rather play Envenom.
What?
I don't know, dude.
I'm fine
So-
with face tanking 6 a couple of times.
I am not.
First
That sounds
head on the-
terrible. I don't like just taking
My-
6 damage.
How good is just the fact that you can like
This kills
Shadow
everything.
Step? Well, I'm thinking like Shadow Step Shadowcaster as well to have a 1-mana version of this.
No,
that just
you
1-mana killer minion.
You don't even
are a
need that.
living meme, Raven.
You don't
Stop
even
trying
need
to do
that. You
ridiculous
coin
things.
this, you kill their thing, and they're like, crap.
Like, oh no, a spider tank! What?
No. You blew up their 5/5. That's what happened.
I mean, okay,
Hang on.
like,
They have a 5/5 on turn 4.
100% clarity. I think this card is good. I think Envenom is also good. My only complaint is like the big gap in your thinking between the two cards. I don't know.
Envenom forces you to have a dagger up. It forces you to pay life. It forces you to sacrifice any aggressive potential.
Yeah.
Vile Spine Slayer does not require you to have a weapon up. It does not deal you damage. And it starts aggressive potential. It's like the exact fucking opposite of what Envenom is.
But I mean, yeah, okay, like those are the conditions that are in favor of Vilespine Slayer, but then there's the condition that Vilespine Slayer costs 5 and has to be comboed. Like I can list negatives about this card as well. It's kind of how things work.
Also, as well, in Venom, on even a base dagger, you guarantee a kill on 2 minions, like turn after turn.
Which that's
So
that's
you
not
can-
look, that's the one redeeming grace of that card is that you can
Well,
do
that can actually just gain you tempo, right? Because once that weapon's envenomed, you've killed something. They either play like a shitty card that they're okay with being killed, or a high damage card, which then you have to weigh up the options of taking the damage, or they have to try and kill the weapon. That is actually 2 very difficult choices to make when you're also developing stuff behind the first envenom turn. I think I think both cards are good, but I think they'll both be used quite differently. I think Vilespine Slayer is more of a controlling card.
I think Vile Spawn Slayer is freaking nuts. Like, what doesn't this affect? Pirates. That's about it. Guess what? Rogue's going to get crapped on by pirates anyway. So we're not even going to think about that. What is Rogue weak to right now? Well, it's weak to when your opponent stifles your board and then suddenly they just play 5/6s and Ragnaros or whatever it's going to be, just like Big Minion X. Sap suddenly doesn't work anymore. And in the late game, if the problem is the minion is so big, that means Envenom Weapon often isn't going to deal with it effectively either. This fixes both of those issues.
Here's my question, though. So, for Vilespine, do you play 2 in a deck? And for Envenom, do you only play 1?
I'm not playing Envenom, and I'm going to play 2 Vile Spines.
Okay.
I don't know. This is what happens when you test things.
Whew. I think this card's nuts. So
I-
we're on
I
the
could
fence
just-
about this one collectively.
I can just imagine Envenom being a one-of, whereas Vilespine, if you're playing 1, you probably just want 2 because it's a minion.
I agree with that in philosophy.
I
Yeah,
want
yeah,
2 of this
obviously,
because
once
it's a
you're
3/4
playing,
that blows
sure.
up a minion. Like, imagine if Big Game Hunter just blew up anything. Well, there'd be 2 of them in every single deck.
If it was a 3-mana 4/2.
Like, Black Knight makes you kill a taunt minion, and that card was, like, very played at one point.
But none of those cards.
I think this card is good. Like I just also think Envenom is good. That's all I'm saying.
And
Okay, Sharon.
chat, we're not going to compare it to Kidnapper. Kidnapper puts it back in their hand and is a 6-mana combo card, and it's also a 5/3, not a 3/4. Putting stuff back in your opponent's hand, not very good. Unless you're buying for tempo. Once you get to like the turn 5, turn 6 mark, that's when Sap starts to go a little bit downhill unless you've already taken the board. If you've already taken the board, Vile Spine Slayer is going to basically be the same thing as Kidnapper or Sap in those instances, which kind of strengthens my argument, to be perfectly honest. Kidnapper's not good because it's too fringe of a situation. Next card.
So after
I love Cookie's wide-eyed face. You're cute too. Just want to get that out of the way.
Stop flirting with Twitch.
Sharazin.
That's my job.
Corpse Flower, Rogue, non-quest legendary. Please don't mention the quest. 4 mana, 5/3. God, that was mean. Okay, I take that. Let me try it with a smile. Please don't mention the quest.
But this
that
is
sounds so much less
important to
aggressive.
the quest.
Is it?
Yes. Every time it comes back, it generates a version of itself.
Does that count?
Chance for the quest.
I don't think
No,
that's...
play.
Oh, it's play. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. I'm thinking of
Yeah, because otherwise you would just Violet Teacher and kill him. Like, you would just complete the quest turn 2.
Telling you, the Raven Meta.
Honestly,
4 mana,
honestly,
5/3.
Look, I'm fucking tired. Okay.
Okay. No.
Hey, all right,
No disrespect.
Last time you started making excuses, I lost my shit at you, Raven. Let's not go down
That
that
was a
line.
jokey excuse.
No disrespect. It is late over there. I don't envy you guys right now. Go Dormant as a Deathrattle. Play 4 cards in a turn to revive this minion. So this sits on the board and takes up a slot. I do want to clarify earlier, someone pointed out to me that the Rogue Quest actually doesn't take up a slot on your board. You just play it, and that happens.
Oh, did we say that?
I said that it took up a slot.
What?
You guys didn't mention anything about it. So no fault on y'all.
Yeah.
It's all on me. It does
it's
not
an
take up a
aura.
slot. Yeah.
Hashtag blame Admirable.
So Sharazin does take up a slot on your board, though.
That was bad.
Playing 4 cards in a turn to get back a 5/3 as the initial investment of a 5/3. I don't know, man. That's a lot of stuff to do to get back a dead 5/3. But you do get back a dead 5/3, which is really
I
good.
understand why Razor Petal Volley is a card now, I guess.
True.
You just spam those Razor Petals, right?
Yeah.
It's still not good. I'm not saying it's good, by the way. I
You
think
get a 5/3. I mean,
I think 3 cards would have actually made the card good, but not overpowered. 4 cards, I think, is 1 card way too many for this. Way too many.
what do you think, Sottle?
This card is booty butt cheeks.
That's how redundant this card is.
Yeah.
It's booty and it's the butt cheeks. I'm
Exactly.
inclined to agree.
Wow, I like how you cut through that ridiculous
Look.
phrase and found some shred of meaning.
The
in it.
real rogue legendary is Vile Spine Slayer. I'm telling y'all right now. That card is bonkers, man. Druid is never gonna beat this card. They're like,
That's probably true.
Druid of the Claw, coin Vile Spine. You're like, good game.
Yeah.
And then then they innovate out Ancient of War, Shadow Step Vows.
Yeah, exactly. Like this gives you a reason.
Bounce things. Stop
Shadow
it.
Step. Hey, Shadow Step's a good card.
I think Shadow Step's fine with that card. I mean, if you Shadow Step that thing, you're pretty far ahead. Like it's like the one good use you get out of Shadow Step. So Rogue is completed. We'll move on to Shaman, everyone's favorite class. 1 mana, 2/1.
We didn't even plan that. What the fuck?
1 mana, 2/1 air elemental is an elemental. In case you couldn't guess, can't be targeted by spells or hero powers. Finally, we have a 1 mana, 2/1 that only dies to Rogue or Druid or Paladin or Patches.
This card's just not good, right?
I think this card's good.
Really?
Yeah, I think if you're playing Elemental Shaman, you play this thing. I mean, Chucky made this tweet last night that like when was it yesterday? It was yesterday, right? Yeah. When the stream was going on, like he's like, oh, everyone's excited about all these crazy new cards. Meanwhile, there's a 1 mana 2/1 on the board that's pushed 12.
This is a hard card to deal with if you're not Rogue or
Yeah.
Druid, honestly, or a meme class with weapons. Let's go, Jacko. Thank you very much for joining the team. Appreciate it, bro.
I like this card. It kills people.
Seems good.
.jpg.
I love it, man. Pretty easy. Oh, Shaman Quest, first of all. Forgot about this. Very few of the Shaman cards, I think, matter to this. This seems like the one meme quest, like the absolute meme quest to me.
Hey, man, there's a sick totem, though.
I am still a little bit terrified of it. 1 mana quest, summon 10 Murlocs, and for your reward, you get from the Chinese translation, Big Fin. Which is just Mega Fin in our language. Big Fin is a 5 mana 8/8 that says Battlecry, fill your hand with random Murlocs. And we talked about this earlier. It doesn't matter how much little stuff you have, eventually it adds up. Like, you just do not underestimate the power of overwhelming stupidity in overwhelming numbers. And that's exactly what Big Fin is.
One thing I'll mention as well, Mega Fin or Big Fin is a Murloc. So you can potentially fill your hand with Mega Fins.
I think it's collectible Murlocs.
No, it's collectible Murlocs.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah, I don't think
It always is, right?
I think so,
It always is. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So someone told me that earlier today and they lied, so.
Yeah. So
nice one.
That card will tie into a couple comments we have, but for the most part, like Shaman needed a little bit of a tone back. I'm glad that we're seeing it more of like a meme quest than.
I mean, they got a tone back on the quest, but everything else looks pretty sweet to me.
Well, they also have this cool little 3 mana guy that I really like. 3 mana 2/4 Hot Spring Guardian Elemental Taunt Battlecry Restore 3 health. This is a big upgrade from Earthen Ring Farseer.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
And it's an elemental.
That feels like a 2 of in all those elemental decks.
It does. And so Healing Wave's leaving, right? Which is the big point. They needed some more stability options to go to supplement Jinyu.
Well, Shaman's losing everything right now. So, I mean, they're losing Tunnel Trog Totem Golem.
Right. They needed to rebuild the class from the ground up. And yeah, these early game cards are definitely not Tunnel Trog Totem Golem level of power, but, good. They weren't supposed to be. But they're fine. They're cards that are playable and can impact the board, stall the board, contest the board until you start doing powerful mid-game things with whatever your mid-game package is, be it Jades or Elementals or whatever the hell else. So, yeah. Good enough.
Just a strong card overall. Title Surge, our first weird card to me. 4 mana, deal 4 damage to a minion, restore 4 health to your hero. Shaman is like going the complete opposite direction of what it was. Or what it is right now and what it won't be in a week.
I feel like this is what Jade Lightning should have been, except the restore 4 is Summon a Jade. A card design like this is something I mentioned earlier with the Priest Heal spell, is that they're just removing the derpy sort of aggro cards and replacing them with more controlling minion removal or minion healing or whatever. I think it might not be good enough, but it's a good card design, and I'm okay with Shaman going this way as opposed to more aggro cards.
This feels like more what people wanted Shaman to be.
Saul, are you here?
Yeah, I'm just kind of staring at it and like thinking of scenarios in which I wouldn't rather just Jade Lightning something and get a 1/1. Like I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying this is good. I just think this is what Jade Lightning should have been
I feel like
to
4
stop,
mana
not make it as dumb.
Yeah, 4 mana bash. I'm not really excited about that.
Well,
And
Shadow
it can't
Bolt's
hit
3
face.
mana.
Oh, it can't hit face. Oh gosh, this card's awful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 mana, 1/1 elemental, Fire Plume Harbinger. Battlecry, reduce the cost of elementals in your hand by 1. Oh my gosh, I have not seen this card, and that is freaking nuts.
Yep. I thought it was reduce the cost of elementals like a live effect, and then I was like, hang on, Battlecry. Okay,
oh my
let's do this.
Fire Plume Thaurissan. Let's go.
Oh my gosh, that is... You can't do that!
They did.
Well, I guess they did it with Emperor Thaurissan. That card was actually kind of fine, so...
Yeah.
That's scary. Holy crap. Shaman Elemental is going to be for serious. Guys, look out for turn 7 and 8. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
6 and 7, right?
Oh, oh gosh. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
But thankfully you don't have to worry about this one. Primal Fin Totem. 2 mana, 0/3 totem. At the end of your turn, summon a 1/1 Murloc. Wow, that's actually not that bad. That's pretty good.
Yeah, so something to think about as well is...
Bounce it. I'm sorry, man. I couldn't resist. Like,
okay. Something to think about as well is the quest is summon Murlocs, not play Murlocs. So this plus calling the finishers. Is that the card? Yeah. No. Anyone?
4/1/1. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the calling the finishers. That's already 4 out of the 10 if you play 1. This is like a weird card for your opponent to even deal with, right? You summon in just a 1/1, and this is very much similar-ish to Flame Tongue, where you don't quite know where to aim the damage. Because you could put 3 in, and yes, it's only a 1/1, but it is popping out Murlocs. So if this just keeps ticking away, then suddenly you play calling the finishers, and your quest done out of nowhere. So although I don't think it's like top tier or whatever, this plus a couple of other summon cards are like, maybe you could get this quest done really fucking quick as Shaman, and then just drop a 5 mana.
That's what scares me about it. Is like, again, you just play enough dumb Murlocs, and like suddenly you just have a 5 mana 8/8 and a bunch of cards. Like, that's scary.
Yeah. It's the same thing as Stampede, right? Where like, you get a load of trash, but a load of trash out of one card just adds up to be an actual real force.
One man's trash is another man's treasure.
Also, as well, this is like fringe situations, but imagine like coin this into like War Leader or something. Your opponent's like, what the fuck do I actually do? And I know that's very much like crazy scenario, but
play way better minions and kill all that stuff before that happens.
Volcano. Volcano.
They're gonna summon. That's 3, and then you just go anything. That's 7.
Look, here's what you're going to do to all those Murlocs, all right? You're going to play 5 mana, you're going to overload for 2, and you're going to deal 15 damage randomly split among all minions. Yeah. Wow, that's a lot of damage. That's going to kill a lot of boards, man. This is just a board sweep. This is so much better to me than Lightning Storm is. I hate Lightning Storm.
So we established earlier that a meteor does 173 damage. So how much damage does it... Has anyone survived... Quick, Admirable Google. Has anyone survived having a volcano erupt on them?
Has anyone survived a volcano eruption? How to survive a volcano eruption is the top search on WikiHow, though.
There's a step-by-step guide. On
Japanese
how to
volcano eruption survivors tell heartbreaking stories. Oh.
So this correctly does less damage than meteor.
Than a
is what we're
meteor.
saying.
Yeah.
A volcano eruption is less dangerous than a meteor.
And there's also people that tell the stories
They're
of
just
it. And
nailing the feel of these cards over and over
it
again.
really
It's amazing.
is. Like, there's one guy ever who survived a meteor, known, and now there's a couple of people from Japan who can tell a heartbreaking story of surviving a volcano eruption, which is exactly what's going to end up happening with
Has
this.
in fact survived a trip to the heart of a volcano.
That's true.
We had this.
That's why he didn't win the champs, is because he was busy doing volcano stuff.
No. True
So
story.
the only thing I will
That's not a
say
meme.
is Elemental Destruction is out, right?
Oh, no!
This isn't quite as powerful.
This is way more powerful than elemental destruction. Are you kidding?
What? No, it's not.
Yes. This
Ellie
can
hits,
this
like,
can kill
every minion
anything
for
that
4
has
to
less than
5.
15 health, and it doesn't overload you for 5. Overload for
But
5
it
is the
kills-
reason elemental destruction
it
is
kills
not
your
strong.
own minions as well, so that's 15 damage spread across your own minions.
What minions? Like, we've lost Tunnel Trog and Totem Golem. Like, we no longer have minions in Shaman. We have Primal Fin Totem and deal 4, gain 4, and
What if there's more than
And
3
elementals?
5 health minions on board?
then you're just dead, man.
No, that's what Ellie Destruction's for.
And then your opponent once again plays 3 5 health minions, and you're wondering why you were overloaded for 5. Elemental Destruction sucks, man. That was a fringe card.
And also Elemental Destruction is 2 less mana.
I can't believe
so
you like Elemental Destruction, a card that never saw competitive play, but you dislike Volcano, a wonderful new design that feels like a fucking volcano's erupting.
When did I say I liked
Still
or
don't have a
disliked
smile.
either? When did I say...
You're
when I
trashing
say I
Volcano,
dislike
man!
Perfect, I'm not trashing it. I'm saying, with Elemental Destruction gone, this is the sort of replacement card, but some of the jobs Elemental Destruction did, this cannot do.
Sottle, help me, please.
Cool story, Bob.
Sottle can always put a smile on my face. That's what I do like. Raven can always put an anger in there, which I love because anger is very therapeutic, and then Sottle always just douses that flame. It's beautiful.
I feel like every other human alive has the exact inverse
opposite.
reaction to the two of us. That's
I know,
really strange.
I know. That's how you know that I'm
yeah.
just a terrible human being.
Correct.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm not even sure why we're comparing this to Ellie Giggle. Like, they're just not the same card
Ellie
at all.
Giggle Destruction.
Ellie Giggle Destruction. Oh, wow.
This is just a better card.
I think this card's good. Yeah, I think it's very,
never
very
said it
solid
wasn't
AoE.
I never said it wasn't good.
And Venom! No, I'm kidding.
I'm sorry. I don't like it.
Stone Sentinel.
What's
Yeah, this card's fine. But it's for a control shaman deck, right?
Yeah.
It's for the deck that's playing all these weird healing cards. It's not for the deck that's curving out and playing a 6 mana Stone Sentinel
Right.
and a 7 mana Kalamos.
Speaking of Stone Sentinel, that's what we're moving on to. This card is freaking fantastic, and probably the reason why Volcano won't get played is stuff like this, which I'm kind of sad about because I really like Volcano. 7 mana 4/4 Elemental Battlecry. If you played an Elemental last turn, summon 2/3 Elementals with Taunt. So here's what that 2/3 Elemental with Taunt looks like.
I'd love it if you just brought up Feral Spirit.
Pretty scary in its own right. This card is nuts, man. That is a lot of stats for one card.
Yeah?
Yeah, he doesn't have a doctorate or anything, but man, he still knows how to get the job done. These guys have just been down in the pit and the quarry, and they just work together, and they're tough. They don't explode, they crumble,
He is at least a few years into medical school. He is getting there.
Wow. I mean, is there a shaman deck that wants to take a different direction than this?
Murlocs.
You better show me
There
something
you go.
very, very bright and shiny to make me not want to play this and the even more nutso card that we're going to show you in a little while.
Yeah, so
Spirit Echo.
keep Stone Sentinel. I think is probably the staple of the format. Is like expect to play against this card a lot, and decks that you're playing that want to beat stuff like this need to have a strong game plan against this turn 6 or 7, a la the Elemental discount. Spirit Echo, however, 3 mana, give your minions Deathrattle, return this to your hand. Trash. Blood Warriors didn't work.
Yeah, Nev's card.
Okay.
He'll make something happen. But
Yeah, I was gonna say someone's gonna do something funky with this, but it doesn't mean it's good.
Anytime you read a card and the text is just awful and you can't figure out what to do with it, that means that there's some sort of weird combo out there. The question is how good that combo is. I can't give you that combo. I'm not going to try to make that combo. I'll let the millions of other players who want to do this let that happen. I'm sorry that's the case and I can't give you more thought on it. Maybe you can find a bunch of Deathrattle stuff that you can kill, bring back to your hand, and actually crush your opponent with it. Congratulations. I respect you for that.
Wait, Admirable, did you say Volcano did 15 damage to everything?
No,
Chat's
random.
freaking out at you.
No. It does 15 damage at random to the board.
Okay. It appears you need clarifying that you know that, because something that you said seems to have told chat that it was 15 to everything.
Yeah, I think it's because I was talking about doing 4 to 5 damage to everything with Ellie Destruction.
I don't know. It does 15 damage randomly. It's 15
went.
missiles to the board, whether it's your side or your opponent's side. But Calamos, Primal Lord. I mean, Captain Calamos, he's a hero. Gonna make sure Shaman stays tier 0. What the crap, man. 8 mana, 7/7, Battlecry. If you played an elemental last turn, cast an elemental invocation. So, if you haven't seen this card, you're wondering what invocations are. I have a handy-dandy little chart for you. You get one of these 4 options every single time. You get to pick one of these. You either get to deal 3 damage to all enemy minions, or you get to fill your board with 1/1 elementals, or you get to fireball your opponent in the face, or you get to cosplay Reno Jackson and gain 12 health. Those are your options with this card, so it basically does almost anything you want except for kill a giant opposing minion. What the crap? This card is the best card in the set.
This card is Crazy Town Banana Pants. This card has so many bananas in his pants it could open a stall for the Blutes. That's like just how fucking good this card is.
He's killed like 12 Mooklas.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand. I saw these cards being revealed in order. I think I saw Toast tweeting about it, and I saw the Invocation of Air. I saw 0 mana, deal 3 damage to all enemy minions. I thought that was just a standalone card, and went, what the fuck? Like, this is insane! Team 5 have finally lost their mind! And then, like, I scrolled up, and I was like, oh, okay, that's just a token of this 8 mana 7/7 that also gives you 3 more powerful options. And I went, why, what the fuck? Team 5 has finally lost their mind!
I mean, we have confirmed you get to choose the options, right? I'm not crazy.
Yes.
And you get all 4 every time.
Yes.
What on earth is going to be better than this?
What's crazy as well is the options. I don't think there's any situation in any game where one of those options is not amazing, right? I think that's the key. Because
if your opponent has all X4s out and you're going to die next turn, like that's like it. That doesn't happen.
You can heal for fucking 12.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that doesn't happen. Like your opponent doesn't get that many X4s out, and if they do, you can volcano them. But my gosh, like this is insane.
Yeah, I mean,
why does it do this much?
I'm memeing to an extent. Like I think this card is like a 4.5 out of 5 or like a 9 out of 10. I think like another good positive about this set is I don't think there's any card that I look at and I'm like, holy shit, that's 10 out of 10. Why have you done that? I think this card is justifiably powerful. I think like an option of several powerful late game things that you can do is actually really nice for the game. This card was introduced quite early on, so I was hoping there would actually be a couple more cards around this power level, just as a reward for people for getting to the late game, because you need that, right? Like right now, the problem with the game isn't so much that decks can't stabilize to the late game. They can. It's just that your rewards for getting there aren't powerful enough compared to the like stat efficient things that aggro and mid-range decks can do. So I'm okay with this card existing, honestly, but that's not to say that it's not absurdly powerful.
You know what feels weird to me? This, I feel, should be the quest reward. And, you know what I mean? I feel like someone switched them by accident, and the quest reward should have been... Because this is the power level I think this card is actually... is a quest reward legendary kind of power. I think it's absolutely nuts. But yeah,
I think if this cast the thing at random, it would still be good. Like, it wouldn't be nuts, but I think this card is nuts, man. Like, I cannot imagine wanting to go a different direction than this unless I was just bored. In which case, yeah, I'd play some Murlocs. That sounds fun.
Well, it's even as well, the Invocation of Air only damages enemy minions. It doesn't even do the whole board. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah. Shall we move on, because we know that's just good.
Good
right?
God. That
good card.
I'm frightened of that one. I'm like actually frightened of that one. Do
Quest first.
not disenchant that card. If you're a shaman guy and you want to play beat 'em up shaman, you got it, man. We'll move on to the Warlock quest to start with, because this is a lot of thematic stuff going on in this one. Lakari Sacrifice is the Warlock quest, and your quest is to discard 6 cards over the course of the game. Now, you get some help as you go along with this. It's not just discard 6 cards. There's a lot of discard stuff that's going on in this set. But for your reward, you get Nether Portal. Nether Portal opens up a permanent portal that summons 3/2 imps. Now, this is what I was confusing the Rogue one with. This one actually does sit on the board, and I have an image of this tied somewhere in here. Boom, Nether Portal. This is actually sits on the board. So, at the end of your turn, you spawn 2 3/2 imps. That's what you get from this. Not at the start of your turn, at the end of your turn. So the turn you play it, you immediately are going to get 6 power. Here's what the Nether Portal token looks like. That's right, it's Raven doing the finger points. I don't have an actual image for the imp. Couldn't find it, so it's Raven doing the finger points instead.
What mode you in live?
So this is where that quest is sitting, and there's a lot of cards to support that, and you'll see that as we move along. The first one up, though, is Lakari Fellhound. 4 mana, 3/8 demon. Taunt. Battlecry. Discard 2 random cards. That's a lot of stuff to do, but 3/8 is really big.
Yep. I think this card is good. I think when I see like low cost cards that are around the 3 to 4 mark, I always think, what happens if you coin this out the turn before? And it's just crazy, right? You do discard 2 cards, so you lose a lot of the card advantage, but you do have your Warlock, your fucking life tap, it's fine. But this gets you a third of the way to your quest in 1 card that you can potentially drop on turn 3.
You can also hit Silverware Golem, man. This discards 2.
Yeah, you can hit 2 Silverware Golems. But yeah, this card is just, well, 1, it's obviously there for the quest, but like 3 attack is okay. It's Senjin attack for 4 mana. 8 health. It's good.
Sottle, this is a big card for 4 mana.
Yeah, we're still on Fellhound, I assume.
Yeah.
This feels like innervating to me.
Yeah, I kind of was along those same lines as to what I wanted to say. It's just so overstated for the cost, and there's so many synergies now. There's so Life Tap is a hell of a tool to be able to make up for discarding cards in the first place, and the fact that they added Silverware Golem as an upside. I mean, this card is so good that there is potential that you just play Discard Zoo, and if the quest isn't good enough, that doesn't matter. You just don't play the quest. You just don't play the quest, and you play this anyway.
Also as well, it's a demon, which is it Demon Fire Potion, which is +3/+3 if it's a demon. Again, not saying it's good enough, but it's something to consider giving this guy +3/+3 the turn after.
I'm okay with stacking stats on stuff that's hard to kill or that dictates attacks.
What are you talking about? Blood Fury Potion.
Oh, is it Blood? Sorry,
Blood
Fury
Fury Potion.
Okay, sorry.
But like,
yeah,
this
I
is
just
like,
mean that like.
This is what Discard Lock wanted. They wanted something defensive to do. Yeah. And you have a good defensive purpose for doing it, which is you complete your quest and start making a lot of 3/2 imps. Not only that, but say Silverware Golem is in your deck. It's a lot easier to discard Silverware Golem in this case, not only because it's 2 cards, but also because you're just instantly getting a card out of your hand with the quest.
Yep.
Man, this card's
really
great.
Good. And also as well...
Take that, Pirates!
We'll get to certain cards later and we can discuss them, but there's even even more benefits to discard as we move on.
Yeah,
so
I mean, you're going to see
this isn't discard as you see it in terms of the quest. There's more stuff that helps with discard, which is crazy.
Now, this one isn't quite one of those. I actually don't like this card that much. 4 mana, 4/4, Ravenous Pterodax. It is a beast, but it's a Warlock card, so it doesn't matter. Battlecry, destroy a friendly minion to adapt twice. Hitting like your own possessed villager, that's really cool, but maybe hitting your own egg, that's really cool, but...
You know what I don't understand about this card? Why is it not a hunter card? All the theme of it feels like, a bigger beast has ate something little and then it can grow stronger. You know what I mean? It's even a beast. It just feels like it should be a hunter card.
I mean, Warlock have the destruction to turn things into resources.
Warlock is like ultimate power via any sacrifice.
Yeah, I just mean the fact that make it some kind of fucking demon then or something. You know what I mean? I just feel like it's weird seeing a beast with the beast.
I'm okay with demon beast
in a Warlock deck.
I'm totally okay with demon beast. I'm gonna lobby for Demon Beast. I agree. Trash card though, like not not trash, not trash, but nothing exciting here.
Um,
Man, okay.
that's a lot.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
So you can get what a 4. You can make a 4-mana 7/7 in Warlock. You can. That's pretty good.
Yeah, you can. That's actually a nice meme. .jpg. But I mean, compare this to Argus, right? So Argus is a card that's only good if you're landing it on minions. Quite often, you're landing it on small, annoying minions like Argent Squire or Possessed Villager. And Argus was a card that was in the deck for necessity. It was very powerful when it landed on 2 minions, but it was mainly there for necessity to give you a chance against the Pirate Warriors and the Face Hunters or whatever it was that was about at the time. So maybe now that we have Lakari Fellhound, we don't necessarily need that Defender of Argus anymore, and suddenly you're looking at things like Crystal Weaver and this guy as potentially being more powerful on average than Defender of Argus, maybe? Because 2 adapts is a lot of stuff. Like, that is big. Like,
yeah, it's true.
4/7 Wind Fury, 4/7 Stealth, 7/7, like all of these are like combined good outcomes.
Even just like the health and taunt to create another Fellhound, for example. You know what I mean? Like,
4/7 Divine Shield, 7/4 Divine Shield. Like there are so many combinations of 2 that actually work really well together.
I'm
I
turned
think
around.
the card could be good. Yep.
I just don't like blowing up my own stuff. Unless it's from hand. I mean, that's just an innervate at that point. Doesn't matter what you blow up. Turn some cards into an innervate. That seems good to me. Tar Lurker, 5 mana, 1/7 taunt, elemental. Has +3 attack during your opponent's turn. We've seen this mechanic crop up. Why is this one a Warlock one, though?
I think it's just to give defensive Warlock an option, right?
Yeah,
Man, that's a big boy for 5 mana.
So I think the idea of like some big powerful defensive taunt cards here is that they want to give Kazakus Warlock still a chance, right? Like they want all the Cabal classes to still be able to have a chance of being a Kazakus deck, I guess.
The only thing I'll say about this, though, and obviously, yes, if you're playing like a full control deck, you won't be under this restriction, but that 2-headed rock, or whatever it's called, the bird, that's a 4/7 and gains taunt if you have 2 minions on board, the neutral beast. Like, that just it's not straightforward, I guess. I guess it's more of a turn 5 zoo card if you really want to go that far. It's better in like an aggressive deck. But yeah, I guess this is just a good standalone defensive option, which is fine. I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
I don't think this is anywhere near as good as the 3/5 version, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can definitely get behind that. I mean, the 3/5 I think is pretty bonkers.
Yeah.
I don't know, though. I mean, we're going to find out. I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff you can do. And a lot of value combos. Corrupting Mist. I actually kind of like this card. It's a little bit weaker than I initially thought after I started really thinking about it, but it's 2 mana corruption every minion. That seems okay to me. I'm okay with corruptioning a Patches, a N'Zoth's First Mate, and a small-time Buccaneer or whatever.
I think it's a tough one. I think just Doomsayer is just better, right?
I think you're playing both.
Yeah, I mean that is a trap that people fall into, which is saying like X existing card is better than this Y card. Like sometimes you just play 4 of those things and you can't,
sure.
so you play the next best thing.
It's
or
also
like
not
2
quite
in
Doomsayer. Like
2 in a Reno deck.
Opponent gets to develop when you play this as
Right,
well.
and
yeah.
That's the big reason why I actually don't like this card, because Doomsayer, if they can't, so okay, there's pluses and minuses, right? Like Doomsayer, they have a chance to interact with
Kill it.
so that they stop their board being corrupted or destroyed or whatever you want to call. But if it goes off, it's really, really likely to be game winning because you get that free turn of tempo. This, you corrupt their board and they just go hit face, develop new minions, you're still behind. But they don't have the opportunity to interact with it unless they're playing weird transform, silence, strange effects, which seems unlikely. All things considered, right? All things considered, I think when you weigh those, I think the best part of Doomsayer is just that tempo turn, and if you remove that option from the Doomsayer, it's just not a good card.
Okay.
So I'm not optimistic for Corrupting Mist. I don't think it's good.
And that's exactly the thought process I went through. I think this is still good enough to get played, but it's like a very different function than what Doomsayer's purpose was, which was to buy you back the tempo and get your 3-drop on board or whatever. Or even in late game, you twist another and then you play it and you ensure that you get the drop. Stuff like that. I still like it, though. I think it's a cool card. Good
Yeah.
take on corruption. Feeding time. Everything that Implosion should have been. 5 mana, deal 3 damage to a minion, summon 3 1/1 Pterodaxes. So I do have this token handy for you so you can see what it is. Boom, he's terrifying.
This token's grim.
Yeah, I don't know.
Grim as fuck.
It looks a lot scarier than a 1/1 to me, man. That guy's
My
terrifying.
question with this, right? So everything Implosion should have been completely with you. Is just 5 mana just too much though? Does the 5 mana just make this card unplayable now?
Yeah, it reminds me
Yes.
of, it's like Cobra Shot at that point. Like Cobra Shot, I remember they were telling me, I was talking to Reels, I think it was, and he said that they initially started it at 4 mana, and they were like, this card is insane. And you look at it, you're like, no, it's not, it's Cobra Shot. And then they were like, that's what we thought too, that's why we put it at 4 mana, and we were just like, this card's insane.
Would this card be insane at 4 mana?
Pretty bonkers.
Yes. So, like, when Implosion was a card, people used to say, why not just make it do 3 and 3 all the time? And the answer to that is because that card is just fucking overpowered. Like, that's just too much of a tempo swing.
Yeah, the built-in failure rate didn't help the way the game felt, but it certainly balanced it.
Right, exactly. Like, for me, I mean, this is off topic, but, like, the correct fix to Implosion was the one that I think 6-0 came up with, where you separate...
the opposite.
No, not the opposite. You separate the roles. So it's deal 2 to 4 damage, summon 2 to 4 imps. So you roll both separately. So you can do 2 damage and get 4 imps. You can do 3 damage and get 2 imps, like, etc. etc. It's just...
So I know there was one that was like deal 4, summon 1. Deal 1, summon 4.
I don't like that
which
either,
is the opposite.
because that's always strong as well. Like, that's always a good outcome.
Sure. Okay.
This card
Overpowered.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, overcosted. Not overpowered. Not overpowered.
Yes.
Overcosted is the key to that one. Still could be reasonable, but not. That is not a defining card by any means.
It does, like, just one final point, I guess it does show the difficulty of card design, because we're sat here saying that card at 4 mana would be overpowered, and that card at 5 mana is unplayable. So,
Then you get
Plus,
to
you
the
have
point-
like 8 testers to get all these games in. Where day one, millions and millions of people play millions and millions of games.
Yeah. It could. There is a card coming up that like questions all these Warlock spells in general as well, which we'll get to. But
Yeah,
next card, I guess.
Cruel Dinomancer is where we're moving on next. 6 mana, 5/5. This is terrifying. Summon Deathrattle. Summon a random minion you discarded this game. Oh my gosh, that is scary.
Yep. So this card was the one in terms of the discard mechanics that at first I was like, is it just not good enough though? 6 mana 5/5 that it summons a minion and it's like, oh, hang on a minute, what minions could it summon? And then you realize what minions it could summon and you're like, oh shit.
Exploding.
Like, well, especially when we get to the legendary, you just think, oh god, worst case scenario is really fucking
gosh,
bad.
this card is. This is terrifying.
It is scary. It's very scary.
I mean, if you just wanted to, man, cheating stuff into play is often very scary.
So the way I view this card is, well, you have to look at the way you build the deck, but on average, how good is the what's the 6 mana 5/5 that summons a 3-drop for mage? Faceless Summoner. Yeah. So like this is similar. Except so your low rolls are probably going to be slightly worse than a 3-drop.
Flame imps and stuff like that sometimes, like
Yeah, but your high rolls could be Lakari Fellhound, could be Clutch Mother, could be Doomguard, could be I'm like, ooh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, so if you're playing the discard deck, like a lot of the time you're deliberately trying to avoid discarding those cards, right?
Yeah.
Like that's how you're playing your deck. You're trying to discard a 3 mana 3/3. Which I assume still works, right? It does get discarded before it gets summoned. That's how the card works.
Yes.
So if Silverware Golem
Yes.
gets discarded, this will still be able to resummon it. So in that case, like that's what you're aiming for with your deck. You're aiming to discard 3/3s. So then if you summon this, then you are just kind of in Faceless Summoner territory. And Faceless Summoner just weirdly turned out to just not be a very good card. A lot of people thought it would be, but it just didn't turn out to be. I'm not
better
worried.
in a zoo deck though?
The difference
I'm not
though is
worried.
that that's a random summon, where this is like you have much more control over the summon because you
have an element
decide
of
what you're discarding because you put it into your deck.
Yes.
Also,
But there's like Malkazar's imps and all your other 1-drops that you're potentially diluting. Like I don't know.
You're
I'm
playing
not
those,
worried.
though. You're definitely playing
I'm
the
not
imps before you discard.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I think
I'm not worried about it, but man, cards like this, like, as soon as this hits the board against you, you're gonna be like, oh crap.
I think this is another one of those cards I mentioned earlier that has the potential to just blow out a game, like hard. So I think it'll make the cut.
I'm interested. I think
Cool.
I think it's a scary card. Let's go on next one. Blood Bloom, 2 mana spell. The next spell you cast this turn costs health instead of mana. Come on, man. Like Cho'Gall, I thought that card was going to be good, and Cho'Gall was just crap.
There isn't enough good high mana cost Warlock spells, right?
No.
For a good reason, because you get to draw 2 cards a turn.
Yeah, that's I mean, like Twisting Nether. Well, especially with Cho'Gall, it didn't matter. But Twisting Nether, do you ever want to cast it on 2? Probably not.
I mean, do you want to pay 8 life? No. It's the whole point of casting Twisting Nether is to not take damage.
This is what I mean. Like talking extremes, and it's like even extremes is just like not good enough. It's just I don't know. Like the only thing I could see this is with Feeding Time. Where you pay 2 mana, remove their 2-drop, and summon 3 1/1s. Like, but that's very, very specific.
Look, anytime you see a card that lets you exchange how resources are used, it's certainly a card to pay attention to. But so far, this has just not been a mechanic that's been useful. And maybe it's just because it's been attached to weak cards. I mean, like 2 mana certainly feels like the mark of where a card like this wants to push its power level, but I don't feel like this effect is really cutting it so far, and I think it's the lack of Warlock spells.
Yep, agreed.
All right.
Speaking of spells, feels bad, man. This next card.
Yeah, 3 mana 3/3 Battlecry. Discover a spell. Deal damage to your hero equal to its cost. Ah, this seems fine.
Why?
This seems fine.
What? Why should you have to deal damage to yourself?
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. I don't get why. Like, it's not a big drawback a lot of the time, but I just don't even really understand why that drawback has to be there.
It'd be pretty nuts if the drawback wasn't there. Like, if this drawback wasn't there, this card would just be insane.
But you're also just playing a 3 mana 3/3 in a Warlock deck.
You would play 2 of these in every Warlock deck if you didn't take damage. There would not be a Warlock deck without 2 of these, except for
then make it a 2/2. Make it a Cabal Courier.
Well, then yeah, but then it's just Cabal Courier.
Yeah, I guess it's fine. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think this is cool.
Okay, let's move on to the crazy card.
I like this one
because this is nuts.
Yeah. So this is what the discard Big Mamma Jamma is all about. If you're a discard Warlock fanatic for some reason, I might be after this. This is definitely your card. 2 mana 2/2 Beast, Clutch Mother, Zavas. Whenever you discard this card, give it +2/+2 and return it to your hand. That is scary. This card is going to get big.
Bear in mind, even if a card hits the board, it is classed as discarded, right? It's like Silverware Golem. Like we mentioned earlier, just to make it clear, if you discard Silverware Golem and it appears on the board, you discarded it. So that is in the discard pool. Same with this. So this can come out of Dinomancer, so you can get 2 of these, and so on, so on.
But only as a 2/2, right? It would appear as a 2/2.
Oh, it'll only come out as a 2/2. Yeah, sorry, take it back.
I imagine. I mean, I'm basing that on just logic. But I assume it would come out as a 2/2.
Yeah, sure.
Wait, would it come out as what it was when you discarded it, or would it come out as...
I don't think so.
That's a good question. I'll have to test it, because if it comes out as like the 8/8 that you discarded or whatever, like...
Right, I mean, that makes Cruel Dinomancer a lot
now here's
scary.
the thing. You will have the 2/2... If that's the case, then you would have the 2/2/1 in the pool. You'd also have the 4/4 in the pool. You'd have the 6/6 in the pool, etc.
Yeah, and I don't think that's the case. Right? Like, I just think this is.
That sounds too strong, right?
The scenario for this one is you discarded it to your Fell Hunter, you discarded it to Soulfire, you discarded it to Doomguard, and then suddenly you had an 8/8.
Yes, exactly.
Wow, that is really good. Cards that discard and come back to your hand are just like historically very powerful in card games. There's almost not a circumstance.
Mana cost just doesn't change.
Like there's almost never been a circumstance in a card game where a card that you could return from your graveyard to your hand has been bad.
Sure. I don't know. This card is scary. Just being called Clutch Mother. I wish I could be described as a Clutch Mother.
Clutch Mother Sottle.
Clutch Mima.
That's definitely chalky. We're going to move on to Warrior cards. Warlock cards are now finito. So last class, is where we're on. We're starting off strong with Ironhide, 1 mana, gain 5 armor.
Starting off strong with Fireplume's Heart, the
Woo!
Warrior quests.
Oh yeah, that's right. Dang it. Forgot about this. Fireplume's Heart. It's not the order I put it in, man. I can't help it. Warrior quest, and my favorite quest out of all of them by far. 1 mana quest. Play 7 taunt minions. You got it. I will live a long time.
Just looking at chat quickly. Sabacano has a good point about the 2 mana Cho'Gath spell thing.
Okay.
Is because it's cheap in itself, you can use it for like the Twisting Nether Doomsayer style turn that people do against like Jade Druid, but you just do it with a big minion. Like on 10 mana, you just do.
Oh, sure.
You just play the 2 mana thing, you wipe the board for 0, and then you have 8 mana just to tempo swing and develop after.
It's just a lot of life. It's just a lot of life. That's the only thing that scares me about it.
But that's pretty strong though.
No. Cool.
That's the thing, is that 2 mana, that's where that card gets scary. Is when you can actually cheat stuff. I suppose Cho'Gath, which didn't really cheat anything, you just paid a lot of life to get a 7/7. Wow, now I'm thinking about stuff. I need to stop thinking about stuff. Fireplume's Heart. Play 7 taunt minions is your quest, and for your reward, you get Sulfuros, which is the Hand of Ragnaros. 3 mana, 4/2 weapon. Battlecry. Your hero power becomes deal 8 damage to a random enemy. So we're losing Ragnaros, but if we really still want to, we can just become him, and not in the Major Domo sort of way, where you die instantly right after it happens. Instead, you've played a lot of taunt minions to make sure that you live when it happens and you don't get set to 8 life or whatever. Wow.
I'm with you on this, Admirable. This is not my favorite quest to quest with, but my favorite reward. Like,
holy crap.
For lore for lore reasons, story reasons, Ragnaros being just an amazing character, being able to wield his fucking hammer is something you could eventually do in WoW, but also it's like, that's just super epic. And the fact that you get the hero power, and Warrior goes away from being, I'm just going to press tank up every turn and just never die, to actually, I will last long enough to become, like, basically gain a legendary weapon and then kick the shit out of you. You know, like, that is such a cool idea for me.
This quest is just going to turn me into Fibonacci.
Yes. Most of us probably.
Goddamn role players. So, like, in the real world, like, the idea behind this card is awesome because Control Warrior was already struggling with inevitability. It used to be a deck that won on inevitability. Like, the inevitability was on the side of the Control Warrior. They just killed all your stuff and you died to fatigue. Jade Idol changed that single-handedly. And then you combine that with the fact that Justicar is going bye-bye, and suddenly, like, that inevitability is gone completely. So now, Warrior decks that aren't just pirates need a way to win the game that isn't just kill everything you play. And that's what Sulfuros does. If you get to this quickly enough, then it doesn't matter how many Jade Idols you're developing. If I can fire 8 damage every turn for 3 or 4 turns, that's probably locking you out of the game. Yes, you can have like 10-10s and 11-11s to try and counteract it, but I don't know, I feel like you get there. So that's probably, like, in my head where the design space was for this. They wanted to give Warrior that ultimate late game win condition back, and I think they've done it very well.
Yes, they very much. It also just hits for 8. Like, it's not it's not your hero power is that while you have the weapon. It just becomes that.
Yeah.
Well, also as well, just a 3 mana 4/2 weapon.
Yeah, it just hits for 8.
Pretty okay.
Start punching them. Like, that's great. Does that website have the math on how many taunt minions you need to play to get this done immediately?
It's not. No, it's
Damn.
not.
But yeah, 1 mana, gain 5 armor, I don't think makes the cut for that. Ironhide's trash. Correct?
Yep.
Yep.
Absolute garbo.
Next card. Ornery Direhorn, 6 mana, 5/5, Taunt, Battlecry, Adapt. That seems like way too much mana.
Well, first off, I love the word ornery. That's just a great word. So points for that straight away. But yeah, apart from that, pretty mediocre. It is a lot of mana. But I mean, this is one of those ones where you're looking for Divine Shield or health pretty much every time. So it's that kind of 40 to 50% shot to make it good card or terrible card.
So you're trying to say we don't want Wind Fury on this?
No, we don't.
Probably not. We also probably don't want stealth. That seems a little counterintuitive as well.
You're sick.
7 mana, 1/11 elemental, Tarlord. Taunt. has +4 attack on your opponent's turn. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Suck it, Ancient of War.
This guy's a beast.
It's just got 1 extra health. Doesn't hit for 5, but that's not what Taunt Warrior's trying to do, is it?
It's an elemental, Raven. Get it right. Jeez.
It's just got 1 extra health.
Yep. I think
It's not pressure though. That's the downside, right?
That's what the quest is for, right?
Ancient of War is pressure. This thing kind of isn't. So yeah.
Definitely a good point. Warrior, however, doesn't have access to stuff like this yet. Like, if this is a druid card, it would who cares?
Right. Yeah, for sure.
Another 5/10. Except I can't uproot this one. I think that card's fine. Not strong, not weak. Just a solid
Agreed.
card.
Yep,
Molten
that's right,
Blade.
right.
1 mana, 1/1. Each turn this is in your hand, transform it into a new weapon. So this can only get collectible weapons, but it can get weapons outside of your class. And it can't turn into a Molten Blade unless it's not a Molten Blade.
Shift Azaris for weapons, but worse. Move on.
Yep. well, what's bad is Malkorok still in rotation?
I
Or
don't
is
know.
it out?
But Cornered
What
Sentry
is-
is our next card. The Dirty Rat mechanic, the Dirty Rat style mechanic, your opponent gets a reward. You get an undercosted 2/6 taunt. Seems to be like a really cool thing that I hope they keep working towards, because I think there's a lot of space to make something like this.
Yeah, there's
2
Sorry,
mana,
go on.
2/6, Cornered Sentry, Taunt Battlecry, summon 3 1/1 Raptors for your opponent. And we do actually have some live footage of what these tokens look like when they're in action. There it is right there. That's exactly what the board looks like
yeah.
when you've gotten to this point. So I couldn't find an image for the tokens, but I Googled
There you
it,
go.
and that's exactly the same thing. So
You waited 4 hours for that joke, Admirable. Was
Woo!
it worth it? Do you
Yes,
feel good
very
now?
much worth
Got
it.
him.
All right. Okay.
So I think there are cool interactions with this card in terms of Acolyte Pain, Brawl, making Brawl like dumb for your opponent. The only problem with this card is you kind of very afraid if you run into Hunter, right? Like the Raptor's a beast, so that can be a problem.
I'll just Whirlwind him.
Sometimes, are you playing Whirlwind in this deck? I don't know.
I don't know, maybe. It's 2 mana taunt. I guess it is like a 2/3 taunt for 2. That's still not that bad.
Oh, I think the card's okay, but I think because what you can do as well is you can play this like after Acolyte.
Yeah.
After you've already got Acolyte down, so you gain instant like card draw and
Oh,
stuff like
yeah.
that. That's okay.
Now I'm loving
But,
this card.
Yeah, the card's cool. It's just I feel like you shit it if you press Q on ladder and then you're against Hunter and you're like fuck, like you know.
I mean, I don't think that's the end of the world. Like, you still have like Ravaging Ghoul and Revenge and Whirlwind, like Admirable was
Yeah.
talking about, and like you can always just mulligan it away. You don't have to keep it and play it on turn 2. You can wait and play it later when like Howlmaster and stuff are less of a threat.
Sure.
I don't think it's a huge deal. I
like
think the card's
this card.
fine. I think the card's like right around the power level that Tarlord is. I think that's
Just a good
pretty much
design.
where it's at.
Just
Yep.
fits exactly with what the screenshot that we had from earlier. Direhorn Hatchling, 5 mana, 3/6, Taunt, Deathrattle. Shuffle a 6/9 Direhorn with Taunt into your deck. Here is what the Direhorn Matriarch looks like. Just a 5 mana, 6/9 Taunt. Just big stuff. I don't know, man. Like, shuffling stuff into your deck is definitely good in the long game, but 5 mana, 3/6 Taunt is very weak.
Well,
Like, Fen Creeper's not a good card.
Yeah, but this has a death rattle. So I think the way I view this is you pay 1 mana to not have to have a dragon in hand. In terms of Twilight Guardian.
That's a lot.
Right.
But yeah, it is a lot, but it's also guaranteed. But and then you get the death rattle. But to be honest, this is one of the decks where I think that the warrior can benefit from Hemet that we saw the deck built that was on the stream. Because if you play cards like this early on and sort of try and survive and play the taunts in the early game, then drop Hemet and you've got stuff like your Tarlord, you've got your Direhorns, you've got King Mosh in the deck, like some of the big guys to finish off while you're ragging them down, I guess. I think it could be okay. I think the card's probably as good as it's going to get for that kind of mana for warrior in terms of taunt. I don't know what else you play.
Bloodhoof Brave? I guess for 5 minutes, what you mean.
Yeah, that's like, what do you play in the 5 slot as warrior?
Maybe
I don't know.
is there any room here for like a Cthulhu quest deck?
You thinking Krade's Worshipper?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe the 2-mana 1/4 it gives Cthulhu Taunt.
Ugh.
It's a taunt minion. It activates the class.
Ugh.
Just
A little
thoughts.
bit sick came up. Just a little bit sick.
All right, next card. This one's not very good. Now there's this one. 2 mana. Well, this is make some great troll and highlight videos. I'm glad they continue to support the YouTube community. 2 mana Explore Ungoro. Replace your deck with copies of Discover a card.
Lol.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Next card. I think
next
Nev's
card.
even tweeted on this one, right? Like, I still have a job, PogChamp or something,
Yeah,
when this
I
card
mean,
was revealed.
This
so,
is not a good card. This is a have fun exploring Ungoro card.
Yep.
5 mana Sudden Genesis. Summon copies of your damaged minions. That seems much better than Blood Warriors, but we now pay 2 more mana for it.
Mm-hmm.
This seems like trash.
I don't know. I think
Let me get on the
this could be
rage phone real quick, and we'll.
Yeah. this could be like a really like weird sleeper card. I think
What do you copy?
because you summon copies of them. You don't Blood Warriors them.
How did you get them into play?
What
Synergy with Cornered Sentry. You put some 1/1s on your opponent's board, trade into them, play that.
All right, I can get behind that. That's cool. Wasn't it just Whirlwind though?
Whirlwind, Ghoul, whatever.
Yeah.
You got to get the minions in play. If you get the minions in play, that means they're Arcane Giants. And if it means they're Arcane Giants, Blood Warriors is the same thing.
Very possible.
No, I was just thinking a huge board of like taunts. If they, I mean, look at Tarlord, right? Tarlord probably isn't like you're in a weird spot if Tarlord just dies in one turn. And yeah, you know it can happen, of course, but with like direct removal and stuff. But imagine like just creating another Tarlord is actually just crazy. I don't know. I think it's a sleeper card. I think something big's gonna happen with this eventually.
Yeah, I don't want to call it like a sleeper card because that kind of like suggests that I think it's good, but like it's a card that I don't want to rule out. Let's put it that way,
Yeah.
just because I don't know the fact that it's summon makes it so much more flexible than Blood Warriors was.
What about Thingy? What about an Azoth deck with Deathrattles, and then you Whirlwind summon, and then suddenly Azoth just.
The problem is sticking in the Deathrattles.
Yeah, I know. It's
All right.
it's an issue. There are
Again,
challenges with that card for sure. But
Anytime a card has this weird effect on it, it means somebody else is going to try to combo with it. I'm not going to spend my time on that. But definitely the potential is always there. And that brings us to the last card in the set, King Mosh, the Warrior Legendary. Battlecry, 9 mana, 9/7. Battlecry, destroy all damaged minions. So you just Battlecry, execute everything.
It's a 2-card Deathwing that doesn't wipe your hand, right?
Which is definitely a lot better than Deathwing. I think, anyway.
It's 2 cards, though. Yeah. It's really tough, though, because one
This beats
easier
up
combo...
N'Zoth stuff sometimes.
Sorry?
It's like N'Zoth stuff. Like you just whirlwind and then play this, and you have to discard your whole
I was
hand.
thinking... I mean, it'd be a really weird board state, but I was thinking, because you have that dragon that does 2 damage to everything, that dragon into this could clear up anything that... If the dragon's hard removed.
I don't think this card's that bad, man.
the old 17 mana combo. That sounds sweet.
No, I'm just trying to think of things that you can sort of work with it. I'm not saying it's good.
It's very obvious how you do it. I guess my question is like, is that a powerful enough effect? I mean, it also is like a late game third execute. I mean, there's nothing wrong with minions that kill minions. Those are good cards.
Yeah. I mean, if we're doing the Deathwing thing, it's also just not a 12/12, which is very relevant. Like, Deathwing quite often just, threatens lethal after you drop it. If it comes down to a Deathwing situation, it's kind of a lot harder to do that with a 9/7.
Yeah, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it doesn't have to be Deathwing. Maybe it's just 9 mana, 9/7, execute a minion.
Yeah, just
Even if it's one minion.
North Sea
To
Kraken.
me.
Yeah, seems. Yeah, I guess actually, yeah. And if you, I feel like the second you get more than maybe more than 2 minions, that card's insane.
Yeah, I think this card's like borderline playable. Probably not quite as good as Tarlord and Cornered Sentry, which we said were just kind of middle of the road. I think it's a little bit weaker than that, so I don't expect it to see much play. But there's Fibonacci who just jams Deathwing in everything and swears that it's right. So If
also
that
need
kind
to
of
get
card is appropriate, then maybe King Mosh is correct as well.
I need to get in my shout out too. Deathbite and Wild.
Woo, woo. Yeah, no, that is in fact pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Man, I like this one. This is like it just feels very warrior to me. It's like exactly what the cards are trying to do. That's going to conclude everything. That's all cards in the set. It only took us 4 hours and 30 minutes to get through it. So quick calls. Sottle, favorite card, best card.
Oh wow, I wasn't ready for this shit.
Oh, we were not prepared. Favorite card, the Mage Quest, Time Warp. I think just the potential of that, like historically, that effect has always been like one of the most broken things possible in card games. So I really look forward to finding out if that is as broken in this as it is in everything else. Best cards, probably Calamos. I can't think of anything else that was that strong. There's been a lot of cards going on, so yeah, I'm just gonna settle on Calamos, I guess.
Okay, I guess I'll pick different ones.
No, you can pick the same one. It's totally fine to pick the same ones. We are not.
No.
We're not restricted by
Okay.
anything. I mean, if those are your favorite cards, your best cards, by all means, call that, man. Like,
Okay, I think favorite card would be the Warrior Quest, just because I love the lore so much. I know everyone think I'd say Hunter, but like just the quest getting Sulfuras feels like so epic and cool. Best card, strictly best card, probably Calamos. To be honest, I've struggled to find a card I think is better than that one straight off the bat. It's just so powerful.
I'm right. Once again, I'm right there with you guys. Favorite card, Warrior Quest, by far. That's golden day one, and I'm probably gonna play Taunt Warrior for quite a long time. And best card, I think it's Calagus. Is that his name?
Calamos.
Calamos is like, I think that card is bonkers. Like, actually insanity. Like, oh my gosh, please don't.
It just looks objectively fantastic.
You can Curator King Mosh.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a Warrior Beast to play now.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, sick.
Also, yeah, but
Thanks, chat.
Bear in mind, like that Diehorn Hatchling and the Deathrattle it gives is a beast. And
Yeah, I'm
Diehorn.
not playing that one, so I'll leave that one up to
just
you.
King Mosh.
All right, guys, I want to hear your thoughts on it too. Feel free to tweet at us. Let us know what your favorite cards are and what you think the best card is. As always, these are predictions. Predictions do not always hold true. We haven't had a chance to actually play with the cards. And when you play with a card and you feel a card and you see what other people are doing, you get a much better idea of how cards actually work. This is just meant to serve us as a guide, some entertainment, and also our initial thoughts on this, and some thoughts on design and stuff too. I think this is one of the better design sets that we've seen in Hearthstone. And if this keeps up, I think we're going to see some fantastic sets in the coming years.
100%. I think if you times this expansion out across the next 3 or 4 till next rotation, feeling good. Feeling
stuff.
good because the second One Crazy expansion comes out, you just think with cards like Hemet and like the one that the buff one as well, you just think, oh my god, like no matter what they release next expansion, this opens up more options, which is great for the game.
Yeah, I think that, like, just a point to elaborate on that a bit, like, some of these quests will land and some of them won't. Like, some of them will be the go-to deck for any given class, and some of them will just show to be unplayable and too weak. But they have several more expansions to just tweak the power level of those cards by just adding more tools for the any given class to fulfill their quest, or counters to any quest that ends up being too powerful. So that design space that they've opened up with quests could potentially lead to some very exciting things, and just all the new mechanics and crazy mind-blowing cards like Living Mana and Hemet that we've been talking about. So many cool things you can do with that stuff as well. So excited.
Good stuff. I'm looking forward to it. I got a cast next week as well. So that's going to have been out for 2 days as I start casting tournaments that are coming up. Social shoutouts. Go ahead, Sottle.
It's on the screen, but COL_Sottle on Twitter. My Twitch is twitch.tv/Sottle. And also just shout out to Complexity Gaming. You can find them on Twitter as well. And just thanks for having me. Shout out to Admirable.
Woo! Raven.
Same. Nice one, Admirable. You did a lot of the work in getting all these cards together for this show, so that's awesome. I'm at TPG_Raven on Twitter, of course, and my Twitch is RavenHS, not Dartbird TV, as you may remember it. So thanks a lot. It was a lot of fun. We pretty much tipped in 5 hours, so that was I felt like we gave this set a good amount of time.
Yeah, hopefully the set gives us a good amount of time as well. I'm really looking forward to April 6th, I believe, is the set date release. Booyakasha.
Oh, and check out
$300.
Global Games. Check out Global Games.
Oh, that's a good shout out too. Yeah, Global Games starting on something. When is it? April
The 11th?
You guys are
11th.
really on top of the work.
Yeah, Raven, myself, and Lothar will be opening the first week of that event, and then Raven and I will be on for the majority of the broadcasts overall as well. So if you're interested in countries going to war in Hearthstone, and why wouldn't you be, make sure you check that out. Hopefully we can bring you guys something with that as well. So yeah, make sure you check out Global Games.
Yeah, thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. For those of you stuck around the whole time, you are true warriors. And King Mosh, hopefully it will be your reward from your packs if that's the sort of thing you're into. If not, make sure you check out the VODs that are going up on YouTube. It'll take me a little bit of time to get it up there. Again, it's going to be like a 5-hour upload that I have coming in. But throw a follow to the channel. Haven't been able to stream too much lately because I have been in hotel purgatory for months on end. But when I have time, I definitely want to do it. So you guys have a good morning, have a good night, have a good wherever y'all are. And as always, that's Admirable. Thanks for watching.